first time I learned summertime. Get the feeling of I learned to fly. I'ma never stay here in this town. Got me up like all night, and I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? Let's go, baby, feel the beat, just let go. No, I don't know much, but I know there's something that I can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it?
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand, it feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery, 'cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic, I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えているぞ。
伏せて。
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Hello, welcome back to the playoff bracket here for the Operations League Season 7. My name is Blue Panda. Joining me on the mic is Proto Cthulhu. He'll be back final day, of course. It's going to be me and Proto for today and tomorrow. Proto, 4 best of 3s tonight, 4 best of 3s tomorrow, and some of the best teams coming out of this part of the world.
Oh, look, I'm absolutely ecstatic to get into it, Blue Panda. We're kicking it off tonight with an awesome game to get us straight into the thick of it, and it's looking like it's going to shape out really well. I'm really excited for tonight, and hopefully everyone else is as excited as we are.
And of course, look, we got some big matches up first, though. Madness versus Trinitas, match 2, Dawei versus Obeng GG. Then, of course, we've got Roosters and Invictus waiting in the next round of play. But first match, Madness versus Trinitas. I mean, Chalet, Oregon theme park. You said before the broadcast that we're not expecting a third map, but I mean, Trinitas have upset before.
Yeah, I mean, we're not really expecting 3 going into this, obviously, given Trinitas' previous play, given that they were no use talking. They came out of that sort of era, a really strong team, but going into Trinitas, they've had a little bit of a rocky slope. I mean, last week against Success, they were taken to max OT on the first map. Second map, obviously, they won 7-1. So there are a couple of little hiccups here for them. So going into tonight, they're going to have to be watching that. However, first map, being Chalet, is actually the one map we didn't get to see last week in a best of 3. So I'm very interested to see how they're going to play it out this evening.
And of course, I mean, Madness, they've had an interesting run. They've dropped 3 maps so far, 2 of them being to Invictus, which, let's be honest, we kind of expected. But the other one was Obeng. They dropped Cafe 7-4. So coming into this matchup, as we jump on into fellow Pro to the map, and they've already laid the field for us now, the operator man. Do you reckon, given that they've already shown some weakness against Obeng GG, that Trinitas could use that to gain some leverage?
Yeah, Trinitas are definitely going to have a couple of little things up their pockets here going into this matchup, I'd imagine. However, still, I think Madness are going to have a little bit of, I would say, a stepping stone here to play with as well. They've seen the mistakes that Trinitas made last week, or the week before, rather. And either way, it's both teams are going to have a small advantage. But going into this, yes, I do imagine that Trinitas are going to come out on top. We haven't seen Chalet from them just yet. The bans are also sort of moving in favour of obviously the defense a little bit more. Thatcher and Flores both to go on a map like Chalet, which is very attacker-sided. It's going to mean that things are quite easy for Madness here to hopefully start things off. But being an attacker-sided map, Trinitas getting Valkyrie and Mirror off the board, that's going to be really good for them to kick things off for them as well. So, I mean, it's pretty much 50-50 at the gate here, Panda, but we're going to have to see who walks away with the early lead, I guess.
Yeah, so far, though, I mean, Madness would have to be the favourite team coming into this matchup. They've looked very, very good. Trinitas, it's been a bit of a race for them. Let's be perfectly honest with ourselves. They have had to push themselves, had to go quite deep into a couple of matches there. They got 7-0'd Cafe Dostoevsky in their first play day against Deway, who might be meeting them later on in the lower bracket. We kick things off here. Bar Gaming down on that first floor. And you look at the defensive setup. Shiba Nut's going to be picking up the smoke. He's picked up a number of high multi-frags. We're talking 4 and sometimes 5Ks on this roaming FMG9 smoke.
It's an interesting style. We've seen it sort of come to fruition more, obviously, with the introduction of a lot more mute play from teams, obviously with operators like Twitch, like Flores becoming a lot more prevalent, given their buffs and nerfs, respectively. We have seen a lot more ability from Smoke to be able to roam. His kit is really good, plus the shield, obviously having the SMG and the FMG means that he can do a lot of damage, being mobile as well as paired with the smoke grenades to cover his own rotations, crosses, etc, etc. So, especially in the hands of someone like Shib as well, it's going to be quite scary to come up against if you are Trinitas.
Already, though, the shots are flying. Trinitas looking for that early aggression, trying to find whatever sort of extra information they can find. They want to gauge the resistance. And, I mean, that's a lot of early shots being dished out.
Yeah, opening up a lot of sight lines, trying to sort of gauge what control they can take without directly being contested. Obviously, Madness. Pretty hefty on the roam here. However, Trinitas are making good time getting things open and droned out. We already see 2 of the 3 players on their drones already getting some information, providing that for the rest of the team, etc, etc. Obviously, Madness with this roam, they're going to have to clear that out, given that it is bar. Obviously, blue control is going to be a big thing on the library side, but even down in Westmate, stop those rotates down the blue stairs, down the main stairs, cut players off and play for early picks. And Trinitas, they're just setting themselves up so that they have the ability to try and find the opener here, because Madness have a pretty solid roam defense set up already to try and cut themselves open.
I mean, a lot of... I want to call it aggression, but it hasn't really found any traction. It's just been attempts at aggression from Trinitas so far. Just a little pre-fires, a little angles you can see already. It's some big... chunks of ammo already being... I mean, you look at Enlo. He's got about 58 rounds of ammo left to him in the round. Which is not the end of the world. Buck has the skeleton key as well, but that's a heavy investment in munitions so far at this stage. Roku in bar stock. He knows that the pressure is mounting just a little bit. And that top library stairs position is going to be key to try and contest. Push those Shiba Nuts, I said. You need to deal with him. You can't let him continue to persist.
Finker going down early as well is a big loss for Trinitas. Obviously, no more heals, the Adrenal Surge taken away, and the nades that may have been crucial for clearing this blue shield. However, they still have a couple left in the hands of Nopi, and I actually do believe that one was ADS, so no more nades, and the Gon 6 already used in the process, which means that that is a big fault here for Trinitas, unless they have any more utility to clear it out. But Shiba is doing so well at denying this push with the smoke canisters, paired with Envid on top. Mezzanine, he's going to be able to take one as well. Shib's good for 2, almost 3! He's finally traded down by Div, but there's only 30 seconds left, Panda, in a 2v4.
There is more time than health currently available to Trinitas, of course! This is not an ideal situation. No, below, Div low. They've got to make some sort of force, and if Div goes through that window without popping it first, he is well and truly dead. Joe finds Nope, he falls himself, picked up, but Sarah will step up and trade it out almost immediately. I mean, this is exactly what we expected out of Madness coming to play today.
Madness are hungry. That first round, really well done from them. The aggression from Trinitas, as you said, it was there, but it was only in small bouts, and it was, I would say, wrongly targeted. We didn't see anyone K9 window until very late, even at all, I do believe, in the round. I don't think we saw anyone from Trinitas end up on that main mezzanine window. And no one library balcony, there was no real cover. They sort of just tried to clear that shield, and Madness, they were they were set up for it. They were prepared. They had all the utility there. And Trinitas ultimately a little bit of a utility fumble on their part. Didn't clear that shield. 2 nades, had gone 6. Obviously losing Floaty didn't help. Him taking 2 nades and possibly another gone 6 to the grave with him being taken down early. But, I mean, really well done by Shiba there. Shibnuts on the smoke, as you mentioned, FMG 9 plus the canisters. I mean, we saw it all sort of accumulate into a big thing for him there, using not only the canisters, but picking up 2 kills and then ultimately playing just for information as well. I mean, that was a huge round from him solo. So Madness really well to start things off, and I mean, that is a good first round to pick up, and if anything, that is going to be pace setting for.
Exactly, and you can see now the pivot to the defense of Kitchen. You want that vert. They are going to be setting themselves upstairs. Shibanuts, yeah, look, he's going to be one to watch for the remainder of the match. Yes, you still have some highlight players, and well, it's your Sarah to get aggressive from Trophy, just ducking under the traces. Very lucky to get away there. But yeah, Shibanuts, despite playing in a roster with 2 of the most storied players and coming out of this region, is still one to stand out. Oh! Unfortunately for Envy, he falls. But Shibanuts, like I said, he's there to cover.
Yeah, really well on the crossfire there. I mean, Capital for a Jaeger, that is a trade that I would take any day of the week if I was Madness. So that's a good pick to find, especially within the first 40 seconds. But Joe, so close to finding Floaty. He's not going to go down early this round, though. He might actually be good for a second here. No, Shib somehow walking away with his life intact and getting the kill as well. Looking good to aggress onto Solar too. Unfortunately, the player on the rappel not going to reveal his position just yet, but a minute to pass, 3 versus 3, and the health favor actually going in the way of Trinitas here. Madness have made a good dip, a couple of pivotal operators off the board, Capital and Binker, but there is still some good utility left to work with, obviously 2 hard breaches and the Buck. Enlo obviously has a few more rounds of ammunition this time to play with, so that is good to see, but Madness, I mean, you take those picks where you get them, and they definitely found them.
Oh, did they what? Shibanuts is just insane. The pivot from one angle to another and netting himself the kill to boot. Just absolutely outplaying Floaty on that bedroom double window. Shibanuts as well. He's just trying to play for info and deny what he can. He's going to commit to the push at a Trophy to make it happen. As that hatch will be popped from the master bedroom. He's tucked in behind the bomb chassis. Wants the opening. Honestly, I think Shibanuts is not necessarily playing for the strategy. He's just playing for the call for when he can go absolutely insane and frag out.
Yeah, frags are a big thing here at the end of this round especially. I mean, Shibanuts already proving that he can do the damage. I mean, he's pretty much good for 2 each round so far. All the same. Trinitas trying to play this vertical, clear out the wall. They've obviously got the K-Claw now from main, which is going to open the avenue for whether or not Notanol wants to actually open up that wall. But Shib, as we mentioned, he wants those kills. He's found Enlo. Ysera takes a lot of damage. However, Roku's there for the trade. Notanol to take down Shib finally. It's a hatch drop in the kitchen. Has to fight 2 players. Doesn't know where to look. And Ysera is there. Madness with the crossfire for round 2.
Dropping into the kitchen rave. Didn't know where to look. Was just swinging all over the place. Unfortunate. But it's the power of the numbers game, and Madness play it well. They will take 2 rounds to start this map off, and interestingly enough, Proto, they will opt to head down to the basement in round 3.
Yeah, look, controversial choice, if I'm being completely honest. The Wine Cellar Snowmobile Garage has one of the highest attacker-sided win rates, if I'm not mistaken, on Chalet. And not many teams opt to play it. It's a site that gives a lot of avenues for entry to the attacking side. Obviously, you've got the main double wall, main stairs, blue stairs, west main, the back double wall, boiler wall, the hatch inside a connector, the hatch in the backside of Wine. I mean, there are so many avenues for Trinitas to take when attacking this site. I mean, you can open up every wall and then just play for crossfires, etc., etc. So interesting that Madness actually are opting to go to this site, knowing full well its weaknesses. But given the type of extension we're seeing from them, obviously, into West Main towards Trophy, they've got the Malusi Envied as well. They've got a lot of information operators, and they also have some good roam utility as well. The Oryx being brought along, paired with the alibi of Shibanuts, who we've already seen going insane. I definitely think things are going to be difficult here for Trinitas, but this looks like a very interesting setup as well for Madness. So, you know, we'll see how it plays out for them.
Innovation at its finest. Shibanut's picking up the alibi is a pretty terrifying prospect for Trinitas if they don't watch themselves. That MX4 Storm is a ripper of a gun and can do a hell of a lot of damage in a very, very short period of time. Right now, Floaty looking to get into Trench, trying to push in and get that information. It telegraphs just that little bit that they're trying to execute a push in through Wine Cellar, which, I mean, if these drones are spotted, if they get that early information, leaves room for a very chaotic pinch late in the round.
Pinch indeed, however, this hold up inside a trophy is going to make things difficult. Obviously, the hatch is there to play with the attackers. They have both of those open and available to drop at any given time. Nobody's just going to push straight on through. And obviously, with the hatch being clear at the moment, he's going to be allowed to get deep into West Main here. But Madness are pretty well set up for the situation. They have West Main control still. They also have trophy. If Nopi can find a kill here to open things up for Trinitas, that would be huge. But given the current state of the bomb site downstairs, a lot of control has been forfeit by Madness here, and Trinitas are sort of taking this as it comes. It's going to be interesting to see how the execute comes with only a minute and a half left, Panda, and no kills on the board.
Telegraph positioning, and this could be a big swing. Unfortunately for Shibanuts, it does not translate. If he went out the window, though, he would have found Enlo for free, honestly. Given that Enlo is still so dedicated to the drone, they're going to start opening things up into Wine, trying to get the angle in, and Nopi looking to be the one to punch on at the site and take the first casualty. But right now, Madness aren't exposing themselves to any dangerous angles. They don't want to push too deep into the site and risk being fragged out and opening the opportunity up for Trinitas. The shield there as well from Ysera. I mean, this positioning, we questioned it, but it's absolutely stunted this push.
Yeah, Madness definitely have themselves set up really well here, especially now with Joe finding the opener onto Floaty, taking down the Thinker late round. The Green Surge is not going to be there. Roku will be traded. Ysera to fall as well. The Flashbang coming out. Joe not blinded. Blue control, though, now forfeit. Shibanuts is there. Will find Nopi on the main bridge. Some damage dealt to Enlo. Not enough to down him just yet, and actually will win that fight out. They're going to have to retake into blue with the bomb going down. Madness, they look so good to take it. They're going to find the down. They need to find the planter. However, the cover is there from inside of Connector. The bomb's going to go down, and Panda is the post plant.
Shibanuts, though, takes out Nasnol, and it's down to the cover. Div pushes into Wine Cellar. Will find Envy cooled. Shibanuts, is he good for the kill to jiggle around? No, he's not. And Trinitas will finally get on the board in the third. That was still very dangerously close to a round going the way of Madness Esports. But Trinitas, they redeem themselves in the third. They take the site, and they prove to Madness that they are no slouches and should be taken seriously on game day.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. Trinitas, really good adaptation from them. I mean, a little bit of a stall out towards the middle part of that round, but coming down to the last 40 seconds, got into sight, got the job done, and ultimately, you got to give them that. I mean, Madness, they had that round pretty much, I would argue, till about the 50-second mark, and then as soon as they lost those trades, Trinitas sort of just flooded in, took things into their own hands. Yes, it was a 2v2 post plan. However, Div in the 1v1, obviously proving to be quite a weapon, getting things done with a bearing as well. So, I mean, you do have to give them that. It is quite dangerous in the clutch aspect for Trinitas, and they still made it work. But Madness, that was a really cool sight hold. If I can reiterate that. That was a really good attempt from them at a site that traditionally does not go in favor of the defense. They almost made it work, man. So you do have to give them that. But unfortunately, it's not going to be fruitful this time. They are going to be able to return back to Bar, though, which ultimately was pretty much almost a flawless round for them in terms of just the execute of the hold. But maybe they can make it a flawless play round now.
Envy just popping that window for a bit of extra information. Should they look to push through that office balcony? But right now, yeah, look, it was impressive innovation out of Madness Esports in that defense. You love to see that innovation coming through, and Southeast Asia is a region known for its innovation. Right now, though, Nopi trying to get himself kills on the board. Will pop the window, double door barricade into fireplace at the moment. Div on the hunt with these laser drones as well. You can just see they're trying to gauge the defensive support and what utility is and where. If they can do that, it sets them up for a push. But unfortunately, it's just not down to the utility, is it? It's down to the players as well. Shibanuts almost fills the role of 2 to 3 players on his own.
Yeah, I mean, We've seen him now on a roam operator of Alibi. We've seen him on a side anchor, Smoke. But even in said positions with operator selections, we've seen him on really aggressive positions. I mean, top blue on that shield is a pretty aggressive position to play off of. And even then, roaming around on the Alibi, super aggressive. But now playing for the Twitch drone contact, he's actually going to go down to Enlo, dropping onto that L balcony and proceeding to find that headshot on the Shibnuts, which is a great kill to find, especially with the smoke going down. But now, obviously, the blue shield unmanned. Trinitas, they're going to use all their utility. They're going to be able to clear that shield. Madness, that is not a good way to start off round number 4.
This is the unfortunate nature of the hyper-aggressive smoke. Luckily, his teammate Ysera is there with the MK14. Rip it in sports mode, takes down Enlo, plus resetting that Saria gate. NB Cooled looks to push up Mezzanine, but it's the jiggle peek from Nopi, almost off screen for the kill. Will finally get himself on the board, and that's a big chunk of ground that Madness have now lost control over.
Good kills as well to find for them in the opener. I mean, Trinitas, they've definitely changed gears a little bit here as opposed to round 1 and 2, but Madness kind of got a little bit over-aggressive in that round, albeit they were punished for it. Now they're going to have to try and clutch this one out. 3 versus 4 is definitely doable for Panda, but they're setting themselves up for the execute. They obviously had some good crossfires on the site, Madness, with rotates, etc., and the sight lines opened up. 3 players still alive, but Trinitas, they've got the health boost, and they're going to go for the execute here, Panda. There's only 30 seconds left for them to make the play.
Fortunately, there are still some key players on the board to deny this push. Floaty tagged heavy, and Ysera with the pinch from behind should get the angle on the Nopi. Caught watching the wrong angle and shut down for it. They will find the trade back, courtesy of Nos. Nolan Floaty looks to get involved as well. It's a push on through. Player spotted and backstop, but Joey's good for the kill anyway. Pushing through, he finds the head of Dev. That's a massive kill. Roku and Joe are holding on. Floaty hasn't got the health to contest this or the diffuser whatsoever. He's going to placate. He's just doesn't know what to do. He's standing in the corridor. He's just going to accept fate. The bug is called. Maybe it was he couldn't shoot. Whatever the
ADS or the shooting bug, yeah.
Either way, I mean, his health was so low at that point. Even if he could have, I think it would have been a tall task.
Yeah, it definitely would have been difficult to pull off in the situation. But, I mean, we've talked about it before, Panda. Having positional advantage always comes on top of having the man count. You can have a 2v5. I mean, we saw it last week. So many 2vx's were clutched out by teams on the defense just because of the positional advantage alone. Yes, mechanical skill obviously comes into it, but you still obviously have to highlight the fact that they were down a player at the start of that clutch attempt there for them, and they ended up coming out on top. Unfortunately, obviously Floaty getting the bug of the, I believe it's one you can't ADS and you can't shoot. I think I've had it personally before. I think I know what he's talking about. But all the same, not very fun. And you do have to highlight that. Good attempt, though, from Trinitas. However, Madness, inside of the site, were ready for it. They still had that one player lurking around inside of main. And ultimately just cleaned up on the crossfires and everything. Well, played out for them in the end. 3-1 is a good lead to find, especially on defense. The best the Trinitas can find now being the 3-3 before the split. But starting on the defense, you want to get these rounds because, as I said at the start of the game, this map tends to be attacker-sided. But given that Trinitas are having a little bit of an unfortunate stint here, Madness are looking good to set themselves up really well for their attacking half with pretty much, a high count of rounds going into the second half.
Well, I mean, the crazy thing about Madness is you look at the roster as a whole and you just imagine what they could become. This is a team with such insane potential. You got Ysera and Joe coming from a high level of competitive experience. Ysera with a long history of competitive experience, plus these 3 young gunners in Roku, NB Cooled, and Shibnuts who are just cracked when it comes to the gameplay side of things. But they've only been playing together for the last little while. Give them a couple of years. This could be one of the super teams coming out of APAC.
100%. 100%. I 100% get behind that. They could be an absolute force to be reckoned with. I mean, we're seeing it from them now on the defense. I mean, Shibnuts, as already mentioned, insane fragger, gets the job done, 7-4. Hasn't found many in the last couple of rounds, but still, I mean, the kills that he has found are insane. Floaty doing some good work with the LMG, however. And now this upstairs hold here for Madness is being pressured quite hard by Trinitas, but envied with the one tap. It was off screen, but still it counts. Floaty's going to go for the trade, though. Shibnuts is there on the cross onto Nopi. Joe can't quite find the head of Floaty, who's walked into the office. So now some good control from Trinitas. They're trying to play for deep. pick, but Joe's there on the cross. He will rotate round and find that kill, and very quickly Madness find themselves in a 4 versus 1. Joe to take down another member of Trinitas, and Enlo is going to go up to the roof. And I believe
90-second tech pause, I reckon.
Yeah, a bootleg tack timeout here for Trinitas.
I mean, he's making his way over, so he might just commit to it. But I mean, yeah, that was just a wash from Madness. Like, Trinitas didn't even have a leg to stand on. Yeah, they got to the building. Yes, they found a kill onto Envy Cool, but he just one-tapped one of your players out of existence. They do find you, Sarah. Thanks to Enlo and that L8 grenade. Ooh, that could have been dangerous. Taken out by his own grenade from above, but he's just looking. He is trying to waste time for the team to communicate and figure out what to do next. He doesn't have to commit. He's not looking for the win. He's going to find Shiba Nuts, which all of a sudden, I mean, being a 1 versus 2 with 46 seconds remaining and the ping's there. If he gets the nade right, Joe's in day. How? All of a sudden, this is doable, Proto. Right now, Enlo's going to hit Shiba with the hammer. Doesn't have the defuse. It's going to have to come down to the gunplay. Roku now finds himself in one of the dumbest 1v1s of his career. Enlo tucks into the corner outside of the smoke range. He's known, but Enlo, he's in a dangerous spot. He's got to avoid damage. He's going to be able to do it. Gets himself out. There is one toxic canister in play, but if we see the prone angle come into effect, Enlo might be able to clutch this one up. He's got to push on. No, okay, shocks. He's almost spotted the feet. He spotted the head. He can do it here. 6 seconds. He's just got to rip the head, but no, Roku will redeem the team. What should have been not nearly as close around.
Okay, that tech timeout, that was almost worth it. The Trinitas, that was close. Madness were definitely clenching there for a second, but hats off. Hats off. You do have to give it to Enlo. That was a good attempt, but Madness managing to close it out. Roku keeping composed in the situation that he was dealt with. Albeit, I mean, that was, yeah, a good highlight there from Enlo. But at the start of the round, Panda, was great from Madness. They found, obviously, pretty much 4 kills right off the bat, only losing 1 in the trade, and then almost throw the round. But you'll have to see it. You'll have to see it. Have some fun. I mean, look at the positions they were holding. I mean, proned on the floor inside of the planter, and then you got the player on the door. I mean, it was all sort of looking scary, but they got the job done. 4-1 is the score, and Trinitas, the best they can hope for here is the 4-2. I mean, we've had a couple of unfortunate turn of events from them so far in this game. Obviously, the ADS bug, the 4v1. Let's be honest, that was almost clutch, so maybe not as unfortunate as you could sort of say, but Madness, they're looking really good. They are looking really good going into this final round of defense, and maybe they can get the 5-1 here. That'd be pretty amazing for them to find on the opener, but still, Trinitas, they have some hope to make it 4-2 and at least give themselves a bit of an advantage, or at least a bit more of an advantage going into the second split, but we'll see.
The unfortunate nature of that last round, though, is Trinitas have actually done Madness a bit of a favour, because that's going to be a shock to the system. That's going to say to Madness, hold on, guys, we need to not be playing so loosely. We need to tighten things up and play a smart game, which is more than likely just going to come back and bite Trinitas in the later stages of this best of 3. So maybe Enlo should have just sat on the roof, because we could have maybe seen Madness get complacent.
Yeah, if you're allowed to reject modernity and return to monkey for so long, it can become an issue. Albeit, you do sort of have to highlight the attack wars could have been really effective for both teams in that instance. Albeit, Madness, as you mentioned, most likely now going to tighten things up on the defense side of things for this final round and at least play to be a lot more conservative, which you can already see. I mean, this altercation early, West Main Enlo is going to take a little bit of damage from Shiba Nuts, but he's not going to re-peek into that gunfight. And already, as you mentioned, complacency, it's no longer there. They're playing a lot more conservative, playing to save themselves as opposed to playing for peak. So this is a good already alteration to see from them. Shiba Nuts is finally going to finish the job. Enlo's going to go down, and that's half the round gone, and the opening pick, 2 opening picks now going in favour of Madness.
Invictus pushes up in the office and finds the kill, keeping that wall safely in their own hands. Shiba Nuts for a second. Running around with that 416 carbine, Roku decides maybe it's my turn to get involved. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for him as Floaty will take him down. Luckily, though, they have Joe in position to capitalise for 2. Pulls out the Super Shorty for the BM. Close the round and the half. A 5-1 scoreline for Madness.
on an attacker-sided map, what a way to kick things off for Madness. I mean, huge dub in their book going into the second half here. Obviously now Trinitas are going to get their turn to defend. Shibanut's teasing the blitz, whether or not we are going to get to see that. And the Monty actually from Joe. Whether or not we get to see this combo or even just one of those operators is going to be the next question that I have. I'm hoping we get to maybe see some Monty here. Blackbeard even would be fun as well. We saw that the other day. I believe we saw a Blackbeard the other day. I might be wrong in saying that, but either way. Madness now on the attack. They've got a pretty interesting lineup, obviously with the Blackbeard currently employed by Joe. Whether or not that stays or goes is a big question. But other than that, pretty stock standard. They're employing the Lion, which is something that you tend to see on more aggressive teams. So maybe Madness go for a rush here. Maybe they just try and play for super early control and aggression. Given on their operator picks, the Carly is something you don't usually see. But from Joe, and given their lineup, they want to play for this main wall. Cade isn't being bought. Actually, no wall denial, sorry, is being bought by Trinitas at all. Other than possibly maybe the Aruni if they're placed backwards. But even then, not really a big deal to clear. And yeah, they've already realized this. They're switching off onto the Zofia. And Madness, they've got a pretty stock standard lineup coming into this attack. But Trinitas, no wall denial. That's a questionable choice here.
Yeah, look, Joe on the Zofia, that's a pretty terrifying prospect. The best of times with the LMG, Ysera there alongside him on the line, it's just all culminating in what could be a very painful attacking lineup to try and deal with the Trinitas. Right now, though, they're starting to open some of these windows, get that information a little bit deeper into the building, and pressure across, as you would expect, from south to north on Chalet.
Yeah. So far, it's sort of ramping up to be a pretty default take here for Madness. Obviously, library across the study, take piano, play for the main wall, half wall, bomb plant, etc. And you like to see that. Sort of a back to basics session here for Madness, but it's honestly been working for them in majority of the bomb sites. Obviously, the only bomb site we didn't see back to basics was really on downstairs. Shibanut's to open things up onto Enlo. One of the star fraggers for Trinitas so far taken off the board early. That is not good. First of the EE1Ds to come out as well. Lock these Romans down. Madness need to try and find something, but on the rotate, they're just going insane. That's 3 kills, Panda. And only half the round gone. Nosnol and Nopi need to come through huge here. Well, Madness are going to find themselves on match point very quickly.
Floaty off the top of the balcony, arms outspread, like he's, you know, look, it was majestic. We'll give him that. Unfortunately, it was still a death. Nopi finds one back, and that's a big kill. Ysera off the board. Means that the EE1D scans are limited now. They don't necessarily have that information going for the later stages of the push that they might have had. He still remained alive. Utility clear though. They're just absolutely pumping out, and long range shots almost connect from Roku. Shibanut's ducks in with the Gemini. Spots a player on the shield as you would expect. Nade from below. They're trying to deter the deep hold on the defense. In the final minute though, utility is already burnt. There is the last toxic canister and the wall open. Shibanut's punching deep into the site. Roku on the plant, nice not a fall. Looking for more, Nopi can't even do it. Shibanut's is insane.
He doesn't miss. This man is on an absolute tear. Before the split, highlight Panda, he had 10 frags already to his name. Sorry, I take that back. In the first 5 rounds, he had 10 frags to his name. Now, I believe, currently sitting on 13, something close to that. For what's looking like it's going to be a 7-1 game. That's a pretty insane scoreline for him to find. Even just the fact that it is, 8 rounds, 7 rounds of siege. So take that in consideration. But Madness, match point, this is good from them. But that was a pretty, I would say, hyper-aggressive round of siege. We saw them take really quick control. 3 huge kills early on. Within the first, minute and a half, and a lot of ground was forfeited straight away by Trinitas. But they've made some adaptations this time. Obviously, we see the Vigil employed. Nosnol is going to bring some wall denial this time in terms of the mute. So Joe might actually stick this Carly coming into this round. And Shibanut's is actually looking pretty happy to stay on that Blitz. He is 14-5. And Blitz is probably a character that I would say is going to be pretty dangerous in his hands as well. But They don't necessarily have anything to directly counter the blitz either, other than maybe the Malusi, but that's probably going to be dealt with pretty quickly by Madness, who have been really good during utility.
I don't think those are the same.
Yeah, no, I don't think so, yeah.
You're going to keep yourself alive for about half a second longer as Shibano's just plows
While you walk through it, yeah.
Yeah, he's off, he's on the run.
Yeah,
he's already with the
already
E1D to provide him the info. Yeah, look, Joe sticking out the Carly, not that crazy a surprise given that, you know, his former team Invictus were a team that were quite comfortable running it as well, and already Shibano's looking to pump on into the building. But above the hatch, there is some concern. There is someone providing that overwatch from upstairs in library. Scan out, drone, Div already in danger. Envy called on the hunt. Well, look at that Div. He's the hell out of danger, unfortunately. Envy Cool will push in just too far and be fragged out. Floaty for a second, though, as he drops to a single point of health. 3 kills, in fact, as Enlo gets involved. And it's all coming apart at the seams. Shibanuts, unfortunately, could not make the blitz work. He's down to Roku Joe with well over 2 minutes to play.
This is pretty much just a polar opposite of what happened in the previous round. 3 kills this time going in favor of Trinitas. They have the T-Bird as well, so Div and Floaty can go and sort of rejuvenate and revitalize themselves inside the bomb site with those Thunderbird Kona stations. So I'd imagine, there we go, Floaty's going to start picking up some of that extra HP and Madness. They're still both full, and they could look to do some work here. The run out from Enlo, not going to be as fruitful as he had hoped. However, again, the Kona station's in play. Not the end of the world for the Vigil, but still. Madness in a bit of a tough situation. I mean, a 2v5 is a big thing, pretty much, well, for any team, especially on the attack side. So can they do it? Questionable, but they definitely have as much chance as anyone else, especially with a minute and a half left to play, Panda.
I think if there was any player that would do it, it would be Joe right now. I mean, he's got the SPS MG9, I would hope. As a secondary, he's going to start to clear things out. Secondary hard breach gadget is there as well for Roku. The mute trick is going to be coming into play, and I do believe it's going to come down to the very last second of it. No, it is going to be popped open. There is going to be an angle into the site. It will play it towards Piano in a bit of danger. This LMG is going hard, but unfortunately, Nostal goes a bit harder. It's going to be a flawless for Trinitas in the 8th.
That was a great adaptation from them. I do actually believe we might have even seen 2 AFK picks from them in the previous round. That might have been why their lineup was without wall denial, and that could definitely be something that has sort of led to them walking away with that round. But even still, 3 picks to start was pretty good. Seeing the blitz from Shibanuts was questionable, and we were hoping that it was going to be pretty insane, but unfortunately taken down pretty early, no real effect. And he's going to go straight back onto the Yana.
Joe's pivoting here.
Yeah, Joe's on Glaz. I mean, better than the CRX, let's be honest. Semi-auto sniper rifle that does like, what, 84 damage or something insane like that. Plus you can see through smokes. They do have smokes on the board from the Thermite. Well, that's if Roku is bringing them. Obviously, Joe can bring them as well. But interestingly enough, Trinitas are actually opting to go downstairs as well, Panda. Both of these teams choosing to play on the bottom floor, which is not something you usually see at all. The other 3 bomb sites are the only that I have really seen played to a great extent, but both of these teams want to play downstairs.
Southeast Asia, baby. They just do things different here. You love to see it. I love the innovation. I love the tenacity of the region. That's why I love casting it as well. Trinitas looking to get themselves up. They are still facing down 4 map points if they want to go to OT and try and redeem this map in their own favour. But we're seeing the Goyo here on the defense, Proto. And that one is a bit of a shift. It has been a pretty potent pick at the best of times, but I'm keen to see how they utilise it.
Yeah, Goyo with the new changes is kind of insane now. Obviously, the canisters deny for 20 seconds, and he gets 4 of them. So Trinitas sort of bringing that into their lineup is something that obviously Madness are going to have to be sort of scared of, given that he is very potent, as you mentioned already at the moment. But Shibanuts has jumped back on that blitz, so they have up to 6 smokes. They do. 8 smokes to play with here. Ysera, Roku, Joe, and Shibanuts all bringing smokes. And they're obviously going to have to go for the wall burn. Cade to deny the charge, but that's the opener. Ysera on the rappel, Nosnol to go down. That's the Cade. Now this core is gone. The wall can be opened up. Madness, they have the smokes, they have the Glaz. This is going to be a setup for a post-plant play here.
Oh, this is going to suck for somebody. And the wall is gone. They have the opening in, and I'm sure, yeah, just smoke dumped through, not committing to it just yet. I want to bide their time, and there we go. First smoke out. You can hear it. Second smoke out. They're looking to cover everything. If they find the angle on the floaty here, this could be absolutely deadly. Nacera, shield in, plant as well. Do they have anything tonight? They've got nitros. It's deep for two. Enlo threads the needle. They still have 3 smokes in play as another is deployed. Roku looking to come down. Joe, unfortunately, dead before he can actually connect a shot. And this is quickly come apart, Proto.
Madness. I mean, something went very wrong there for them. Trinitas, well played though, finding those picks through the smoke against the Glaz of all operators. He does spot the head of Roku. Roku spots the head of Enlo. We'll find one. He's going to pop the Goyo as well. He's actually going to get Div in the same spray. Now a 2v2. Madness have a good chance to bring this back with Roku finding a third. Nobody's off site. They have the whole bomb site to themselves, but no diffuser to plant. They're going to go retrieve that now. Envy probably on the plant, but Panda, 2v1 is a tall task for Noki to pull off. He takes some damage. Roku's there. He's going to pop the Goyo, so there's no retreat. Bomb's starting to go down.
Did they go through the wall and damage him? Either way.
It's right behind him.
I don't even know. Either way, Nopi's in a bit of trouble. The plant is going to be good. 1 smoke remaining, a single drone, and Nopi crouching towards the bomb site. Look, the position, Free Fire gives away the game. He's tagged heavy. He's going to have to hit every single shot in that mag if he wants to pull out the win. Prone in towards blue. The Free Fires, it's just noise at the end of the day. That's the first down, and needs Roku as well. He's got about 13 seconds to work with here if he wants to make magic happen. No information on where this player is, and it is going to be Connector, it seems. Bofi rotating around. He's got to make the play now. He hasn't got the time. He's in trouble, and he's out of it. Madness take the round, which, look, we'll be honest, they had no right to. They still clutched.
No, they didn't. Roku with a huge 4K to make things happen. That is insane from the Fragmite. CC I shoot, CC I plant, CC I do everything. Roku really out here getting it done for Madness, and they're going to walk away with a massive 7-2. Shibanut's 14 and 7, a 2.0 KD for him in map number 1. I mean, Panda, that now begs the question, how many kills is he going to get on map 2? Because that was an absolute heater from Madness. I mean, that final round, as you said, no right did they have to win that at all. I mean, that was a lockout from Trinitas, and then they just sort of went, yeah, okay, Roku, you're allowed to shoot back now. Go get them. And that's exactly what happened to 4K. The round goes in their favor, and ultimately map number 1, 7-2, Chalet. I mean, what a showing.
Yeah, look, a hard support. I don't think he could have supported any harder in that round. It was just, I mean, he took that. If not for Roku, that would have been a Trinitas round. But, I mean, look, it's an interesting showing on Chalet, which is still one of those fringe map picks at the moment. It's making its way into the mainstream, but it's still not quite there. We go to Oregon next, though. That is mainstream. That is basic. That is a court map in the competitive pool at the moment. So when we come back, we'll jump into map 2 and see if Madness can do it in 2, or if they go to the theme park as it is decided. We'll see you soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella! Father would be ashamed of you.
Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adult's table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
お！ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Coming back into it, despite some shenanigans, Madness do wrap it up quite cleanly on Chalet. Proto, we now head into the second map, that one being Oregon. It's back to basics. It's a staple of the comp scene. I mean, do we see any more shenaniganry, or is it back to business after that little bit of a scare that Madness had on that kitchen defense?
I think Madness are going to be cleaning things up a little bit here. Obviously, they're going to be relying on their basics, their fraggers. They're going to be putting their faith where their mouth is and sort of just getting the job done. I think for this one, they're not going to be playing around too much, I wouldn't imagine, especially seen as Trinitas took Oregon 7-1 2 weeks ago against 6S. So they know the map. They like to play it. It is one that they are good on as well. So Madness, obviously, they're going to know this going into tonight. And I'd imagine we're probably just going to see them play it out as they normally would. Nothing new, nothing special. And they're just going to look to get the job done as quick as they can. A quick 2-0. And that's, well, any team. That's what they're going to be shooting for, especially being one map up. So Madness, I reckon it's going to be pretty clean cut from them.
And I mean, look, if you had to call it after the match we just saw, is there anything particular you would want to see if you're Trinitas in the ban phase, or operator ban phase rather, to try and shut down Madness? Or is it just, ban the basics and hope that your style of play works?
If I'm being honest, as much as this sounds weird, I would take smoke off the board. Purely just shiver nuts, insane on the smoke, and it's a really good operator to get off the board for Oregon. I mean, holding on to blue becomes infinitely harder. You don't have those smoke canisters to rely on, stuff like that. So a smoke ban would be interesting to see from them here, and something that could definitely benefit them to some degree. But other than that, they just need to work on putting their aggression in the right spot. We saw a lot of empty aggression from them in that last map, a lot of mistaken area that was sort of just dead ground. They didn't really have presence in the right areas. They didn't have crossfires set up to take certain areas they needed. So maybe if we can see a small change up in their play style in terms of holding those crossfires and where they're putting that aggression and when they're putting it down, we could see a different outcome here for Trinitas. But other than that, Madness, they're looking really good going into map number 2.
Let's get on into Oregon and see if Madness can clean it up, or whether or not Trinitas get a chance at redemption in the decider. Operator ban phase in play. I mean, I'm not expecting anything crazy. And Flores, yeah, that's kind of what you'd expect. You're sort of looking Flores, Thatcher, probably Valkyrie, Mirror to round it out.
Yeah, if not Mirror, definitely Cade. And if not Valkyrie, definitely Cade. But I'd imagine probably Valk Mirror, given that's what we saw in Chalet. We're probably actually going to see the exact same bands come out here. Thatcher to go is very much an indicator of that. Valkyrie here, Mirror here from Madness would probably be more indicative of the same band, given that's who they banned in the previous. But yeah, definitely a Valk Mirror possibility. And in fact, I would probably say reality very shortly, Mirror to go. So Valkyrie is left. Trinitas are going to be able to pick here whether they want to leave the Cade or the Valkyrie. That's a big thing for them, given that they are starting on defense. But I don't think it's going to hinder Madness too much, depending on whatever is left up. Either way, they'll adapt and overcome. But yeah, most likely, there we go. Valkyrie to go. Exactly the same ban line in our previous game. And nothing really new here. It is back to basics in terms of the ban. So no smoke to go, but Panda, you don't know what's going to come in terms of the gameplay side of things. Madness to kick us off on the attack. Trinitas start on the defense, which is somewhere on Oregon we see they are pretty comfortable when they go up against a certain team. Well, any team really. That's where they were pretty comfortable going up against success. So starting on the defense is going to be a benefit here for them.
Yeah, but you look at the attacking lineup already, and as much as attack repick is a thing, I don't think we're going to see too much deviation from what is actually on our screens that Monty is such a potent pick, especially into a basement defense, which is where we will kick this map off. You also see Envy cool on the Nook, which, I mean, has been incredibly potent over the last couple of weeks, especially on maps like Oregon, where you can get tuck into those cheeky little positions where you're not necessarily seen by a camera. You can give yourself that time to recoup the Hell Cloak. I mean, there's a lot that could potentially upset this round. Unfortunately, though, we're not going to see it. It is going to be a pivot away. Sophia, Hibana, and Finker look coming.
I was going to say, from Madness, we've seen that Monty teased, I think 3 times all up now across Chalet and now Oregon, and every time it hasn't been bought, which is a shame because Monty against Trinitas would actually be a really good pick. However, the playstyle that Madness are shooting for, I don't think Monty necessarily fits in too well to. We did see Osa bought in one of those rounds, but arguably Osa was a better pick, and arguably Osa overall now, given that she has the ability to move those shields, etc., is a better pick. But all the same, Madness, no Monty, it is going to be pretty much, again, back to basics. We keep saying it, but that's pretty much exactly what it is. I mean, there's no real deviation in terms of their picks. They're just doing the default. Take small tower, take top floor, get that control, clear the roamers out. Trinitas have got quite a wide spread of players, but Madness, they're just doing their ABCs. Joe to open things up, Div to go down, and that's a great pick for them to find in the open.
It's one of the better end picks for the team at the moment. No, where mine means those magnets not generating up. That one helps as well. They lose Shumanuts, unfortunately, and Low. Going to be able to get the better of him in that engagement. But a 2-for-1 trade already. Nopi's drone getting some big information though onto Joe. They haven't quite cottoned on to the fact that, well, that little robot gadget is not theirs. Unfortunately, Nopi also fragged out moments later. Means that, well, it's almost nullified.
Yeah. That drone still lives, so there is some good information being relayed back here in the Trinitas camp. But given that Enlo and Nostnol are the last alive in a 2 versus 4, things are going to be pretty difficult here, especially with Madness setting up for a main freezer take, it seems, given their spread of players. They might send one down the back stairs to at least contest, maybe from that pillar side, but all the same, Nostnol, the first point of contact into freezer here, has 3 of those toxic canisters to play with. He's going to open up the hole for him to throw said toxic canisters first to come out now, but the shield may not be long for this well, depending on how the Zofia utility comes. But some good crossfire set up for them. Trinitas this is in the dying parts of this round, but Madness have so much time to work with. They can drone, they can dedicate what they need to clear, and really, I don't think Trinitas are going to walk away with this. Feasibly, I don't see it happening.
Yeah, there's just too many angles to cover for 2 players. I mean, in the frag department, you're going to have to find 2 each, and that's assuming that one of them doesn't get forced into a 1 versus X and have to clutch up the whole darn round. Envy tag will pop one of those nano boosts, and Enlo pinching into Garage. Spots the player, but at the same moment, his teammate will go down. Nostnol removed, and now it's that 1v4. He's going to have to clutch up with no extra health. Tucked to the corner, up to the reload. He's going to find absolutely nothing. Despite running the Chief's skin, it does nothing for him.
The Chiefs was strong, unfortunately not strong enough. Found a couple in that round, or at least got close to a couple, but still. Madness kicking things off pretty strongly, coming down to the dying moments of that round, and you will say, you do have to agree that that was a pretty stern shutout from them. They had site control, everything was there for them. The bomb wasn't going down, but arguably could have been within the next 5-10 seconds. So all the same, a good attempt from Trinitas, some good picks early on, but Madness, they were there. They had the number, everything was dealt with from there on out. And you can't really fault them too much. I mean, it is, I know, I'm going to say it again, back to basics. It was very stock standard. It was the small checklist of things that were done, and ultimately then the round. The only change we are going to see, however, from Madness this round is Joe's going to bring Jackal to ultimately contest this heavy roam that we're seeing from Trinitas.
Yeah, it was the early couple of engagements. There was a bit of shift damage done, and ultimately that one early kill. That, I mean, it halted. I wouldn't say completely stalled out the progress of Madness, but it did slow them somewhat. And yeah, these minor changes across the board. Nopi on the Oryx, though. I mean, I'm excited to see what he makes happen with that.
Yeah, the Oryx did some good damage in our last game, so maybe he can be as relevant in this one as well. Hopefully using a little bit more than just the Reamer Dashes, maybe a hatch flank here or there. I've yet to see one of those really go huge. So maybe Trinitas can make it work. They're getting some drones Enlo there inside of the Z-Hall. It's going to be taking down some of that early information for Madness. But with the Jackal in play, obviously they're going to have a lot more than just the drones to play with. Obviously the footsteps are there. Joe can see those. He has 3 tracks to play with. So could get the early information if he wanted to on Enlo here. However, I think they sort of know relatively where he has gone to. The track is going to come out. First ping to come here as well. Has now been tagged. Obviously he has backed off. But no, actually, sorry, he's inside a classroom. It looked like he was top freezer. He's getting aggressive, but he's going to get away, and that's unfortunate. For Madness, Trinitas, well played.
Relocation of Div coming in to help. Enlo will find that massive kill on the Joe. No more Inox scan for him. And it puts Madness at a bit of a deficit here. The pings, though, are going to be good floaty. Well and truly exposed. The drone just saw his shoulder. That's all they needed to take him out of that top freezer's position. Shiva on the hunt, fully acknowledging there could be some presence, and there is. In fact, unfortunately, it's too little too late as Div has relocated himself well and truly out of danger. Not almost a minute before. And we can see on our screens, player over towards Garage, who I believe is going to be Div, of course, looking for that late round pitch.
Yeah, the fact that he's retaken in the Garage is going to be a huge issue here for Madness, provided they actually find out that he is in that spot. But that's even if they find out that that's where he is. I mean, Madness in a 3v4, it's definitely doable here for them, but it's going to be difficult. They so close to spotting that out there for Ysera. Unfortunately, he's not going to see that. Nosnol, I believe, is the one getting aggressive. But the Armor Clone doesn't even bait Div out. This is great trigger discipline from him. All these sound cues, and he's opting not to peek any of them. But there we go. From, I believe, top main, Enlo to find Shibnuts there, walking down Freezer. Envy, he's going to knife the air there, a little bit of style, but no frag. Ultimately, the boost to try and give back some of that lost health, but there you go. Ysera for a very late trade. And only 40 seconds left. Trinitas, they have the man advantage, but Madness, they could still get this done, Panther.
Popping the hatch, trying to provide a bit of misinformation and try and find an angle to relocate. Envied still has the nano boost left in play, but the health is not ideal. And toxic canisters have stored things out. There is one in the back pocket. Ysera's just going to charge straight on through. Look to find an angle onto anyone. Nade, prepped and ready. There is a player prone, waiting to receive. Somehow Ysera stays alive, swings aggressively onto that freezer door. The shotgun is going to be out for Nosnol, but it's a big couple of kills. It's down to the final 7, but unfortunately Ysera caught sprinting. Div, he's just going to hold himself for now, but no! Envy denied on the clock.
That was so close. That could have been really bad for Trinitas there, but Madness, they found some huge kills walking through freezers. Those nades, so well placed, actually completely displacing all of the crossfires that were being held, allowing them to get deep into freezer there. Unfortunately for Ysera, caught on the sprint, found by Div, and then ultimately the round going in favor of the defense. But I would still say that Madness could have definitely won that, given how close they were. A couple more seconds and we could have seen that be a completely different outcome, but Trinitas, they finally locked down downstairs, and Madness now, they're going to have a chance at going at the top floor. However, Pulse in play here from Enlo would be a little bit of an indicator, Blue Panda, that we might be seeing a full kitchen roam here from Trinitas, and maybe even a master extension now that Nosnol has put that rotate into the walk-in wardrobe.
I would imagine. But I mean, yeah, this is that innovation that I was talking about. It is going to be the M1014 pulse as well, which we've seen used to varying success over the last couple of months. I have no doubt that Enlo, with the help of Nosnol, could make not just the shotguns, but the nitro cells do some real work.
The nitros are going to be probably one of the biggest points of focus here for Trinitas. Play off of that explosive utility, obviously with the Pulse, Enlo providing all of that information for Nosnol. It's going to be a big sort of combo here for Trinitas to rely on, but it doesn't actually look like Madness are too interested on the master side of things, other than obviously the Zofia, Ysera at top main on the highway window. That is pretty much the only player from Madness that we see on the east side of the map. The rest of Madness, they're all on the other side. They're taking through Shower Hall towards bottom white, some nades from below. I mean, Nosnol takes a little bit of damage there, but other than that, yeah, Madness are not interested at all on that east side. But that's going to change things up, and with Enlo going down, proning under the window for some reason, That is an insane kill to find early on. That is the cardiac sensor and the nitro.
Unfortunately, that's both nitros gone as Floaty can't quite escape through the breach. Nopi trying to cover where he can. But this massive investment from Ysera so far has absolutely gutted and crippled Trinitas' defense. Neither player actually on the site. Ysera wants out by the headshot. Div for 2 though. They lose 1 but gain 2 back. Roku and Shibanuts now have to work for the clutch. Roku on the plant, the head, spotted. Div in danger but gets the kill. Luckily for Roku, he's just as cracked as his teammates. And Madness will just escape the loss there.
Oh, very close round for Madness again off the back of some solo clutch play. I mean, if it doesn't get much closer than that, Panda, you do have to say. But, I mean, still, a round for Madness is a round for Madness. They're going to take it when it is given. And, I mean, a super great start there for them in that round, finding, I believe, 3 before the trade came out from Trinitas. And then Div sort of just, going to town on the top of White Stairs. But ultimately, the round in favour of Madness, very well done and touched out in the end. Albeit, Trinitas, they're going to go upstairs again. It was a close round, so, they're not too worried about giving it another go here. I mean, Madness started off on east, started off on west, worked their way over to east, and did a lot of damage on the way through. The nades from below not proving to be too fruitful. We saw a complete flip almost. Ysera obviously rotating onto those sort of middle jump out repels, as well as the master repel, finding, I believe, 2 or 3 kills even for himself. But even still, the way they had that set up and the way they rotated around it was super good from them, and well, ultimately almost won them. Did win them that round. What am I saying? But yeah, Trinitas, a little bit of a change up. We've seen the implementation of a couple new shields and the Legion to the lineup. So the Oryx is going to be lost in translation, but all the same, you think that it's maybe going to be more beneficial?
I don't know, we'll have to see. But, I mean, like I said, the innovation is something that has really shone for Southeast Asia. They've proved that, round to round, they can make those little changes that might upset their opponents and give them a bit of an advantage. So I have no doubt in my mind that these changes will throw some spanner in the works, and not to mention the kill on the Joe there. They will have to, however, contest with Ysera on this Ying. They do have the Jaeger, but just the Jaeger, no Wehrmite. So there is going to be plenty to clear out for them. And once again, I respect the aggression and the setup from the rotate into the walk-in wardrobe, but okay. So that was a very, very dangerous situation that Trinitas somehow get away with.
Not too sure how that pays off for them, but I mean, they're going to be happy that it did. Madness down a player and only half a round really left to play with. I mean, minute 50 is going to turn into a minute 30 very quickly after all the droning is done that is going to be required to reaggress onto this bomb site. I believe Div may have been spotted there. However, the pre-fire a little bit too slow there from Shibanut, so the kill not to come. But Madness, a little bit of a stall out from them here. They're not quite too sure what to do. Opening up the master breach is going to be their first point of contact, but 3-story tower is going to be the main point of contention here for Ysera, missing those shots. So important, and Div taking down Shibanuts as well. Madness, this is not looking good for them at all.
Candela primed and ready. Just want confirmation that Ysera can go for the throw. He's going to half cook it and unfortunately falls through the hatch down into meeting. Addict, it will be eaten, unfortunately. Has 2 more remaining, trying to clear out what utility they can. But unfortunately, with the reset timer on that ADS rapidly approaching, they might find themselves in a bit of trouble. Edlow finds himself in be called as well, double in the round. And it is on to Ysera and Roku to clutch up. Big guns in play to do it, though.
They got the ability, 40 seconds left. The Ying and Hibana, Roku already proving he can get 4 when they're needed, and this is definitely the time that they are going to be required to rotate to the main breach. Doesn't necessarily know that there is a player close by. However, that, I don't think being a vaultable hole is going to make things difficult. It's going to force their hand onto where they can aggress the site here, especially with the one on the flank, not even from the meeting hash. Enlo to take down Ysera and Roku very quickly in a 1 versus 5 with only 20 seconds left. Div with the swing. He's not going to find one. Look at the players all walking through. Trophy, Nofi's there. Trinitas with another flawless. They're second in the series, and they're going to equalize once again.
Really impressive stuff, and we wondered how it would go going to their map pick, of course. And Trinitas, they've shown that they're capable already in the first half here on Oregon. 2-2 the scoreline. But I mean, at the moment, you know, Proto in the competitive spectrum for Oregon, I mean, what side does it fall on? Is it more defender-sided, you'd argue, or with the shift that happened at the beginning of the year, that it's become more of a 50-50 playground?
Yeah, I mean, with the meta shift that came at the start of the year, I mean, we've seen the implementation of a lot more LMG sort of aggressive style of play, obviously with Finca and Sophia being as prominent as they are, and we've definitely seen those operators being used pretty much every round religiously by both teams. Oregon has definitely fallen into that more 50-50 play style where anything can happen. Obviously, before those LMG buffs, before the introduction of Flores, defense was pretty much the favored side, but Oregon now has sort of gone 50-50. It has really sort of switched up, and teams are seeing a lot more success on the attacking side as opposed to what we were seeing traditionally. So it's good to see that Trinitas are keeping things even here, but I mean, it's pretty expected, given that they started on defense, to walk away with the half, especially on traditional Oregon. So whether or not they keep up those standards and walk away with the 4-2 here is going to be the big question, because, as I said, attack has become a lot easier given that this aggressive style of play has come out. I mean, that is even more now emphasized with the pick of Blitz here from Ysera.
You got to wonder at the mental state. Madness, obviously, they're 2-2 at the moment. They are being contested quite heavily, but for Ysera to be comfortable enough to pick up the Blitz here in round 5 speaks to where they obviously are mentally and how comfortable they feel. Enlo the first to fall in the round, courtesy of Shiba Nuts. But I mean, you've also got to remember Ysera, almost a prodigy of one of the most famous Shield players in the world, being Luna Metal.
Yeah, having him on the Blitz is quite scary, but we're yet to see Blitz do anything for Madness. Every time it has been played, obviously, Shiba Nuts gave it a go. Ysera now to sort of bring up the rear on that Blitz and see if he can do anything with it. It has got into a bit of a gunfight here, however. Hipfire obviously not proving to be as fruitful as it once was back when you get ADS at the speed of sound. But still, Madness, they've got the opening pick and let it go down. The Legion being taken off the board early as well is going to make Ysera's life a lot easier when it comes to the end of the round, when he is forced into pushing out some of these players downstairs, given that not many of those Legion mines are going to be available. We do hear a couple of them going off in the background, but again, that is just slowly taking away that utility that is going to be shutting down him directly. So Madness have actually set themselves up pretty well here for this sort of mid to late round. They do need to find one more kill. The Zed King is there. The swing is going to actually come out from Div, which is an interesting choice. However, he's going to get away down Freezer. Joe not to find that frag, and only a minute left of play.
Drone capture there. Actually, no, that wasn't even captured. That was still their drone. I think maybe it was in the process of being captured. Either way,
It was in the, yeah.
Either way, it's a drone dead. Joe is responsible, whether or not he's culpable to his team, it doesn't matter. Envy Cool, though, will find himself dead, unfortunately, at the hands of Div. So no more Finca going to the later stages of the round, hitting the final 40. It's a 4 versus 4. 2 toxic canisters remaining, which means that there is plenty of utility to cut off these pushes coming. And Ysera's just going to straight drop into E-Box, somehow escape that deadly toxic gas. Swings one way, he's going to go for the play, hit fire out, and he's going to go for the beatdown instead. Ysera somehow clips it with the hit fire. There is a player tucked in behind that half wall. Do they know? It doesn't look like they do, but the nade from Joe finds Nos. Null Div tucked it in the corner to be shut down by Roku yet again. Ysera finishes him off. That's 2 for him, but mostly just picking up other teammates' investments. Roku falls, and it's all on Ysera. No time! He's whipped the play! And somehow Trinitas have won it on the clock again.
Bit of a questionable end round there from Madness. They had the Blitz in sight. Could have gone for the safe plant. They had enough of that back wall, single wall on Pillar open to sort of play for the post plant from Pillar. Why Roku was running down Lights Hallway, questionable from Madness, to say the least. However, Trinitas, I mean, if you're Trinitas, you're going to be very happy that that was the case. Again, second round, 1 out on time here by them for their round count. And going into this final round of their defense half here, 4-2 is definitely on the cards. They're going to be opting to go to leading and kitchen. Sorry, not meeting and kitchen, dining and kitchen, as opposed to meeting and kitchen, which again, not usually the site you see of the two. Most teams tend to prefer the meeting side, but again, this is a completely different region, and the teams make do a lot better with the sites, given the adaptions they make mid-game, which is something, again, you do have to commend them for. The adaptions mid-game from all of these teams is just insane. I mean, Trinitas, compared to map number 1, they've already got more rounds on the board than they did in the previous, and they are already looking a lot better form-wise. So far on Oregon here. But again, this is a map that we've seen them do well on in the past. As I mentioned at the start, 7-1 to them in the previous play day against Success. So you've got to take that into consideration. Madness, they're kind of letting the bag fumble a little bit here on map 2.
Yeah, look, losing 2 rounds of the clock is never great for the mental, but I mean, they have the chance to equalise up, which is sort of where we expected the cards to fall. Things already coming out, and Joe to start reaching the floor in small tower to provide those top-down angles and cut out anyone close on the angle. But Enlo, who is having a stunning game for themselves, will take down Shibanuts and continue to shut him down.
Yeah, Shibanuts has definitely been pretty much directly taken down and pressured this game. I mean, 2 and 6 is a complete contrast to his 15 even of the previous game, but still, that does tend to happen sometimes. You usually may see players have a good game, then a bad game. Sometimes just how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. But with Doc on the board, Floaty's going to return back to pretty much full HP, and that is already some good utility usage on the board here for Trinitas. Madness have come to a little bit of a stall inside a small tower. The Osa has been brought in to set up that bathroom cross and hold that position down, but impacts not actually in the hands of Div. I lie. Enlo is going to be the one with the impact, so they're going to have to try and clear the Osa shield if they want to do anything in terms of retaking into small tower. But the utility is sort of running a little bit dry here for Madness. They still have to get the main wall. Ysera obviously has the Osa shield to play off of, but with Embiid going down, the swing from Nope, he's good for 2, refragged by Joe, but the damage is done. And 2 versus 4 for Madness and Trinitas. They want this 4-2 half.
Joe will find one more, looking for everything, and finds 2 for his trouble. It's on the Roku to clutch. He's got too many angles to cover. Pixel's there. He's got to take the time and reload, but he's got a minute to play with him, brother. That's the terrifying prospect of it all. There is room to regroup. If he finds the one isolated pick, knows that there's one in showers, decides better of it for now. He's playing the mind games, trying to divide and conquer if possible. He is in the site. He's got so much time to work with. He's going to get aggressive in behind showers. No, yes he does! And it will be a 4-2 half for Trinitas. But once again, Madness are the ones that allow themselves to lose the round. No one was covering the dining door.
Yeah. Again, it brings us back to the whole bag fumbled point. I mean, simple mistakes really being made here from Madness. I mean, looking at what we've seen in the previous rounds, again, that round, no one holding the dining door. Previous round, Habana not holding for the post-plant cross. That might have been something to do with the smoke that was sort of deployed there at the end by the Blitz, but whether or not that's the case, I guess we'll never know. But there, 2 mistakes already being made that have ultimately cost them rounds. I mean, yeah, 2 kills there that pretty much shouldn't have happened. Obviously, if you're a Trinitas fan, you're going to be happy that they did, but for Madness, that is a huge blow. Even mentally going into the second half. Yes, they're on defense now, so arguably things should be slightly different, but again, as we've already highlighted, Oregon's had a little bit of a switch up. So whether or not that is going to be the truth here for Madness and their defensive half is a big question, because as we've already seen from Trinitas so far, this is definitely a map that they are a lot more comfortable on as opposed to Chalet, which is a map that we hadn't seen from them until the last game. So Oregon, something that they're more comfortable on is obviously now showing to be something that they are genuinely comfortable on and they do enjoy playing. But Madness, they've got the chance to redeem themselves here. So the question is, can they do it on their defensive half? Because that's where they're going to have to, unless they want to go to OT, which they probably don't.
Yeah, look, I think ideally Madness want to do it in 2, knowing full well that they've got another best of 3 to play later tonight. One of the 4 that we'll be covering. It's going to be a long one. But right now, I mean, yeah, Madness hit over the defense, which is where they should be feeling that little bit more comfortable. getting aggressive on the Nope in the small tower. They want to meet Trinitas before they get the chance to enter the building, but the ping's coming through. They're going to reveal Envy's position right now, and Enlo wants to get his drone in on the equation as well. Wants that extra bit of information. Try and flush out these defensive players, and they will spot the rotate through into security. Enlo knows that he can start chasing on through Kitchen. A lot of players from Trinitas looking to get aggressive, but in a separated manner.
Yeah, Envid is going to go down, but in the process burns a minute of time and clears a few drones off the board from Trinitas. Roku's there for at least a trade on the Enlo, losing the buck as well in Oregon for a top floor hold. Is a huge loss for Trinitas. Madness, I mean, they still have one player off site. Roku has to get back safely, so that is another sort of point of contention here for Trinitas. That is now another possible minute that's going to be wasted droning him out due to the fact that he is on the bottom floor and his position is not sort of general knowledge. But with Ysera finding one on a Nos Knoll as well, things look to be a little bit easier for Madness here. They have the man advantage, and they obviously still have that upper advantage in terms of positioning. I mean, a little bit of an unfortunate turn of events there, the Yarnaclone being friendly nated, but still Panda a minute and 16 left is a lot of time for the attack to play with.
You got to respect as well Div's involvement in the matchup so far. 10-3 for himself. He's been a real standout player for Trinitas and could potentially be the spear here that they need to push on and take us to Theme Park. But right now, Toxic Canisters are going to start the play. There is 56 seconds in play though, so there's only 40 seconds coverable by Joe, which means Madness will have to force through with some gunfights to win it. Shibanuts falls back to the 3 versus 3, and Div on that window is going to be denied once again by the Toxic Canisters. Nobody pushing through Armory. Wants to find an alternate angle to shut things down, the things through. There's a player in Master Bedroom, Roku. That's some big damage, but misses the opportunity. Will confirm finally after the back and the rear Tanton and Floaty as well. Going to be cut off at the knees. Div dead. It's down to Joe, Ysera, and Roku. Possible. It was very possible given the health bars, but unfortunately Floaty couldn't line them up.
Yeah, look, big shame, but good attempt. You have to give it to them. If maybe Cade had gone down there, it could have been slightly different. The white cover, etc., etc. But it's how the cookie crumbles at the end of the day. Trinitas aren't going to walk away with that one. Madness are, and they're one round away from equalising. But now, given that top floor has been their dub, they are going to go down to the laundry and supply side, the basement of Oregon. And interestingly enough, Shibanuts on the Ella is something that is going to be scary. Whether or not he's bringing the FO12 or the Scorpion, it is going to be the Scorpion. So no FO12 shenanigans today. The skill cannon not being brought out, but albeit Ella on the bottom floor.
One could argue that's almost scarier in the hands of Shibanuts.
It is, yeah, and Shibanuts with the Scorpion, that is something that you do want to be a lot more scared of, probably. And I mean, that is one of a very few list of players that you want to be scared when they have the Scorpion, but Shibanuts is insane, and he's probably going to prove to us why he is insane again, once more, this round with Ella. Obviously, the shield is something that they're probably bringing her for, but she still has a pretty good kit. Obviously, those Gushmot mines are obviously sound cues as well as they are disorienting stuns, so useful in both aspects for the defense, especially in the latter parts of the round, you know, pushing into the site completely sort of disorientated, you can't see anything, obviously is a good thing for the defense as opposed to the attack. So, you know, 50-50 on whether or not they're going to pay off as much as they hope. He has actually pocketed the shield at the moment, which is interesting. Maybe he's got to put that down still in terms of his setup. But Madness, they're looking to bunker pretty hard on the bottom floor, minus one player upstairs. So Trinitas, maybe they spend that minute droning again. Hopefully they don't lose that time like they did in the previous round. But again, here's that.
He's still got it in pocket, ironically enough. Shibanuts is holding onto that shield for dear life. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to see the jiggle peek with the shield for information before he commits to the kill. And unfortunately, it's not going to matter. It will remain in pocket and out of play for the rest of the round. Unfortunate.
Yeah, shame to see the shield go down, but more of a shame to see Shibanuts go down and really not having a good game here on map 2. 2-8 is just not what we were expecting from him. All the same, Trinitas, a great pick to find at the start. Madness now, obviously, in that deficit. Got to make the switch up and hopefully find a kill to equalise. But Trinitas, they've made some good time. Half the round gone. Hatches and freezers starting to be opened up. Obviously, the opening pick in their favour as well. Div, so close to losing his head on that angle from inside of the freezer. But He's going to live for the time being, and the hatch is going to be opened as well here in just a
It's
moment. There we go.
painful.
Oh, but all the same, Trinitas, they got some good setup for this late round, Panda.
A little bit painful there to watching the hatch go down, but he's finally committed. And yeah, the positioning is pretty phenomenal. The only problem being there are still 4 players waiting to receive them, and there are some capable fraggers as well. Joe on the smoke with Ysera to back him up. 2 very, very potent machine guns in play. Ysera going to cop a bit of damage from that wayward nade, courtesy of Floaty, who's now deep into freezer. Looking to push towards the lockers, but the tag to come through once again, and that nano boost, meaning that every single member of Trinitas is incredibly healthy. The smokes as well, looking to cover that plant if possible. Joe envied, incredibly damaged off the tail end of that sudden engagement. This is going to get dicey. Enlo's just going to push on through. Ysera falls as well. It's just completely being eaten up right now. How has this been allowed to happen? Floaty finds even more. He's going to go down. Will be finished off by Roku, who gets himself 2 before falling to the nade. Joe has to clutch up big here. He hasn't got much health to do it. Spots the player, but the player on elbow there to shut him down, and it's all coming apart here for Madness on Oregon.
Yeah, Madness are not having a good time at all on Oregon. Trinitas are surgically pulling this defense apart. Their attack was also absolutely insane. I mean, a 4-2 half. Now they're going to find their first round on the attack, but still Madness, they are not having a good time, especially Shibanuts. I mean, 2 and 8, especially coming off the back of that first game. Mental is going to be a big question here for them, but I mean, Trinitas on Oregon, I said it at the start, they looked really good on it previous play days, and here they are just providing the goods. I mean, they're leading right now, and given that the first game was a 7-2, it is interesting that they are now in the lead 5-3, especially due to the fact that it was speculated by ourselves, Blue Panda, that Madness were just sort of going to make things happen here on Oregon, but given what the scoreline currently is, that is not the case at all.
No, Trinitas largely dictating the pace, and I mean the wild thing is you think about these 2 rounds that were won on the clock down in the 1v1s. It could be a vastly different story. It could be Madness that are up 5-3 at the moment, if not for those rounds, and that it does not paint a pretty picture.
No, it definitely doesn't, unfortunately, for the narrative that is Madness Esports right now, but maybe they can change that. Maybe these 2 rounds are theirs for the taking. They need to see some more in the frag departments of Shibanuts. He needs to sort of start finding some of those kills and doing some more damage, because currently he's being shut down perfectly by Trinitas, and it is just so unfortunate to see given how pivotal he was in game number 1, but all the same. Now, for round number 9 on the Cade inside of the site, hopefully can do some damage, but I mean Trinitas, they have good control. I mean, look, 2 players already in the main lobby. This could be direct aggression through split. They just gone 6's door down and send it, but it looks like they want to play for Z here. Maybe one of the roamers could be the point of contention for them. Jackal in play, could get a track on this Jaeger, but there's other footprints to play with in the Inox track. It's gonna get Jaeger.
I mean, the wild thing is Nostal has yet to find a kill here on Oregon. So there is a player who isn't contributing in the kill department. Yes, doing his job when it comes to support and providing those, you know, on the smoke as well on the defense. So he's doing their job, but not finding the frags, which speaks to just how well Trinitas are bringing these rounds back, that they have won outright. And I mean, they just, you look at the thoroughness that they are proving in this attack. They are covering their bases. They're looking desperately, making sure that there's no real threat of a flank, and they found Envy to kick things off. And that is another part of the puzzle off the board. Joe has to step up in a big way. Does he find the flank? He's about to lose his head. Finds the head of Nostal, who unfortunately will die for a 7th round in a row. It's going to come apart here even further as Roku finds death at the hands of Enlo.
Joe is there to answer back. We'll take down Floaty. 3 versus 3. Definitely more doable than it was 20 seconds ago. But Div to take down Joe on the trade now. Shibanuts and Ysera. The 2 versus 3. 2 big fraggers for this team. Definitely have the ability to get the job done. The swing from the Malusi is going to be fruitful though. Nopi to go down. The player inside of security spotted now on the drone. It's going to force Shibanuts to move. And Div has a good position to maybe try and even go for this bomb plant here, but Shibanuts has got the headset on the right way. He's going to hear that player, takes him down with a swift headshot as well. The crossfiring kitchen set up, and Ysera is there. Madness, they're going to clutch that one out. Finally, a little bit more spring in their step.
Oh, that came close though. That was dangerously close at the end. But I mean, yeah, look, it's Ysera. He rarely loses those opportunities presented to him, and of course he takes it, and he cleans it up. And Shiba Nuts. Let's just talk about it. The TCSG headshot ripping the head off. That was big. That was exactly when he needed to come back to form.
Nice little flick. You love to see it. You really do. Hopefully that can be sort of a pattern that we see now emerging from him for the remainder of this game. But Ysera really putting in the yards with Joe, 10 and 12, 22 between them for Madness, really sort of just holding them above the water here. I mean, Trinitas are circling, and I mean, that round could have definitely been theirs quite easily, albeit some pretty big plays from the Madness side. So they are one round closer to equalizing, but Blue Panda 5-4. Trinitas are still in the lead. We are going to see Shibanuts go back on that Ella. The shield, will it be used this round? That is the question that everyone wants to know. Will the shield go down?
Last reinforcement being placed here by Roku. I don't know
shield?
if that... Oh, no, this is now... Oh, that's not good. The shield may be in play, but they have miscalculated severely on the reinforcement, so they're going to have to sacrifice one of them. And I believe it was to get the elbow wall reinforced, but they cannot pull off that angle now. If they start to get contested, they've got to hold on for dear life.
They do. I do think that where those Rios have actually gone to is security wall. All three in there are reinforced, and actually 3 meat jammers dedicated to that position for Envy. So definitely a heavy emphasis on freezer control for Madness this round, due to the fact that it was a heavy part of their undoing in the previous. All the same, Trinitas got the Osa in play. They look like they maybe want to just completely ignore it this round and go for a blue main split. The Ying obviously from Enlo as well. However, Osa the only player down by blue at the moment. Will swap out Ella there, so the brief fires are available for his teammate. However, the RG-15 will spot the head. Is he going to find the kill though? No, he's going to back off from Pillar. A bit of a slow start, but still some really good control for Trinitas. They're already getting the hatch above. They have backstairs control, and they are outside blue poised and ready. But the mid floor is pretty much all theirs to play with now.
Doing a good job of cleaning out some of these angles and providing themselves the opportunity. And Madness must be a little bit stressed after the fact, given that, I mean, this round has been taken so uncontested by Trinitas. Shibanuts as well. Going to be tagged up in his position, knows that this is not entirely contestable. Might just have to tuck his way in, but the shield there from Old Novi is providing so much information. Once it's ready to push on through the toxic canister gas, they'll be good. You can hear it going down. The drones as well. They know where Shibanuts is. He is in a dangerous wee spot.
Yeah, especially with only a minute left to play. They're going to force something here, and whether or not that is onto the position of Shiba is going to be the big question. He's got a big job to do here. The smokes to come out to cover the drop into E-Box, I'd imagine. However, nope, he's pretty much completely blinded by his own smoke. He's going to be forced to drop on in. Ysera to open things up. A big kill on the Nox Knoll. Habana to go down, but however, blue now forfeit. It's going to allow Div to cross into the site. The LMG from bottom main doing some big damage. However, the misnade's going to force him out into the open. Joe, he's defining, but the plan's going down. Enlo's there, but huge kills on the board. Ysera Shiba is there for one of their own. Envy to finish things out. What a round from Madness to answer back, only losing one player.
Composure is key. And Floaty just blew his composure. The bad nade. I mean, it was a salvageable round. They could have found a couple of kills, but the bad nade off the washing machine forced him out of position, meant there was no support for Div, and it just came apart from there. Finding ourselves now at 5-5, Proto. We are guaranteed a maximum regulation, if not overtime as well.
If it's any map to go to OT, it'll be this one, I would imagine. I don't think if we do get to theme, I don't think it'll be an OT map, but I mean, as I said, Trinitas, pretty scary on Oregon, and they're definitely living up to that. But Madness, I mean, they brought it back. They found those 2 rounds that they were sort of missing. They've had that time to sort of, you know, adjust and make the changes that are required. And they're definitely making them work. I mean, we've seen some small iterations here and there, but other than that, this is going to be the real test, though. This is the site that they lost twice, and Sorry, I believe only once. But either way, Madness going to have to go big here. This could be where they find match point for themselves and ultimately the upper hand, or at least slight upper hand. But Trinitas, I mean, they've been doing some good work themselves on Oregon so far, so this could be the round for them. But again, 5-5, it could be OT, and if it is going to be any map, it will be Oregon.
Well, right now, this is primed to be probably one of the most chaotic rounds I think we've seen so far. Already pushing in, they want to get big tower control, they want to start contesting attic as well. Claymores galore, given that there are now 2 of them available to Nopi, means that he can do a large portion of this flank watch himself. It does help that they've got Enlo there as well.
Yeah, it does. I mean, Enlo with the air jab. You can always pair them together as well. Claymore paired with the air jab is always something that is a possibility. It was shown in the teaser trailer, albeit not something you usually see. However, an interesting Maverick hole here from Div. Whether or not that is able to be vaultable or not, I'm not sure if that is the general consensus or at least idea of what they're going for. However, the prone angle to be opened up, that's more of the standard way that you see teams play this angle. But albeit a minute and a half spent to get this wall opened up, and it isn't quite open just yet. There you go. It's going to be for the Zof hole. So no real ADS. Div's going to make his way in. Possibly going to play to clear this pit player out as quick as they can. But Trinitas, a little bit of a slower round from them this time. Madness sort of just waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, sometimes that is just the way it goes. But right now, the utility dump towards pit is the play, and a team kill on to Enlo is going to make this a dangerous prospect for Trinitas. Unfortunately, Cross, make sure you cover your bases there. The Thunderbird in play, we didn't even get to touch on that, is going to prove just as potent for Madness right now. You got to make sure you cover your crosses. You don't want to be taking out teammates like that heading to the final minute. What should have been a situation where it was a 5-on-5 is now a 5-on-4 at your own hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an unfortunate turn of events for Trinitas. We don't even see them having any real control to show for the hardships that they have sort of gone through. I mean, other than Div finding one from inside a pit, 2 make it now, shipping up to go down as well. Actually, an insane sort of set of plays. Sarah at least to equalize on the floaty, but I mean, Div finding those 2 kills inside of attic is going to be huge open here for Trinitas. 30 seconds left to play with. They have to go for the execute, but the crossfires for Madness are there. Will be spotted out on the drone, Joe. No toxic canister to play with. Div is going to be found by Ysera, but the swing from the player of Trinitas. Joe with the shotgun to confirm, and now all of what's left of Madness converted to a knock-and-roll. Rode through the one to make it final. Madness, they're going to take match point from the back end. And Trinitas are now put on the back foot.
He's just so good. Joe with the 360 whips out the M590 and finds the pot shot into the chest of Floaty. I mean, Trinitas are going to be kicking themselves after that round. I mean, the timing on everything was fantastic. They took attic wall, they were getting themselves into pit, and then all of a sudden Enlo just gets caught in the crossfire, shot in the back of the head. They find themselves in play deficit. I couldn't say whether or not it would have been a different story if Enlo had remained alive, but I mean, it can't hurt.
It definitely can't, but the one thing that is going to hurt Blue Panda is if Trinitas lose this game, given the lead that they had found themselves. Madness come back from the ashes, look good to possibly take this 7-5, provided they can win meeting here. But I mean, we've seen them do it once, they do it again. That is the big question for this possible final round. If not, obviously we are going to see an OT, but again, another big question. Will we see that OT? Can Trinitas make it? They've switched off the Hibana for the Ace. Oster being employed by Novi. Twitch as well for Enlo. No Jackal, which is an interesting switch up. But again, as we've mentioned, huge adaptability from these teams. And I mean, Div, not even adaptability, just sheer raw fragging power. 15 and 8 for his team. He does genuinely have pretty big backpack on right now. Enlo with 9 as well. No sheer feat for him, but Madness, they're looking good to make something happen. Joe and Ysera both on 14, so I mean, a bit of a heater for them at the moment.
Yeah, look, we always knew that they were a team, and those players in particular were the ones capable of showing up on game day. They did for Invictus a number of times. But now it's a different story, it's a different playing field, and they've got these young gunners to try and pop up with themselves. But I mean, Div as well, 15 and 8. Unfortunately, as I was just about to highlight Div's, the performance so far this match, we saw Enlo as well lose his last drone.
Yeah, Enlo losing those drones early, not great, especially when there hasn't been much utility cleared by said drones. I mean, for Trinitas, that's not great. The Madness, obviously, that's awesome. Having to not deal with those Twitch drones is going to be big. But, I mean, look at the positioning right now for Trinitas. They have 4 players over towards the big tower side. The Maverick obviously going to work on the wall. Green tower being a point of contention. They have 1 player watching the stairs in the attic. But burn to come through now. Obviously, Joe being close by, he's going to be able to grab a lot of those grenades. Unfortunately, the double burn there is going to force him to back off just a little bit. But that one ADS is going to catch that final grenade from Div, and now the wall's still electrified. Trinitas, they might be forced into a bit of an unfortunate situation here unless they can get the utility off the wall.
Well, it's Enlo to find the first kill of the round. Envied falls, unfortunately not able to cover that cross in the way that he needs to, but Shibanut's above, still looking to deny that push in to connect. And Joe as well, the next to fall from Nos, finally gets himself on the board as we are sitting on our 12th round of play. Ysera, though, from Zulu, this position could be key from him, and Shibanut's playing from above as well. TCSG, and he just pulls off the angle at the worst possible time. Ysera, though, he's not going to miss his opportunity. Div falls. The drop down into the side. TCSG, is it there? No. But luckily, Roku is going to find one as well. 2 versus 3. The older 5.56 and the MP5 to try and clutch up the swing. Pulls off the plant, but he swings that out to Nos. No, the Elder is there. Good for one more. Roku has to clutch this one up. Holds Mouse one on the long angle, but unfortunately, it is not enough for a kill. He's going to have to reload and play for time. And, just missing the opportunity with the evil eye there. And the relocate has happened. Now Proto as the post plant is in play.
Could have done some damage with that evil eye. Unfortunately, can't quite get on it fast enough. Now needs to find 2 players in 30 seconds to make something happen. Doesn't have any information to play off of. He needs to go for the face checks here, but Enlo is there from inside of Classroom for the cover on the bomb, and he's going to be able to close this round out. We are going to overtime. Madness so close to getting the job done. That evil eye, had it been seconds sooner, would have definitely made that a Madness round, but those are the mistakes, unfortunately, that you see sometimes in the heat of the moment. Trinitas hold on for one more, and they actually get to start things off on defense. Panda, kids' bedroom and dorms is where they're going to attempt their first round on OT. Madness put back on attack. This is definitely shaping up to be interesting.
Oh, dear. Well, I mean, Trinitas... I mean, I would hesitate to say it was a heavily Trinitas-sided half on their defense. A lot of their wins, two of their wins, half of their wins, 50% of their wins came from time. And a significant misplay from Madness, who were insistent on forcing the blitz into play. So I think now we're in overtime, and they've realised that not only have they had the first wake up from the first map, but they've had 2 additional ones here on Oregon. So you'd hope that come overtime, they're going to stop potentially taking these risky options.
I mean, you'd hope. It's shaping up to get interesting here for them. They, statistically speaking, yeah, I mean, 50% of rounds have just not gone their way, but Trinitas, now that they get the defense side, could definitely shut this out here. It's a scary prospect for Madness, given how well they played on Chalet. I mean, from a 7-2 to OT now is not the best in terms of, well, longevity. You know, they may have to play another game this evening, but it's just not looking great, Panda. It really isn't for them, especially with Shibanut still 4-10, yet to find any traction for himself, but we'll see how it goes. Enlo to fall, but with the team kill from Joe in the process, not too sure how that happened, and Maverick going down, as well as one of your top fraggers, Ysera. That is not great.
Yeah. Just seems to be these unfortunate events plaguing Madness. Luckily for them, though, it's not the end of the world. There is no breach denial whatsoever, but they do lose Envy as well. Div continuing to have this massive showing so far on Oregon. 16 and 9 for himself, and he's not done just yet, I would imagine. Luckily, yeah. Oh no, they lose. Whoa! Good night.
Ooh.
Okay, so they lose one, but then Shivanites absolutely obliterates their top fragger. And all of a sudden, Proto, I was going to say Cthulhu, he's off doing other things tonight. He's back on Sunday. But Proto, this is within doable territory.
Yeah, 2v3, it's something that has been pulled off already from these teams, and definitely something that could be pulled off yet again here, but Trinitas have good positions in these final moments. Hospital takes a lot of damage close on that door from the repel, actually within 1 health. Trinitas forced the first smoke here for the defense. However, Shibana still has to worry about Attic being a point of contention. No, looks away at the wrong time. Nopi is going to take a little bit of damage in terms of that frag. However, the kill not to come out. And Madness, they need to find 3. Roku has already found a 4K clutch. Can he make a 3K clutch? Nosnol on low HP. Nopi as well. He's going to opt for the rotate to Shower Hall here. Going to try and force up White. No, double window actually, Panda. This is going to be a difficult feat to pull off.
But he has already burnt the Toxic Canister, so Nosnol has limited to no denial. And if we can see, I mean, 1 pick here would transition to this doable territory. Pings and Or knows that there's one in walk-in, which means that Nos is isolated. Effectively a 2 versus 1 right now. 23 seconds, he is going to burn the Saria Gate. I would imagine there's a pretty lethal cross in play at the moment. Just want someone to swing him, want something for 13 seconds left in play. He might just do the smart thing and hold off. Not going to force the issue, just going to wait and bide his time. And they seem to have every idea that he's rotated yet. Do what you need to, just waste time, bait it out, talk with the team, and try go for the 14th round.
Trinitas, they hold on from almost the deficit. It is unfortunate that we have seen it come to this, but I mean, I said it at the start, Trinitas team on Oregon, definitely dangerous. The TAC boys is going to be called by Madness, which I'm surprised we didn't see sooner, Panda, if I'm being completely honest from them. Yeah, it's probably one of the best times for them to pull out this TAC boys here, but they've got defense. Kid Storms is where they're looking like they want to set up for this possible final round from them. But yeah, round 14 is obviously going to be 15 rather, is going to be where it all ends if they can take it to that max OT, because Trinitas have definitely put up a huge fight on this second map. I mean, going into this, it was definitely looking like Madness were all over it, but given how this has played out now in the latter parts of this game, I mean, compared to what we saw in Chalet, this is just completely different from Trinitas. I mean, it is almost a complete role reversal, but again, that is probably why we haven't seen Chalet from them in the past. This is a map that they thrive on.
Yeah, indeed. That's a pretty safe argument to be making, honestly, and you just got to feel like Madness should be a team competing with the top. They should be right up there, just behind Invictus and Renatus. Now Rooster GG, obviously. But they seem to get so hung up on these teams, which, I mean, not to discount them. We are not discounting Trinitas at all, but they seem to get hung up on these teams that would be considered lesser than them.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at previous games, I mean, as you mentioned at the start, Madness losing 2 maps to Invictus, obviously something that we can't really be comparative with, given that it is Invictus, one of the power teams of our region. But Trinitas, they are really doing work here against Madness on Oregon. Yes, this is map 2, and yes, Madness do have that 1 map buffer, and if it does go to 3rd map, well, again, it is a map that we haven't seen from Trinitas, and given how we saw Chalet pan out, we'd most likely, I don't want to say we will, I'd most likely say Madness would walk away that one with a pretty indicative scoreline of, yes, this is a map that we are comfortable on. But Trinitas, they thrive on these basic maps. They like the basics. They did that even when they were no use talking. I mean, Clubhouse, Oregon, Cafe were their bread and butter. And I mean, it is really looking like that is the case here again for them on Oregon. But they are, interestingly enough, being the first team this evening to bring the Monty out to play. Enlo, 11 and 10. He's going to be busting out Montagna. to attempt to do some damage here with that shield. Maybe for the early plant game, Trinitas could pull that off. But Madness, I mean, they got the smoke in play on Joe, and we've seen him do really good things with that smoke. So whether or not Monty is a good choice here for Enlo, it's going to be a big question.
Indeed, we should see it answered soon. This Monty now into play, and Enlo's going to start marching on towards the site. They could gain some big ground off the back of it if they play their cards right. Just taking Armory control. The Armory cam going to be popped as well. And that gives them a foothold, not just into Armory, but into Master Bedroom and Trophy as well.
They've got some good control. Monty obviously providing all the information in the world on these roamers top floor. Floaty's going to take a lot of damage on that run out there from Envy, but obviously having Enlo in the door here is providing so much information for Trinitas. They know that the player close by to blow off the Master Wall has actually rotated off and backed away into a secondary position. So Ystera now being forced away. That is going to be big, but here we go. The push right on through. Enlo is already deep inside of Attic. He's going to be able to tell his teammate that pit is clear as well, and I don't actually think Madness have any clue that he's in this current position, and he's actually going to go deeper into the site to try and get some more information. He's going to spot the player at the top of wide, obviously with the traces, but the diffuser has been switched around. Noxnol, obviously in this position, has a lot of ability to deny so much, and Nopi to find Envy as well. Panda, this is not looking good for Madness in the slightest.
Not at all. The plant should be coming down. Nitro ripped there from Shibanats. I don't think it's going to connect onto anyone. That window popping is going to provide a bit of a distraction. Just tucked in. It's an impact relay potentially onto the Monty. Roki will find the equalizer floating down. No more time, no more nano boost whatsoever. They're trying to get rid of Enlo, and there we go. Shibanats finds the angle. He's going to be swung on though. Noxnol with a massive kill to open up this side. A 3 versus 3 though. Last toxic canister play. Noxnol in danger. He's going to go down. That's massive. That is the future control now in favor of Madness. Joe in kids right now. They've got the crossfire onto the diffuser, and Div, he has to make some massive play with no peek. And unfortunately, they just don't have the info or the angles. They had the drones, but not the time to actually utilize them. This could go horribly wrong for Trinitas right now. And Div makes the call, wants to rotate up Armory. He hasn't got time to mess around though, so he has to start sprinting. Nopi as well from top white, same situation. Swing on to Ystera is good. He's going to almost find Roku, but Joe shuts it down, and we go to maximum OT.
They hold on. Madness. What a lovely shot there from Joe. Just SMG is clinical in the hands of that man, but I do want to highlight for Madness there, committing to dealing with that Monty was probably the best thing for them in that situation. They had to kill that player, and they did. So hats off to them. They dealt with that issue when it was presented, and that ultimately I would say is what won them that round, if I have to be completely honest, Panda. That Monty, given that he was alive, was just a huge issue. They dealt with that issue, and then ultimately the round in their favor. Diffuser control helped. The refrag was there from the Habana, but it didn't matter at the end of the day because they got rid of the biggest threat in the bomb site. And, well, Madness, they're going to hold on for one more. It's obviously max OT now, so there is no more second chances. Madness here on the bottom floor. They're going to have to do this flawlessly to walk away with map number 2 and the series here against Trinitas, or the Trinitas going to send us on to the third map. All the big questions are going to be answered in the next 3 minutes, Blue Panda, because that is ultimately all we're going to see for Oregon. This is the last attempt for both of these teams to walk away with this map. And Madness, they did pretty well attacking the bottom floor. Can they do it again? Trinitas, they're looking to try and send it to map 3, but this is about as good as it's going to get.
Gee, little run out there in the bunker of Nostal looking for drones. Not going to find much of anything. Joe, 17-9 right now. I mean, 32 kills between them. 32 and 18 collectively for Ysera and Joe right now. And that's massive numbers. Especially on a map like Oregon, and Div all on his lonesome really. Up the top of the table, 16 and 11 for his team. Nopi will find the first. Shibanats to fall, unfortunately losing Vadiana early on to the round is not going to help.
Not at all. I mean, Shibanats has had a pretty horrible game compared to the first tier, 6 and 13, but going down on the Ana straight away, 2 nades gone. Didn't even do that much damage really to Nopi. There is no healing for the defense, but still, that is unfortunate for Madness here. But we've seen them clutch situations like this before. They have plenty of utility to do it and plenty of gunners still alive. Joe and Ysera and Roku even still walking around, especially with Ysera finding Enlo, one of the big kill getters for Trinitas. So that is a big frag to find. But half the round left, Blue Panda. No hatches open just yet. Still getting that top floor control here, as well as the second floor presence. But hatch now being opened up. Madness doing their best work to crack on into this bomb site. But Trinitas, they're not really interested. They're just going to hold on site and bunker for as long as they can and waste all the time they have available.
Setting themselves up for this push on down. And it is going to be Ysera and Joe likely to lead the charge here. Hatch as well going to be opened up into E-Box. Ysera, he's not mincing it this time. It's going to be a quick deal, not wanting to waste any time, knowing that it is valuable where they stand at the moment. Never mind, I'm wrong. He's taking his time. There we go. It's going to be popped. They've got just under a minute to play here. A 4 versus 4. No Finker for the attack. No Thunderbird for the defense. It is going to have to come down to utility, but unfortunately, Nosnol also having those 3 toxic canisters makes this difficult.
Especially with 40 seconds left, you can deny all the time, or at least from one point of congestion, and I'd imagine it probably would be inbox. However, Nosnol, a lot of damage taken in the first couple of seconds of this clutch. They need to drop the hatch. They need to do something. 20 seconds left of play. Blue Panda pillar control still in the hands of Trinitas. The nades to follow. It is going to be the drop to flashbangs. However, full blind on the drop. Smoke to come out. It is going to be forced, but the player inside of blue taken down by Envid. A good kill to find. Div on the flank from main. Needs to possibly cut someone off here, but it's not main. It's all the backside of things. Nosnol close to trying to damage. Joe takes Div down. A considerable amount. Nosnol with the shotgun. Good for one. Envid for the refrag. Inside the site. Nopi take down Ysera. Div for Joe. And Nopi's there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to map number 3. Trinitas hold on in OT. And Madness, the bag has officially been fumbled at 8-7. And it was so close.
I mean, honestly, if you're Madness right there, you are fuming. That was probably one of the easier matches you should have had. And you look at the numbers across the board, 16-10, 17-10. But unfortunately, it's not to be. A maximum OT Oregon, which, I mean, it does nothing but show that Madness are great on those fringe picks. But when it comes to basics, they really struggle.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon for them, that arguably was not a great showing at all compared to what we saw from Chalet. Yes, Chalet is not yet as hard in the meta as people are sort of thinking it is. It is still one of those newer maps being implemented. But, I mean, compared to Trinitas's basics, I mean, as I said, Oregon, Clubhouse, and Cafe are their bread and butter, and that has been proven there. Yes, it was a max OT 8-7, and it could have gone anyone's way at the end there. I mean, Trinitas looked really good, but Madness also had themselves set up pretty well for that execute. But a couple of individual plays made the difference at the end of the day, and we're going to be going to theme, which, again, one of the newer maps could be in favor heavily for Madness. As you said, those niche picks are sort of something that they like to go towards, but Trinitas, they have sort of surprised us here in map number 2. So map number 3 is definitely going to be an interesting one, but I guess we're going to have to see how it plays out.
Well, like you said, we're heading to Theme Park after the break. We'll have to see if Madness, can pull it back, deny the reverse sweep. Otherwise, they find themselves in the lower bracket, waiting for the next round of play to complete before they find out who they're versing. So when we come back, we'll jump onto the decider. We'll see you soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、 でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ。
お。
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
We're coming back into it. It's a full 3-mapper here, Proto. We're going to theme park, and Madness have shown that they can they can play when it comes to those less familiar maps. Oregon, full max overtime that Trinitas do take. Going to theme park though, how do you rate their odds?
I going into this, I rate Madness over Trinitas. Obviously, as we mentioned, Trinitas they prefer that more standard style of siege. Obviously, current meta maps that have been around for years, as opposed to the new ones, Chalet 7-2 for Madness, and then Theme Park, obviously probably the newest addition. Obviously, it's not a brand new map. It has been in before, but after its short stint away from the competitive pool, it has been re-added. So a map that most teams are not necessarily the most comfortable on as of yet. Obviously, Trinitas are yet to find themselves a significant round difference on one of these new maps from what we've seen from them. But still, going into this, it's going to be interesting due to the fact that they have already played Theme once, and it was 8-6 in their favor, but that was against 6S. So in terms of, high tier, low tier, Madness, I think, are definitely going to be a little bit more of a challenge here, but Theme is an interesting map all the same. So at the moment, my bet is on Madness, if I had to pick, but you never know. Given how what we saw in Oregon, anything is really afoot.
Well, coming into this match, of course, it's one that plays. It plays different to a lot of the other maps. I think the closest you'd find with Theme Park is possibly Coastline, ironically enough, even maybe Border to an extent, given that it's largely horizontal expansion with a lot of buffer rooms and a lot of places and angles defenders can hide in. Of course, so as we get on into the map, I'm interested to see where, one, obviously the op bands go, what they prioritize in terms of taking off the board, and two, just how these teams approach the map.
Yeah, I'd imagine we may see a deviation from the Flores ban here. Thatcher probably to go, but Flores, I'd imagine, might, if he's lucky, get through the ban phase. Of course, as soon as I say this, he's most likely going to be banned first. No, Dokkaebi, actually, interestingly, from Madness, who were playing it themselves in Oregon just now, but albeit, no Dokkaebi. So Thatcher or Flores is the one to sort of stay or go here. Trinitas get the pick starting on attack. They are going to leave the one that they are more comfortable with up, and it is going to be Flores to make his way through. And I reckon we'll probably see Val Chimera, if I'm being completely honest, on the defense. Other than that, yeah, Dokkaebi an interesting one, though, off the bat.
Well, Maybe, just maybe, we see some minor deviation. Mira is going to be stuck out. Trinitas does not want to borrow it, but given that Madness is starting on the defense, they might just opt to let Valkyrie through.
Maybe. I mean, I'd imagine Valkyrie would go, but given Madness, yeah, I was going to say, given they banned Dokkaebi, there is a possibility that something else is taken off the board here, but Valkyrie keeping things simple. Can't really blame them. They are going to be starting defense on this map, though, which is arguably, I would say, the side to favour going into Theme Park. But at the end of the day, Trinitas had a pretty good attacking half on Oregon, so whether or not they're going to have a pretty good attacking half on Theme Park is a different question, albeit Matt Throne Armory to kick things off. Cade is in play here, so that is going to be a big point of focus. Obviously, will they do the indestructible Cades on the yellow wall? Will they play for maintenance? Will they play for barrels? Even recently, we've seen teams extending into barrels, extending into maintenance, so you never know. Anything is available here for Madness to do. The site is their canvas. Open it and change it as much as they want. For Trinitas, they've pretty much got the lineup to deal with anything that is sort of presented to them. They have the Maverick, they have the Thermite, and then they have obviously the supporting Soft Breach from Enlo. So the Philops, Thinker, and Jackal pretty good. This map does see a lot of roam play. Madness, I'd imagine, will probably play a 3-2 split top floor on site. But Div obviously is going to be the one to sort of try and do some damage to that. But all the same.
Okay.
Madness to kick things off. Yeah, interesting alibi from Shibanuts, but unpredictability creates chaos banner, and maybe Madness want to play for that chaos.
I don't even think it's that. I think they're just trying to gauge if there is sort of any significant presence over towards Cash, and it's one hell of a way to do it. Just cover your bases entirely. I mean, it's not like there are any... They're not any real necessity positions for those prisoners that they're looking for. Like, you don't have to put them in any specific position on Theme Park. It's just, really, it's an added bonus in getting that information, stalling out and making them, you know, clear that utility. So why not? Why not make them reveal themselves?
And they might have been playing for warbangs or super aggro sort of plays, but as sort of highlighted, you pretty much see no general contention at all from Madness towards Cash. They have that shield set up on the backside of Meeting, which is not usually where you see it, and the wall is not open. So a bit of an interesting setup here for Madness, but again, we've seen teams change things up. We've seen them make additions and subtractions to setups and sites that other teams don't usually play, which could again be a direct sort of change to throw Trinitas off here. But with Shibanuts finding the opener on the Nobi, bit of a return back to form for him, and an interesting, again, setup, but they've got an interesting take. They have the split, they have control of initiation as well as Meeting, and things very quickly starting to disappear for Madness. The smoke to cover the cross, and their players are going to start to disappear from the top floor. I'd imagine this is a lot of time that's been burned.
Again, unfortunately, a bad nade there that might have been utilised on some other utility around the map. Missed opportunity, obviously, in that entire ensuing engagement. We did see Shibanuts duck himself down yellow stairs and get out of danger to play the rest of the round. And I mean, already Trinitas, they're starting to meet the hurdles that are Madness. They want to play a slightly more aggressive game. They want to get up in the attacker's face and make that progress to the building as hard as possible.
Obviously now with the vertical in play, Enlo opening up a lot of that floor inside of the office to try and go for this yellow plant. They have Thermite, no longer the Maverick. They switched off that at the last second, so could see yellow wall opening up. We do hear Thermite's famous voice line, possibly the split hatch. I'm not too sure what was opened up there, but I'd imagine it was probably the split hatch. Albeit the vertical now being done, and it's pretty much all the angles opened up here for the attack to play with, and they're going to go for the yellow wall. Envy, though, from inside of the bathroom, 2 players still from Madness on this west side of the map. They're going to take down Thermite now very quickly. Trinitas, they're going to have to force through split with Shibanuts finding a second. Enlo and Div, 15 seconds. It's going to be the drop. Furnace player for the contact. He's here to take down Enlo, and very quickly Div force down yellow. Shibanuts for 3, and a flawless for Madness to kick us off on Theme Park. Already looking a lot better than Oregon.
And remember, when you are jumping to the meat grinder, you want to emulsify the meat if you're making sausage. So, unfortunately, Trinitas learned that lesson the hard way, just absolutely piling down into Connector. there was only so many options to them, so they really didn't have much of a choice elsewhere. But the fact that they didn't even contest through Workshop is surprising.
Yeah, there was no presence in Workshop. They didn't have a player inside of Cafe to sort of play for the crosses. They didn't have anyone down in Lockers early round. They didn't have the yellow rotate cutoff from Office, which we see a lot of teams do, especially on the Buck. You'll have the Buck players sit down to cover the maintenance rotate and the bottom yellow rotate. I mean, interesting sort of point of attack for Trinitas, but at the same, an interesting defense from Madness. We haven't seen teams sort of forfeit cash, waiting, and initiation all at once and get away with it the way that Madness did in that round. I mean, we only saw one player go down compared to the sort of 2-3 kills that Madness found onto Trinitas. So the fact that that worked out was definitely very interesting for me to sort of see there. But I mean, all the same, it worked out for them in the end, and you got to admit, it was a really good round from Madness. They looked really strong towards the end of that round. So again, we've got the shield set up out of meeting, and it is just really interesting to see how different teams like to play these maps, especially the ones that are just coming out, where you think that the meta has been set, but it is not set in stone. And teams like Madness, well, they're paving the way for some new ideologies, but this is what I was talking about. Enlo holding that bottom rotate from yellow inside of Gong is what we should have seen last round.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the side is no longer thrown armory, so it's too little too late at the end of the day. But right now, we are going to see again, Trinitas have to try and match wits with the Madness players holding offside, extended angles and extended roams, which is that, I mean, the selling point, I think, at Theme Park. Like I said, a lot of buffer rooms, a lot of horizontal spread. They will find Envy this time around. Unfortunately, it's not Shibanut playing the alibi this time, so a lesser alibi off the board.
Sorry, that was a good one. But albeit, Enlo from down on that flank, I mean, that already is sort of a big pointing as to this is why we have this opened up. Even just to sort of play for these vertical angles to clear the cash wall from down below. All the same, at the moment, the Bark trying to just do his best work to clear this position out. Madness still holding strong towards cash and meeting, but Officers probably forfeited now. Shield just out the back of waiting is going to be the one to sort of hold the cross here. Floaty, don't think he knows that Shibanut is hard right behind the vault door here. He does have his teammates to sort of try and hold his cross, but it's going to be the big question. Can he go for the play here? We do see him walking around. Ysera to go down the Floaty. But here comes the swing from Shibanut. He's going to take down the first. Swings onto the second. He's not going to take down Thermite, unfortunately, but off screen, Joe is going to find 1 and 2. Nosinol to go down as well. The Empire diffuser control now as well for Madness.
Yeah, look, revert the Jaeger, but the nerfs, unfortunately, not enough rounds, and the Mag Roku will fall. The shotgun out. Ooh, Joe just escaping the radius of that nade. He's in a bit of trouble right now. He's being punished. The swing is good. Ooh. Takes the head clean off, and it's now down to 1 versus 2. Oh! And oh my God, Joe, he's just so good.
SMG Demon. He gets the job done. Madness. What a round. What a round from Joe. You love to see it, especially when it goes right like that. That is what we love to see, ladies and gentlemen. A huge 4K from the smoke. Low HP as well. Didn't even matter. Through the drone hole, could have been ended, but didn't even flinch. Composure, as you would say. Blue Panda was definitely there for him in that round, but that's the reason why he is one of the star frags of this roster. Gets the job done. And ultimately puts the second round on the board for Madness. And now they're going to go for the flawless site rotation. But interestingly enough, it's not going to be bunk daycare that we see. It's going to be drug lab and storage, which I have actually yet to see in competitive Theme Park. So I'm really interested to see how that plays out.
They do seem to like this bomb site for some reason. I could not, for the life of you, tell you why. I couldn't. It's just, I don't know. But they seem to love it.
Go. I mean, great to see, but yeah, not one that I have, not one that I'm too familiar with. So see how it plays out for Madness here. Trinitas gonna have the work cut out for them so far. It definitely seems that Madness again on one of those off-pick maps, not something that is currently largely in the meta, and they're struggling with it. I mean, we can already see that, but again, it is still early days, so anything can go for Trinitas here. But Madness, they've definitely got some momentum behind them at the moment.
do they what? I mean, Joe, what, had more health, more rounds in the SMG-11 than he had health in that round.
Mm-hmm.
By the time he clutched it up, game like Siege, headshots are everything. Somehow holds on. I mean, he was being sprayed. He was being peppered with bullets from that big LMG and somehow managed to avert disaster. Enlow gets the info on the rotate being set up an arcade balcony, and somehow a missed opportunity from the defense. He's going to be allowed to get into break room scot-free with Div. Unfortunately, Div, not so lucky.
Yeah, Jubinuts was there. They know one player is deep inside of the break room here, so they're going to have to go for the swing. A lovely shot from Enlo to take Jubinuts down, and the Mozzie now possibly caught out as well. A double looking for 3. Joe to take down Floating. 3v3, but the pre-fire there, no, it's not actually Frostafire.
Oh my God, Joe!
He's hungry! He's finding all the kills that are fed to him. Nopi now left in a clutch situation. He's going to find Ysera, but Joe, the damage has been done. He's just dipping back to the site. 7-0. Blue Panda, he is an unstoppable force for Madness. Almost back-to-back 4Ks here if he can find Nopi, but Trinitas, something went very wrong.
Oh boy, yeah. Look, Joe is just he's had enough of it. Hey, he's done. He's not taking it anymore. Trinitas, you've had your run, but it's over here, and he's the one to slam the door on your way out. Nopi. I mean, the crazy thing is he's got so much time. Ooh, okay, that's a player. He spotted Rogue. Had to do the double take. Unfortunately, can't hit the head. And we'll look to dump some utility, get the cross across the door. Head might shot show through with the pick, so he's spotted on camera. He is now being hunted and peppered through that wall. It's like a Matrix movie. No, not to be, Joe. Of course he takes it. He's 8-0 right now.
Back-to-back 4Ks for Joe. An absolute demon on the sticks for Trinitas here. Sorry, for Madness. What am I saying? We have had the pause requested. Joe, actually, the one with the issue. Doesn't seem to be bothering too much, Panda, but...
You wouldn't think it.
No, you wouldn't think it. No, 8-0, you know, there's nothing to scoff at, albeit he's going to go for the reset, and Madness and Trinitas are going to have the opportunity to talk here. However, Trinitas probably the team that needed just that little bit more, given they are yet to find a round. I mean, they've been getting close, but then sort of Joe's just like, hey guys, hold on, let's not have any of that, and proceeds to, you know, just wipe the rest of them out. So what's going on? What's going wrong for them here? How are they feeding Joe all these kills? What's happening? I mean, something is going on behind the scenes, whether it's missed drones, whether it's utility misplacement, something is happening for Trinitas, and it is costing them a lot of bodies because, well, I mean, Joe is 8-0. He is yet to be thwarted by the onslaught of Trinitas. So Madness, obviously pretty happy with the performance so far, but again, this is where Trinitas are struggling. As you said, maps that are not current in meta or ones that they have played a lot of, they struggle on. I mean, 3-0 right now. If this was Clubhouse, Cafe, I feel like this would be a lot more 50-50, possibly even Trinitas' favour at the moment. But given that it is one of those new maps, Theme Park, they are genuinely struggling.
Yeah, I mean, Theme Park does sort of have that ethos around it. It is heavily defender-sided. In fact, I remember the first season it was in play, when it was first introduced, you know, last year. In the NAL, we saw one map where the first half, the entire map was literally 7 rounds of armory and throne room because the attacking team, it was just a mess. It was all over the place, and they couldn't quite figure out what to do. And it was the only site they could win, which is why it was played so much. But every other site was just a write-off.
Yeah. I mean, so far, they have had a lot of success on Theme Park to start things off. A flawless site rotation, back to Throne Armory now, Panda, but things are definitely dire for Trinitas, it seems.
Well, we are going to have to wait a little bit longer. There are some minor issues on the back end. Joe's still trying to get in. But when we come back, we'll jump on into the game and look to carry on here on Theme Park.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights when the lights go out and the monsters come out to play.
Did we ever grieve or cry?
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day.
Well, the coffin may have been going in the hole. It's about time for us to, though, figure out if Trinitas are going to be in the same boat. Proto. 3 rounds on the fly for Madness, a flawless rotation of sites culminating in lab and storage.
Interestingly enough, lab and storage was very well held by Madness, and they got the flawless rotation, and that is going to allow them to now go back to Throne Armory here, which is a site that they had a lot of success on in the first round. All the same though, Trinitas, they're not looking great after these first 3 rounds. They haven't really had much sort of go right other than that one round that was really close that Joe sort of clutched up. So, you know, whether or not that is going to be just absolutely mental destroying for Trinitas, given that this is the 3rd map, obviously, you know, longevity comes into it, sort of just momentum for both teams. Yes, Trinitas came off the back of Oregon with a win, but it was a max OT win with a really close round finish. So, I mean, coming into Theme Park, a map that they don't look very comfortable on at all, given their map sort of preferences, this is really good for Madness.
Well, they've got themselves geared up for this defense, and last time we saw this site come into play, Trinitas, well, fell through the hatch and all sort of died. This time round, though, it looks like there is some investment towards Workshop. They want to get themselves that throne wall open, and Envy. We see the defense looking to run that very aggressive upstairs room once again.
Yeah, they definitely do have that presence on the top floor to sort of slow things down, but Trinitas, they're pretty much completely bypassing it. Minus obviously Div holding this cross here. Obviously he's playing for more rotation game, waiting for sort of those players to make their moves, but Nopi does have information on the player downstairs. Ysera has been spotted out, but Nopi's actually going to take off a lot of damage from Joe on that hatch, and that's going to actually force him to vault out and rotate back to where the rest of his team is. And though he's enjoying himself, the smiley face on the wall, you love to see it. The burn to come out, they've got to get rid of this Cade core. The backwards nade is going to do the job. And Thermite, it works. So you can't get if it's working. You can't sort of have a go until you try it, I guess. And the smiley hole worked.
It's truly a shame there can only be a winner and a loser in this situation, because you almost want to give points for Style than Trinitas. That was great from Enlo. There's not very many, Maverick players in high-level competition that were willing to go for something like that and make it work. We catch it, we get it on cam. They lose Envy and going into the final 50 seconds, of course. It is a 5 versus 4 favouring Trinitas.
Not looking too good here for for Madness, but it is the Stone Armory. They do have the crossfires to play here. Flashbangs to come. Maverick as well. Roku's in a very bad spot here, unless he can find some coverage. However, Shibanuts could go for the flank on the barrels. There are 2 players close by, but Shibanuts, there he is indeed. The flank is there. Good for not the second div, unfortunately. Takes down Shibanuts, and the plan to come out. 20 seconds Panda to play with.
The unfortunate thing, though, is they weren't able to get barrels open, so it is just through Workshop and the swing from Joe. Does get it down onto Nostal. Thankfully, though, the stim comes through, gets him back up and into the equation. Ysera holding this angle onto the Dragon Door. LMG is there. Roku has to go big. He finds 1, 2, and Ysera's there. Down to the 1 versus 1. 3 seconds. All he has to do is wait. It's Ysera's. Nitro's there for him. Toss deep, and it's going to be madness for a 4.
Highlight from me. I've said it before. Positional advantage, Panda. 2 players against 4. They don't even need to play aggressively. They've got the crossfire set up. One holding the door. They know where all players are. The Alder obviously going to work. Just the bullet hose. Sending it down range. Dealing 2 kills. Did get traded out, but the bomb had to go down in that situation. The kill was not really available. Had the warbang come out, maybe something different there. But, I mean, positional advantage from Madness. It's just a highlight. Super advantage for them in that last couple of seconds. And ultimately, Roku was there to clutch things out when he needed to. And, yeah, Madness 4-0. Completely flawless so far on Theme Park. Albeit a couple of clutches have been pretty close, but you do have to give it to them. 4-0 is definitely no small feat on any map. But Trinitas, yeah, they really can't find their footing at all, it seems, against Madness here. They're sort of switching up their ops. They've been switching up their playstyle. I mean, that was pretty much a whole team take from bumper cars there. No yellow presence. The barrel presence was completely destroyed by the flank, and they just had to force away from it. And I mean, yeah, Madness have really just been reading into all of these plays from Trinitas here really well and sort of changing up their play style accordingly. And ultimately, it is netting them all of these rounds. I mean, 4-0, again, Panda, they are doing really well on Theme Park here.
As much as I want to jump on the hype train and be right there with you, the unfortunate nature of the beast is that, well, Theme Park is just defender-sided, which unfortunately does mean that if Trinitas are able to pick up a couple of rounds, we might just see this go a very defender-sided half both ways. But right now, yeah, look, Madness, they're streaking ahead. They've taken and proven that they can play every single site on the defense quite comfortably. Trinitas, though, they need to get themselves some points quick, otherwise this is all but a shutout.
Could definitely be, especially if Madness can find the 5-1, even maybe the 6-0 is on the table here for them, depending on how Trinitas can go. In these next 2 rounds, Flores has been brought along. We do see the RCXDs coming out. Ysera takes a little bit of damage here on the entry, but Enlo actually the one to go down first to Shibboleth back on that Jaeger on the bathroom door. A lot of damage has been dealt. And ultimately, losing the Maverick is not the greatest way to start things off. They still have some good utility, but control of Top Dragon is pretty much all they have. They're yet to get into the office here. Nopi can't quite win this fight against Shibboleth, and ultimately, from the prone angles as well, perfect time for the Adrenal Surge. Floaty, though, Joe with the shotgun to confirm, and now Noki to go down, to find Shibboleth. I mean, Panda, it's pretty back and forth, but a 3-on-3 is very doable.
Oh, the foothold's completely gutting the Madness defense, but Roku there to cover means that Envy should be backing up in the fight. 3 versus 2. Unfortunately, 2 of those 3 are incredibly low on health. Although Joe, he's proved it doesn't matter before. There's a lot of work, though, that Roku might have to do to help provide the clutch.
3v2. Very doable here for Trinitas. They start to now some avenues into the bomb site and play for some of those extra angles. However, it is going to be straight into initiation, which isn't the bomb site. They do still have to go through one more wall here, and with this rotate being really the only point that they could sort of enter through, given that the smokes are in play. Lovely shot from Div onto Envy. That is one of the low players down the track as well to find the position of Joe. 30 seconds. Roku's going to have to go huge on this cross here. He's holding the angle with the Cade 1.5, but it's actually the walkout. Div into the hallway. He's going to make it to the shield. Largely uncontested. 20 seconds. Going to have to find as many kills as he can, but Joe with the SMG is there. Nosnol to find Roku, though, and now a 1v1. 15 seconds. Plenty of time for Nosnol to play with. They have some information. Possibly know that he is on the arcade balcony playing close on the door, but behind the arcade machine, the Z-Pings are there. Nosnol's going to win it out on health. Trinitas finally answer with one of their own.
Yeah, just the uncertainty there is for Joe, sort of forced into a position where he had to swing. If he'd held it, it might have been a different story. Catch Nosnol with not enough ammo to make a play, but it is what it is. Trinitas finally on the board. It took them 5 rounds, Now we head to the 6th, and it looks like Madness comfortable enough. No, never mind. They change it up. They're heading back to lab storage again.
Oh, it is shaping up to be an interesting one if Trinitas can find some more momentum, but given how well Madness have been on this map so far, I mean, probably going to be seeing the 5-1 half here if I had to guess. Albeit, you never know, could be a 4-2. Trinitas have seemed to sort of work out what Madness are going for the majority of these rounds, so whether or not that is the case now is obviously a pretty big question, but still, they've had a good sort of second half here. They found that one round give them that 1 foot on the board, but Madness are definitely holding on to that lead as tightly as they can. If they can find this 6th round, then things will be looking good for them on the attack. But yeah, Trinitas so far, a bit of a rough start, but they've started to sort of claw things back a little bit, especially with that round now. But still, Theme Park is sort of shaping up to be an issue for them.
Drones are good so far from Trinitas. They've got some in that site providing the information, but it's the upstairs presence that could prove the biggest hurdle so far. No, Pete. They might just look for a complete smash grab, and it's going to be a rush fade onto the site. It's the call that's been made. Roku for 2! He's done some big damage onto a 3rd, and it's the other 5.56, the bullet hose to hold on and Nostal. All he can do is sit, watch, and wonder what the hell just went wrong.
So, to quickly break that down, bullet hose go burr, Trinitas dead, now 2v5. That's pretty much all you really need to say. Jumping in through the drug window with a frost on the board, having your first player A not looking, and then, you know, the remainder of players sort of picking up the pieces. Going up against the Alder is not the easiest of feats, and well, we've seen that. And now with the Nitro from Enbeat as well, on to Nos. No, Nopey in the 1v5. Madness, as I said, they're looking pretty good, Panda, for that 5-1 half. But yeah, Trinitas, bit of an unfortunate misplay from them there on the call for the rush. However, Madness were ready for it, and well, they're going to capitalize on that. Round number 6 is going to go in their favor. And I'd imagine we're going to see a very quick ending to this one.
They're looking to contest. Too many bodies for Nopey to pay attention to. It's not going to be the perfect flawless round, but it will be a flawless round nonetheless. They do drop some health in the end, so they don't get out of it completely scot-free. But, I mean, 5-1. 2 rounds. Madness progress.
Possibly upset with what happened on Oregon. At that point, you can't really blame them. They want to get things done and on to the next set of games, Panda. But, I mean, 5-1 half is definitely great. However, it is what you do with it that is the big question now. Madness have to attack, obviously, after the half. Trinitas are going to be on defense now after the split. So things are going to be slightly easier for them here. And I'd imagine starting off inside of Throne Armory with the double sort of wall denial, triple wall denial, Bandit, Cade, and New. They're either going to go for a really heavy extension, or they're going to be playing a super bunker strategy with all the denial for the walls in the world that any team could ever want. But yeah, I mean, Trinitas now, really bad situation to find themselves in, given that they don't really have any sort of footing as opposed to the 1 round, which, let's be honest, 2 would have been nicer for them. But Madness, they're looking great. They've made some switches, Sledge for Sledge and Maverick for Maverick, so I take back my comment. They've made no switches. They're quite happy with what they're bringing to this Siesta here. But Madness now setting up for a yellow, heavy yellow, it seems. They got the shield and everything facing that way, so maybe that's what they're scared of.
Who knows? I don't know if scared is probably the right word, but hesitant probably more appropriate in the situation. Right now, though, you can definitely see that Madness feel the momentum shift. They are back in the driver's seat, they have control, and they're really backing themselves.
Yeah, they've definitely picked things up from Oregon, and they've started to do some damage here. Whether or not they can continue that's a big question, but they've got some good early control. They're in the top floor. Ysera here is actually going to be good for the first kill on the float. He caught looking the complete wrong way on the rappel into kitchen. Might actually get the second here as well. Nope. The drone work. Could he get the third? Enlo in the sight line here. Ysera knows that there's one to his right. Whether or not the drone has spotted out that player, no, he's not going to find Enlo. But the refrag momentary from Envy. And very quickly, Madness, they're just upstairs clinically pulling this defense apart. Div and Nosnol, the last two players left on the site, and only half the round dedicated to finding those 4 kills now. Shivanuts takes down Nosnol, and Panda this round, I'd imagine, isn't going to last for very much longer. Div forced out of his position. It's not looking great.
Yeah, he's not the healthiest of players at the moment. In fact, it's not going to take much of an investment to shut him down. All Jay has to do is swing in and gun right. Deep in armory though for the moment. The hesitation is there. They're not going to force the issue, knowing full well what happened last time they forced the issue. It was the other way around. It was them on the defense into Trinitas' attack. But this time they still don't want to get caught with their pants down and risk missing out on that point. Drones in, hunting for info. They should be good on Div's position right now. And the swing around the bomb chassis. The head gone from Joe. This is the danger. They've got the numbers. Why aren't they playing the numbers game?
Yeah, a bit of an interesting question. Why they haven't stacked up on these doors. They're possibly trying to play for the yellow wall to be opened up. They're feeding Div all the kills in the world, and he's actually just going to opt to go out into Dragon, play for the reload, and it may be even play from long angle here. I mean, Roku doesn't have the information, but through the drone hole of all places. Well played indeed. Spots the feet. What a way to win the round. Madness ultimately almost fumbling it, but they're going to put themselves on match point off of a round that should not have been as close as it was, but what a way to win it out.
You got to respect the game knowledge there, Roku. He's done his best. He really has. He has been matching the team where he can. I mean, look at that Labs hold was phenomenal from him on the Maestro, but he's not one to lead the kill charge. But for him, the game knowledge, the hard support role is a lifestyle, not a choice. And all of a sudden, he's prone through the drone hole, knows exactly where the player's likely to be. In Div, I mean, you can do nothing but pay respects.
He tried his best, and I mean, a triple, even just, you know, getting that triple in the situation that he was in is something commendable, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, the triple is not enough to make the round conversion happen. So Trinitas are still only on 1, but Madness looking good to take this 7-1 here, possibly 7-2, if Trinitas can maybe find some rectification for the issues that are sort of plaguing them at the moment. But yeah, some recklessness from Madness. Again, I know you sort of mentioned this on Chalet. That's a little bit of a reality check for them, given that they had struggled sort of feeding those bodies, but they're not careful. Nope, he has been spotted out. He might go for the repeat here. In fact, it looks like he wants to, but no, he's going to back off. Trinitas is going to save the bodies for later. Madness, they're going to get out of spawn relatively scot-free.
Envy, though, running the DMR here, interestingly enough. Nitro out of the office shower. This is Edlo is just going to unleash onto the void, unfortunately. No one there to receive the spray of MP7 fire. Roku and the rest of Amanda seem to be relocating over towards the cafe side of the push. Shivanuts is, I think that's in down below. It could be over towards the bathroom window, but either way, they are pressuring from this northwestern side of the building.
Yeah, no one is really over that side. I mean, Trinitas have an interesting roam on the top floor, which Madness are looking to directly contest. However, not completely directly. They have got cafe control. The first of line scans to come out here, clearing that top yellow position. They will get the banner off the wall and open it up with the ace. Oh, but this is why cafe completely forfeit. Castle on the door is going to be the issue. From below, the Nitro to come out. Roku almost bites the dust, but not quite enough damage dealt. And Joe is actually the one to open things up onto Enlo. Nope. on the yellow stairs for the cross. Could be the one to do the damage. The player just below him, Shibanuts. Whether or not he knows that player is on yellow is the next big question. A lot of damage dealt to Nosnol, but the Thunderbird in play makes things a little less painful. As Shibanuts comes up yellow to find Nopi as well. Panda things not looking great for Trinitas here at all.
Div playing below that, yellow hallway hatch into the connector, but already the wall's starting to open up. Things are getting a bit dangerous to scan. Joe dies to the Nitro Cell. The Nosnol is going to be punished a little bit. Finds Ysera stepping out onto yellow. He's going to be hit with the nade and the headshot. Div below, though, pushing up from behind on yellow stairs. Could upset this push greatly. Roku on the plant. Needs to find everything. It's just Div alone to clutch the 1 versus 3. Too many angles and not enough time. Swings onto Shibanuts. That's a big kill. Needs to find more, though. Secondary out. Almost finds the head. Ducking in from Vault, but it's a white screen. The utility is there to deter for now. Reload. Breathe. Last time he reloaded, he got caught on the drone hole. Not to be this time. Those Kona stations could work against him as well. Footsteps and audio cues not working in his favor either. It's just all a bit too much, I think, Proto. And the time ticking away. He hasn't got much of it left. He's got to make the play. He's got to force it. He's got to swing, and it's all just too much information. Madness. Take it a 2-1 at the end of the day.
And what a way to take it in the end as well. 7-1 on theme. An absolute shutdown. From what we saw on Oregon. I mean, Oregon was an absolutely amazing showing from Trinitas, given that they were able to take it. But at the end of the day, on the maps that aren't the vanilla ones, we do see a relatively dominant showing from Madness. GG's all round. I mean, really well played at the end of the day there from Trinitas. I mean, they did give it their best shot. Unfortunately, Madness were just that one step ahead on theme and chalet. So, unfortunately for them, it isn't going to pan out maybe as they would have hoped. But I mean, still getting one map in the opener for this evening was pretty big for the confidence boost. So going into obviously their next set of games, they do have that under their belt. But theme park and chalet, obviously, given history, sort of expected score lines. But Oregon, definitely, I was sort of surprised that they walked away with. But yeah, I mean, overall, a really sort of amazing match to open us up for the evening.
And I mean, look, Proto, our next matchup, of course, is going to be Deway versus Obeng, but Madness progress on to take on Roosters. And I mean, yes, Madness showed some great signs, but it was more on those niche picks, not the conventional stuff. Do you reckon maybe that telegraphs a bit towards Roosters' potential map veto?
Yeah, I think Roosters will probably be shooting for more of those standard map picks. They'll probably look to lock in a club Oregon early, at least for their map pick, and then probably maybe even start off with their bands getting rid of one of these new maps. I would probably aim more towards theme. We have seen, I believe, Border a couple times in OPL, but obviously it's been pretty close the couple times we have seen it. So whether or not Border makes it through is an interesting question. Obviously, operators, etc., etc. Rooster are going to have a lot to read into the map picks for tonight. I'd obviously assume they're going to get rid of theme. If I had to pick out of the two, Chalet is a map that is probably a lot more doable for them, but obviously that is going to come later on in the map pool veto, so we'll have to wait and find out what the choices are at the end of the day from the Roosters. But yeah,
it is what it is. Big victory there for Madness. They had enough after Oregon. They shut it down completely. But when we come back after the break, of course, we jump on into match 2. Dawei taking on Obeng GG to see who faces up against Invictus in the next round. We'll be back in after a short break. We'll see you then.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、 でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ。
お。
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand, it feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. What kind of sorcery, what spell you got me under? How we see eye to eye and we ain't alike, I can't help but wonder. How could two so different be lovers? Yeah. Baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause you're the only one that makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. I wanna know every little thing about you. I wanna be the only pretty thing you cling to. I know keeping it to myself, it may seem selfish, but I can't help it. When opposites attract, oh, automatic.
I've been dreaming, I've been looking for you when I'm sleeping. I've been calling out your name. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Wanna spend the day and night with ya. Oh yes I do. I'll be right by your side. I'll be right by your side. You say, you say, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I'll come with ya, dream with ya, take me with ya, I'll come with ya, I'll come with ya. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. I'll be right by your side. I'll be right by your side. You say, you say, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I'll come with ya, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I remember on the first. I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime. I get the feeling if I learn to fly, I'ma never stay here in this town. Freedom, freedom, freedom. All night, yeah, you got me up like all night. And I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say. Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて。ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Coming back off the victory that Madness were able to pick up, a 2-1 in that final match, of course, on Theme Park. Proto, we now head towards Deway versus Obeng GG. I mean, some less familiar names in those two teams, but still proved to be capable combatants in Siege.
Yeah, Dewey and Obeng is definitely going to be an interesting matchup. I haven't personally seen Obeng play just yet. However, last time I saw Dewey play, they had a pretty good showing against 6S. 7-3 on theme. We saw a 7-5 on border. Obviously, those maps are not going to be in the pool tonight. Oregon Cafe and Club are where we are off to. So it is a very much back to basics map pick here for these two teams. But I mean, interestingly enough, Dewey going into this, probably looking to be the favourites out of these two teams, if I'm being completely honest. But again, Blue Panda, anything is on the boards. We saw Trinitas take a map against Madness just before. So, you know, anything is really available at the moment.
And Dewey, I mean, they came into the competition largely unknown, but what we saw of them was truly impressive. They really stepped out in the competition. We didn't expect them to do as well as they did. Obeng, similar, but not quite to the same extent. So, yeah, I would argue that Dewey coming to this are the favourite. We are going back to the staple maps in the competition as well. So, realistically, there is every possibility that Dewey runs away with this.
Yeah, look, Dewey probably going to be looking good to do some damage here. Obviously, Oregon and Cafe are, as we've already mentioned, they are the basics of basics. They are the meta map picks for pretty much just default Rainbow Six Siege. Obviously, starting off this evening, Oregon, we've already been here once tonight, and Thatcher Flores to go. Cade being banned out, though, here instead of the Valk Mirror. So Valk or Mirror is going to be alive, or rather on the board for this matchup. And I'd imagine if I had to guess, it'd probably be the Valkyrie, given how strong Mirror is on Oregon. But it's actually going to be Valkyrie to go. Mirror available here for Dewey and Obeng to play with should they choose. However, we will see if Mirror gets brought along. But Dewey starting off on the defense have a pretty good upper hand here against Obeng. But again, starting off, Laundry straight away. God mode on the Mirror. There we go.
Yeah, look, no real surprise there. The Thunderbird hovered, but Raven is going to opt for the Aruni instead. Honestly, on the whole, it's as you would expect, given that Mirror is available. The rest of the picks sort of there to help sustain her and sustain the positioning that you're going to be looking for alongside those windows, of course. But I mean, on the attack, there is every possibility this can still spiral in their favor.
100% definitely could, especially if they can pick apart the defense in such a way that Dewey cannot deal with. I mean, Raven, Robust, Tennessee, Booze, God Mode, we've seen all of these players do insane things. I mean, last week, or at least last time we saw them play in their games, I mean, we were looking at some insane plays from both Raven and God Mode. I mean, we're talking aces, 4Ks, back-to-back 4Ks, etc., etc. So definitely some fragging prowess on this roster. Raven tending to be more of that roam-heavy style player, as well as even God Mode. But obviously on the Mirror, he's not going to be doing too much running around. But all the same, Obeng definitely have to clear their corners and watch out, because Dewey have some pretty insane fragging ability. And I'd imagine that they're going to be looking to do something with said ability. So, albeit a bit of a slow start out of the spawns, we've got a southwest focus here for Obeng. Dewey, sort of just playing the slow game. Only one roamer here for this setup.
Yeah, a lot of info game is going to be priority in this matchup, of course. You want to get that early info. You want to try and figure out where these offsite players are as well, if you are looking to push through as an attacker from Obeng GG. And I mean, honestly, I'm so excited to see Sabat back in this competition. He was, I mean, hugely decisive. Unfortunately, the loss of him immediately isn't going to help, especially when NK falls as well.
Yeah, Raven to open things up, NK to go down. Sledge being lost early on isn't the worst of things on a bottom floor take. However, the Lion paired with that is a huge loss for Obeng. And, well, they do have the Habana still available to play for the hard breach. Maybe not necessarily spotting Raven there upstairs. He may have seen him on the door just there, albeit I believe the second drone to come from Mammoth. He's going to look inside the kids. He will finally be spotted. Raven now obviously given away. The player close by to try and catch him off. Glad, not quite quick enough though. Raven's already gone, but there we go on the cross. NV is there to shut him down, but still only a 4 versus 3 and half the round spent to take one player down, Panda.
I mean, it's a situation where you kind of got to take what you can get, given that you lost Sabat, who, I mean, has been an influential player. You look at his zero play, you look at his buck play. So anything really that he brings to the table is going to be invaluable right now. Obeng, they're looking to try and find some avenue into the bomb site and give themselves a shot at the round win here.
A minute left to play with is definitely a lot of time. They still have the Habana to open up avenues of congestion. Got to try and clear out some of this utility, however, but the Wamai is there. It's going to force the double usage, as well as all these ADSs in freezer. It might be a drop here for NV, however, no. It looks like the wall might be the focus to clear that close chassis angle. Albeit the Habana's clear. Glad takes a lot of damage at bottom freezer. Habana yet to actually pop these charges, possibly waiting for the execute. Glad to take down God Mode on the swing. He's actually going to find Jaeger as well. Hennessy to take down Mammoth, and very quickly a 2v2 is what is in front of us, Panda.
Glad that a huge amount of damage. It's unfortunate that it was Mammoth that was the loss of that ensuing gunfight. Big tag damage on the Envy as well. The hip fire from Hennessy with that pistol is enough to close it out his life. Very clinch-worthy moment from Hennessy, I think, there, swinging the bottom of the stairs. Glad doing a ring around the rosy end of the side. Prone, is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. Hennessy finds the last two, and Deway will take a round lead. And from the sounds of it, I think we did just get Sobat back into the server.
Yeah, I think Sobat's made it back, hopefully. Obeng are obviously going to be quite happy that he is back, if he has returned. I do believe he did there. Albeit Dewey starting things off well. He is hopefully just going to be loading in here. That's why we have got the quick little tack pause to come out, albeit. Good round to kick things off. Kids Dorms is going to be the next bomb site here for Dewey downstairs. Ultimately, almost falling into the hands of Obeng, but Dewey at least doing well to do some form of clutching there in that last round. Hennessy on the Malusi, keeping things nice and in check. Ready's in chat. Round number 2 to commence. Blue Panda. It's a top floor site. The Goyo being bought. No real shield utility though, however, from Dewey. It seems not even in Hennessy. He's got the wire, so they're not going to be extending in the trophy, and there's not going to be any shield inside of Attic, which is interesting. But yeah, God Mode on the Goyo. Probably the substitute, I would say, for said shield black.
Yeah, I mean, Goyo's been a prominent pick on this site as well. I mean, you look at the double window, incredibly hard to push through there if one of those Vulcan debt packs goes off. Same with top white, Attic as well. There's just so many positions that work so well with this renewed Goyo after that rework, of course. But Sabat this time around, hopefully we'll be able to play out the round hovering the 0, which could undo a lot of that, especially if you can find it outside of the range of Raven's view channels.
Unfortunately, though, Mute is going to prevail in this instance, and so Bart is going to go back to the Maverick, possibly still having connection issues, unfortunately, albeit we hope that there is a speedy recovery to his internet health. But, yeah, at the moment, Obeng, they're going to do what they can, given that they may be in another 45 very soon here, and they're going to just sort of do the standard take. Goyo is going to be spotted at top main. The drone will be cleared. God Mode not going to take that fight directly. However, clearing the information and then falling back is going to force the re-drone from Obeng and draw out a lot of that utility early on. And that is good to see from Dewey. They're sort of just playing to clear out as much information gathering utility as they can from Obeng. But Sabat is back. He is going to be using his Maverick Torch off screen, most likely to open up tower. But either way, Dewey wasted about a minute here of Obeng's time.
I mean, that's pretty perfect, honestly, for Dewey. The more time you can waste, especially in holding a dorm site, the better, and especially if you can avoid any sort of extended or even just gunfights in general. The pinch from behind, though, denied just a little bit with the Claymore, is going to mean that some sort of mental gymnastics are going to be done from Obeng. Oh, sorry, not Obeng, from Dewey, if they want to effect some pinch to the big tower. But so far, it's not like Obeng are completely disjointed from the site. They have the option, they have the positioning with a kill on a Robust and Hennessy. Obeng are now in a great spot.
And Dewey, not usually the ones to lose the opening pick. However, given the circumstances, they find themselves in a pretty rough spot here. For the remainder of this round, we'll be able to reset the Ashuya gate here. Players starting to make their way deep into Attic. They do have the Goyo to play for if he wants to try and cover his own rotate. He's going to back off early. A minute left to play with. Still has time to hold on here. The nade, however, though, is going to force him back to start off with bolt on in. He's going to have to play for the fight. He's going to win it indeed. NK, good for another one, but Vu's holding things down to the site. Raven to add as well, a 2v2. The beeper on white, giving the position of that player away. And now Envy needs to win this fight. Can't bolt through the breach. Doesn't spot the shoulder of Raven. And Vuz is going to win for a third onto Glad. And very quickly, Deway clutched things out, but a 1v1 for Envy.
I mean, Raven theoretically should have this. The Nitro cell tossed under that door would do some immense damage. The drone is outside for Envy. The swing, and somehow Envy, who got the heads up in that gunfight just a second earlier, loses to Raven with the SMG-11. Oh, that was an incredibly close race.
Whoa. I think fire rate might have even been the king of all trades there in terms of what went wrong there, unfortunately, for NK, but albeit, Deway looking pretty good. 2 rounds in a row here. Even though they have been close, they are still rounds on the board, so you do have to take that into consideration, albeit. Deway making a couple of mistakes here and there, and Obeng capitalising off said mistakes to find a lot of nice kills, but ultimately no rounds just yet, which is a shame, but the effort is there. They know what they want to do, and they are making the changes accordingly. I mean, we have seen some switches already in terms of the playstyle. Obviously, Mammoth bringing out Capital, NK as well on the Osa. Interestingly enough here, but Osa is an operator that we've actually seen a considerable amount tonight with Panda, as well as throughout the rest of OPL, and an operator that has a pretty significant impact on rounds when sort of played correctly.
Yeah, look, it's a bit of a favourite in the Ops League. They do love themselves to Osa. We saw a lot of it in the qualifiers, and we've seen a decent amount of it in the group stage. I mean, it's just interesting to see that, you know, so many other regions are hesitant to embrace something that can be so powerful.
Especially when paired with certain utilities. Smokes, for example, walking into the site, placing that shield down. We saw it on Chalet. Ultimately, the Nitro was the perfect counter, but, you know, the premise was there, and ultimately a really good chat a little bit. Hopefully Obeng can pull something off here with the Osa. We see NK already doing some work with the shields to open up doors, do some drones, really sort of just getting everything set up for his team here. He has the pillar flank on the pan to make sure that no one comes up those bottom towers from dealing the damage to his teammate as they maverick. But the player just inside of Kids, and here's the drone just below him. But unfortunately, the window angle for Robust just isn't there. He cannot quite spot Sabat there. Sabat, sorry, on the drone. Albeit, I mean, Osa's got a pretty nice angle down this hallway. Blue Panda, Obeng, they're sort of setting themselves up for the pinch here. Deway, they might not even know that it's happening.
Yeah, this is one of those situations that could get pretty dicey pretty quick if they're not, making their timing correct and coordinating with the team. And already we start to see Attic being opened up. Sabat doing a phenomenal job of enabling that. Now, though, they need to open up stage wall, because that's where the significant combat is going to be focused. They want just the pings there, a little bit of discussion as to how they're going to do it. The only problem I see, though, is NK Shield might be a little bit too close if they opt to go for an exothermic.
Possibly. We're about to find out, Blue Panda, as NV opens up the wall on the thermite, or at least gets it ready to open up with the thermite. Here it goes. Charge to come out. Robust takes some damage inside a pit. It's going to force him back. No, it's not going to force him back. He's actually going to stick the fight as Capital goes to peek over the hatch with the Capital Firebolt. Mammoth to fall. Unfortunate there. Envy inside of the site will be able to spot out the player deep by sandbags as well. The cross is being held by God Mode from Z. Very quickly, Deway find themselves in a pretty good spot here to lock the site down if they can hold on to the positions they have. Obeng. So find themselves at a bit of an impasse with Robust finding a second.
Oh, the angle there from Hennessy is not quite enough. It feels like I've seen them here before. NK will take down Vuz as well. A 3 versus 3 in the third round of play. Ironically enough, with just under 30 seconds remaining. Glad with a big kill onto Robust as Envy's looking for that plant. God Mode should be able to hold this down to drop into his waiting arms. Raven should be there as well. It all comes together. The perfect plan. And Deway will deny a third and get the defuse. And look, they're even going to give it to Raven. No, God no. Look, he's earned it.
What a retake. what an absolute retake. I mean, pretty much perfect there from Deway. They had the vertical angles. They wanted to play off of that information. They had everything pretty much covered on the cross. Yes, they lost the initial gunfight, robust upstairs, but it didn't really matter at that point. The hatch was covered. The smokes, I would actually arguably say, worked against Obeng in their favor in that post plan. It allowed Dewey to push on up, regain that lost ground inside of meeting, and sort of shorten the distance to take those up close gunfights. The SMG-11 from the hatch with the retake as well there. I mean, from Raven, really well done. Dewey just sort of cleaning things up pretty surgically, I would argue, and Obeng just unfortunately can't make it happen. They got really close again that round, super close, but the retake from Dewey, so powerful, so strong, and again, 3-0, flawless for them so far on the site rotation. They're now going to be allowed to go back upstairs, back downstairs to the basement, but this time, Oryx from Robust.
Back upstairs to go downstairs. Look, it's a circuitous route, but they get there in the end. Robust is going to be bringing that Oryx, like you were saying. I mean, it's safe to say Obeng have pushed away a little bit here, but it's never really felt like Dewey weren't in control of what's going on. Even when we saw that the 1v1 coming out with Raven and Envy, even then it was still him that dictated the gunfight. He was the one able to get the gun up just in time. Right now we head back down base, which is not a site that worked overly well for Obeng last time.
No, definitely wasn't the case for Obeng, unfortunately, but maybe they've made the changes. We do see NK on the Amaru of all operators, and obviously Soba has been able to actually bring the line this time, but the Gon 6 is in hand. Whether or not it's a main door run out, unfortunately a little bit of a fumble there from Vooz, but it is the Gon 6. I believe a rush going on elsewhere, possibly off screen, maybe in the blue, or they've just opened it up and realized that they maybe couldn't run on in, albeit NK, a lot of damage dealt, 2 minutes 30 on the clock, and yeah, no rush, unfortunately. Maybe it was ill-advised, maybe the Gon 6 was used to clear something off screen, but it definitely seemed like that's what Obeng were trying to achieve.
Right now, pings galore, too many options for Obeng to deal with at the moment. Look at Dewey, they just are raring to go. They want to get aggressive on these angles, they want to force the fights into Obeng, knowing full well that for the most part they can take them. But unfortunately to this point, Obeng, I mean, just have felt like they're a step behind.
Yeah, Obeng have definitely been a step behind, especially now with Hennessy finding that final shot onto NK, who somehow survived the run out from before, but all the same, he's not going to survive that swing there. That is your Amaru down. I mean, again, an interesting pick there from Obeng, with NK being on that operator. The Nitro to come out very close to finding Stobart, but unfortunately not quite far enough. The line scan will find two, and the teammate from Attic coming to attempt to support, but the way players have already made their piece and they've disappeared, minus the one. Look at the position from Hennessy. I don't think Sobart knows that the Malusi is playing as close as he is, just on the tower door. This could be huge for Dewey, especially if Hennessy can find any more than the kill he has already found. This is going to be big.
Yeah, I mean, you can see for Sobart's positioning, he's convinced that the player is down in the basement. And yeah, 3 kill for Hennessy there. Not done just yet. Once more, just flicking around, looking for angles. You see Mammoth Man and Envy now realise that, well, we're not in a great spot. That position is nigh contestable towards the big tower stairs, and Envy opts to head down Laundry. This might be their only avenue of contention if they ruin a real shot to close out the round. 1 lifeline grenade, not a single frag remaining. There is utility to burn and positions to take. Going with the final 35, Envy to find the kill on the Robust. A 3 versus 4, much more doable than a 3 versus 5. There's still more angles to deal with, and Vooz, of course, he's just going to continue his reign of terror on this Obeng GG roster. Envy steps out into the washing machine. The Laundry Storage finds him in the end, but it's at the cost of a significant portion of their health. Last toxic canister out, and there's still 14 seconds to play. That is going to be good coverage. Mammoth to look to drop E-Box and wait, and unfortunately, Hennessy is there also. Envy got the kill on Vooz in the end. Oh my lord, the shotgun, and Hennessy's going to steal it too!
Hennessy's hungry. He wants them all. A 4K for him in that round, I believe, or at least 3. But still, I mean, Dewey, 4 for them without really any backlash from Obeng. Huge scoreline starting on defense side of Oregon. I know we talked about this in the previous iteration of Oregon we saw, Panda, that it's a sort of shift to a 50-50 split in terms of how attack and defense goes in terms of the favor. But, I mean, yeah, Dewey are really showing us that defense is still probably the most viable option. And they haven't played Mirror other than round 1. So Mirror not even being a massive crutch here. Sorry, well, not crutch, rather, should I say hindrance for Obeng, as possibly we initially thought, given that she was left open.
You're not wrong. We do see her often played as a bit of a crutch for defensive teams when she is available, and not all of them really know where to place those windows, given that it's often banned out. So what's the point in practicing something that it's not going to be in play? Most teams will just sort of revert to a strategy that they're used to, where, I mean, assuming she's banned. Round 5, back up to Dorms. This one came down to that infamous 1v1 clutch with Envy and Raven, and it was just Dawei to come out on top. So hopefully, I mean, if Deway have anything to say about it, it won't get that deep this time around.
Probably not. No, I don't imagine we see this one going to max OT, Panda, especially due to the fact that Deway currently just seem to be sort of all over it, and Obeng don't necessarily even have an answer for what is being dealt. I mean, Deway are just sort of surgically pulling this apart, and Obeng just can't really seem to find a break. Swing or God mode. Could have possibly found NK there as he was throwing the drone in, but probably to his better judgment, runs away, plays for the initial contact, gets the information, and disappears with his life intact. And, well, for Obeng, they're going to be doing relatively the same thing we saw from them in the previous round. This nade, though, Robust. No, Hennessy not on the loose. Could have caught that one, but 2 minutes and 10 seconds in. The hold stands strong for Dewey, and Obeng come up fruitless.
Well, look, probably the last time you and I cast these guys, you weren't quite sure who they were. I'm hoping you figured out who Dewey are now.
Yes,
I hope you know
Dewey now.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes.
That is good indeed, brother. But right now, unfortunately, Obeng are learning the hard way of what Dewey truly is, and Envy as well being aggressed on. It's just chip damage, constant chip damage from Dewey that really forces them into unsavory situations and Robust, wanting a bit of revenge after that frag grenade from earlier in the round.
Yeah, especially due to the fact that he was actually just sitting in the corner of Classroom, completely undroned. So Bart struggling a little bit with the Maverick there, can't quite get it to take to the wall as smoothly as he would have hoped, unfortunately. But Mammoth is going to be there to find God mode. So the Goyo taken down. I honestly thought he was going to just shoot Envy there, but have faith. Have faith. Remember, last time we actually saw Dewey play when we were casting, there was 16 kills, Ben. 4 of them going in Dewey's favour, so team kills seem to be a little bit of a thing when Dewey play, but tonight they haven't made that mistake just yet. 4 versus 3 is definitely doable here. NB opening up the wall, so it is vaultable, but Dewey have good positional spots on the side.
Oh, this could get tenuous, especially when, well, look, the attack is looking very rough right now. Raven and Robust are just demons. Unfortunately, Raven and Voo's fall. This time it's Robust to take down Envy, who, ironically enough, was again the last player alive for Obeng. But that's 5 in a row here, Proto. Things not looking good for Obeng.
Yeah, Obeng probably want to be calling attack timeout. If I'm being completely honest, they need to have that conversation with their coach, if they have said coach, and sort of discuss what the issue is, because right now 5-0 completely uncontested from Dewey, and the rounds just keep going more and more in their favor, with even less questionable doubt. Yes, Obeng have managed to get it to the post plant once, but I mean, other than that, Dewey have just been completely on top of it. As you said, chip damage has just been such a big thing, but another thing for Dewey has just been drone control. The lack of information for Obeng going into these final rounds has definitely been an issue, and the lack of information even in the pre-rounds, preset drones, has just meant that Obeng have sort of been stalled out right from the start. We've seen them pretty much consistently take a minute to get in the building and find the first roamer. So drone control here for Dewey kind of insane, or at least drone evasion for the roamers of Dewey has been kind of insane. But again, it's just speaking to the levels of difference we're seeing between these two teams at the moment. But yeah, I mean, Obeng yet to really find any sort of footing in their play at the moment. Deway are really just sort of setting the pace for themselves and playing their own game.
Oh boy. I mean, okay. What are the odds? What are the odds? We see an absolute flog of the half and Obeng get themselves a point. At this stage, I'm willing to call it quite low. But it almost seemed to stem from that initial round where Sobat unfortunately disconnected.
Yeah, it really did. Oh, NK. Oh, NK. It's just all going wrong. I do believe Robust actually still to play a Vault in Attic there. You'd hope at least on the rotate back here. But yeah, look, not a great start for Obeng. And as you said, it's pretty much telling, as you said, round number 1. So Bart unfortunately disconnected, and yeah, it's pretty much just been like that since.
Well, hopefully they can find some sort of comeback in Cafe, because right now this is looking like a bit of a write-off. Hopefully for tax purposes it is, because that would be ideal. For siege purposes, not so much.
I believe there's actually an Echo drone inside a tower that Obeng are wary of, but they don't necessarily have the facilities to deal with such utility. And well, I guess we'll see if they can find it. But a minute and a half is all they have left to play with, and they are yet to find a kill. I'd imagine the main wall now is going to be open. No, Mute Jammer. It's actually a big issue there. Most likely the one from above. However, the left side of the wall actually unreinforced, which is an interesting choice from Deway, but albeit it seems to have Obeng somewhat stunned. It's giving them angles into the bomb site that are allowing them to sort of shoot through. So Bart will find his first kill on the Robust. New Jam is still yet to be cleared out. The play is actually going to make its way into Green Hall to try and directly deal with that utility. But all the same, I believe it's actually the Mute Jammer upstairs that the issue is. And there you go, the nade from below to clear it out. The wall opened up. Something for Obeng to play with. 45 seconds, a 4 versus 4 is definitely good.
That Mute Jammer there that was just shot at has been a problem for such a long time. They haven't even got the opening into Attic either, so that pit hold could be deadly. God mode falls, and that is your Yokai drones no longer a factor in the remainder of the round. Other than potential info, but Booze, he's going to get one before he falls. Hennessy answers back, of course he does. Having the Attic to play around. Just cheeky little duck under, getting the diffuser back to Raven. No, he spots it and almost cleans up Glad. And this is not ideal, so Bart trying to relocate to join his teammate. Hennessy looking to pinch in through Kitchen. The long angle might be dangerous, and Glad falls, so Bart isn't going to get the chance to plant, and Hennessy rocks up for one of his own. Proto, it is a flawless half.
What a way to kick things off for Dewey. I mean, this is precedent setting just for map 1. I mean, think of the mental for Obeng going into map 2, let alone going into this half. I mean, 6-0 is just, I mean, what a way to kick it off. Dewey really out here putting the law down, if you will. I mean, they've got one possible round away from closing this one out as a 7-0. Will be the quickest game we've seen this evening, provided that is the case. And we do see this end out here. We will be off to Cafe. And statistically speaking, last time we saw Dewey play Cafe was against Roosters. They did unfortunately lose at 7-2. However, given that they are looking pretty good to end this on a 7-0, I do rate their chances. But you never know. Obeng could pull something out of the book. This, I believe, was Obeng's map pick, possibly. Correct me if I'm wrong. I do think it was Obeng's map pick. But, yeah, it's not looking great for Obeng at all.
No, I believe this was Dewey's pick, given that Obeng got to pick sides. So, Obeng's map pick is Cafe. And, yeah, look, Dewey looking comfortable. Let's put it that way.
Choosing to start attack on Oregon. I rate the ballsiness of it.
I mean,
on paper, it didn't work out.
We did see this trend a lot last year. Teams opted to start an attack knowing full well that they had the favourable side to close it out in the second half. But that is not how it's happened.
No, it's not, unfortunately, how it's panned out for them. And I'd imagine if Vooz had gone up slightly and shot through that window, that would have been a pretty insane kill to start it off on the NK. However, now they know there is a player in tier 3, and it doesn't matter. Vuz is there. I mean, NK, nice head. I'll be taking that one. Thank you very much. And Deway, just keep giving it to Obeng. They're going to get the retake.
Oh my god.
It's just clinical from below. Raven. So Bart's not going to be allowed. At least there's a refrag from Glad on the Vuz. But at this point, the damage has been done, Panda. Hennessy's there. And it's a 2v4 already.
With 2 minutes still remaining, Walken is just about to pop. No way to deny it, and Envy has to relocate it to kids. Mammoth is going to have to come up wide, so they're both going to be playing the same side of the site right now. Oh boy, it could not have gone any worse in quick succession. Shotgun for Envy, the swing in. Unfortunately, there is no one there. Envy does get the kill back onto God mode. He's got the shotgun and a hope and a prayer. Well, what info does he have when the player's encroaching? He's going to find them. Oh my lord, Raven just got catapulted down the stairs. I thought he was going to do it for a moment, but a 7-0 here on Oregon for Dawei.
Yeah, look, not really too much to read into that one, if I'm being honest with Panda. Deway know how to play Oregon. And Obeng, unfortunately, just couldn't make anything happen at all. I mean, we look at just how these rounds played out. I mean, Hennessy 10 and 2 at the end of that. 7 for Robust, 8 for Raven, Vuz on 6, supporting character on 3. I mean, what a way to kick this BO3 off. I mean, a 7-0. What a way to assert dominance in the first, 30 minutes of play, Blue Panda. I mean, that is how you kick a match off. Looking to go on to map number 2. I mean, Cafe, what a spectacle. Obeng didn't even really get to play Oregon.
Yeah, look, hopefully they get a bit of a longer stint in the second map. But right now, we are going to throw it to a break. Why waste time? Let's just get ready to go into the second map. Of course, up after the break, Cafe Dostoyevsky. It's going to be an interesting one. Look, Proto, what are the odds? What are the odds? They haven't picked up a round yet. Do they pick up a round on Cafe?
I think they might pick up a couple on Cafe, as much as I would like to say they don't, albeit. Well, I don't reckon it happens. Albeit, we're going to find out very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll return soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella! Father would be ashamed of you.
Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adult's table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting straight on into the action, of course. Oregon, flawless. Dewey just looked phenomenal. They did it their way, ironically enough. We now head to Cafe Dostoevsky, which is Dewey's pick. Actually, I figured that out now. So, Obeng, ironically enough, the first letter in their name, on their own map pick on Oregon. It's all coming together. It's scripted at the end of the day. But look, we head to Cafe Dostoevsky. I mean, what hope do they have?
Wow, I'm still reeling from that one. I mean, look, Obeng definitely. Yeah, look, they're definitely looking to keep up that O trend, I think. Oregon was just a complete stomp from Dewey. There was literally nothing that Obeng could do. They were outclassed, outgunned, outmatched. It just really did not go their way in any aspect, any round. Look, obviously we've got a bit of a sort of a pattern here for this map veto, that it is just the default sort of 3 that we see, the Oceanic Special, if you will, Oregon Cafe Club. And at the end of the day, if we're going to sort of expect to see what we saw in terms of the basic style of play that Dewey brought and how effective it was against Obeng, I'd imagine Cafe is going to be completely similar based on what we saw for Oregon. I mean, as well, Dewey are starting on defense, and I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if we saw that 6-0 half again, if I'm being completely honest. And unless Obeng can pull something out of anything that they have left, strat book, anything, and just put it on the field and get a round down, because right now they're 7-0 and they could continue on to be 14-0 if they aren't careful.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still the ideal situation for Dewey. Obviously, they've got a bigger matchup after this, of course. If they win it, they, look, let's not beat around the bush. They then have to go on and face Invictus Gaming International. Yeah. So I think another 7-0 would do them a world of good, and not just, a quick win, get themselves ready for the next one, but it also doesn't reveal too much.
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to sort of allow them to keep a little bit of that pocket style siege sort of ready to throw out for Invictus, because arguably Invictus probably is going to be one of the hardest games that we've seen for them. But given that this is the first round, I mean, look, they're looking good to sort of set themselves up and get as far down the bracket as they can. But yeah, given that first map was so one-sided, I'd imagine that Cafe is probably going to be pretty quick here, unless Obeng do something out of the blue to sort of just completely wipe the opposition away. Because at the moment, Dewey are looking awesome to just sort of close this one out, save as many strats as they can, and just sort of get straight into waiting for the next game. So, I mean, if they can keep themselves warm for the time being, that is great. Why not? A better way to do it like this, sort of just play your game, have your fun, get your mental prepared to go on up against INV, because that's going to be a big game. But we can't really count Obeng out of it. There is still that possibility that they come back and take us to map 3. We saw it for Trinitas. We didn't expect it. They did it in our first match tonight. So there is the possibility, Panda.
For going from going from a 7-0 victory to then dropping a map, is it like you talk about whiplash?
Yeah.
Spiritual, emotional whiplash. That is exactly what that would be. No, not to mention no small amount of physical whiplash, I would imagine. I don't see it. I don't see it. Dewey have played a very good game. They're great fraggers. They understand what they should be doing round to round, and they don't get ahead of themselves. I mean, we saw they were up 6-0, and they did their thing. They didn't waste time. They made sure they locked it down and didn't. I mean, we didn't see the almost 1 versus 4 clutch like we did in our first match against Madness. They didn't let that happen because they showed that great discipline.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, Madness sort of made those mistakes that we talked about that cost them at least 3 rounds, just off the top of my head from note, due to the fact that they overextended. They had the man advantage, they had the round count. Like, throw bodies at it. And it was very quickly a 1v1. It was like, oh God, I hope the player clutches. Player might not even clutch sometimes. I mean, 2-3 rounds they lost. But at the same time, Dewey polar opposite. They had those advantages, 6 rounds on the board, the ultimate buffer that any team can hope for in competitive Rainbow Six, and they just didn't let it slip. They didn't take their foot off the pedal for a second. I mean, in the last round, 4 kills for them in the first 30 seconds, Panda. So they definitely want to get things done quickly to get themselves ready mentally and even mechanically for their game later this evening. But right now, we're going to head on into Cafe because that is where the action is going to go down for map number 2. Do we think Deway is going to do the exact same thing? I definitely think it's going to be a quick one. Maybe not a 7-0 Panda, but definitely something along the lines of a 7-1, 7-2, if I'm being completely honest.
Unfortunately, we also see Dewey start on the defense again.
Yes.
And we saw their aggression on the defense. I mean, I'm expecting Hennessy and Robust to be just on windows constantly on the defense this map. This is potentially a bit scary for Obeng GG.
Yeah, depending on the bans, I mean, things are probably only going to get worse, depending on what is going to be banned out. Obeng sticking with Flores, Jackal to go from Dawei, though. Would sort of indicate that they might want to do a little bit of roaming tomfoolery. Mirror to go from Obeng, which leaves Dewey to possibly leave Valkyrie up here for them to play with. Obviously, getting a 6-0 is going to be a lot easier with all of that information provided by the Black Eyes, so whether or not they choose to have that advantage is up to them, and well, they're not really interested too much. Mirror Valk to go, so Cade available. Thatcher also on the board, interestingly enough, for Cafe. However, one would sort of assume that he has a lot of impact, but looking at how he's been played recently on Cafe when left up, we've actually seen a lot of teams opt to leave him up, and he doesn't actually have that much of effect. Teams don't even opt to bring him. I mean, right now for Obeng, their lineup is Thatcherless.
Thatcherless indeed, but I mean, look, on Cafe, it is not the be-all and end-all. And we know that for a fact. There are ways to play around it. There's so much verticality that comes into play on Cafe Dostoevsky. So I think it's one of those situations where you can just sort of do without it.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. You don't really need Thatcher on this map. Again, that's why teams opt to ban pretty much anything else that they don't want to deal with. The way, obviously, taking the Jackal off the board, they just want to have, the ability to roam. We do see that sort of being implemented a little bit in their lineup. They have Robust on the Alibi. They have Vooz on the Jaeger. Hennessy, obviously, back on the Malusi, where he is so comfortable. So, obviously, you have to take that into consideration when you look at how they are banning as opposed to what they are banning. But Thatcher, he's not really going to make an appearance. He doesn't need to. But yeah, Obeng, the one thing that they do need is a round on the board, because in 2 maps, they are yet to get one. So this is going to be their first attempt of up to 7, plus possibly this game, where they're going to have a chance at finding themselves some rounds. But the way they're hungry, they want some more after the first map, Panda. You can tell just by the way you can see them spread out throughout the building.
Yeah, they're looking to get aggressive. We always knew that they were going to. This is sort of how they play the game. And it's almost like a C's staple. They're known for their aggression. You look at teams like Elevate, you look at teams like Invictus, they will 100% take the fight to you before you can take it to them.
Yeah, early kills, early damage. It's sort of a swing or be swung, really, at the moment, which is the unfortunate part of where the meta currently stands, because unless you can get those first shots off or the advantage on a player, usually the angle being held is going to be the superior in the instance. However, the Lumai on the window post by Drinks is going to be able to draw that first grenade out, and unfortunately that means for NK he's not going to be able to clear, I believe, the far mute jammer. However, the close one may be already gone. The drone now from Robust, trying to find whether or not there is a player inside near Piano, but the Pixel player is going to be the first to show himself. Trying to clear that shield. Glad takes a lot of damage from back by Robust, but he actually isn't going to go down. So Bart will take some damage as well. Robust is good for the headshot. He's hunting for more. Not great start, Panda. He's going to get 2. This is not good for Obeng.
You know why that happened? Because he's robust in his gameplay. He backs himself in a gunfight. Unfortunately, he's dead now. And God Mode will have to pick up some of the slack. My God, so Bart Raven just eviscerated from this server. 3 versus dead. It's not providing too much cover, unfortunately, so but best of luck to you. But right now, the player advantage there for Deway. Hennessy and Boo's still alive, two incredibly capable fraggers right now. Yeah, still Magnus an impossibility. Hennessy was sitting below the hatch. He was just waiting like a real-life frost mat in place about swinging. Needs to get something to defuse. It can't get that even. And away. It's 8 in a row.
Yeah, they're going to keep things going. The train has definitely left the station, but it left the station at Oregon and it hasn't stopped just yet, even though we're going through a different stop now. I mean, Dewey. Crossfires. I mean, well, what is there really to pick apart from them? 2 kills from Robust in a position that he arguably should have been fragged out of pretty much instantaneously. You know, not a great start for Obeng. Not great coordination from them either. I mean, we saw that there was Z pings, there was utility available for them to try and clear him out, but we didn't see any grenades, we didn't see any Zofia stuns. All we saw was, you know, individual players trying to face check, and then the Buck sort of came late to the party, tried to play that crossfire, and ultimately couldn't find him. He was then taken down, but at that point, damage was done. As you said, Robust in his gameplay, backing it up. And yeah, Dewey ultimately on top of that. They're going to come away with round number 1 pretty much flawlessly in terms of how it was executed under their belt, because Obeng they just could not find a single opening to exploit at all. I mean, the fact that there was Hennessy standing under the red hatch for the Zofia just to jump down onto without even checking just sort of speaks levels of the difference in gameplay we're seeing from these two teams across these 2 maps so far.
Well, look, it's just non-stop movement. Dewey just constantly rotating around. Look, Fraggers, look at Booze. I mean, look at Booze. He just wants to fight. He's primed and ready on that service doorway. He wants to swing out into bakery. He wants someone to be there. Unfortunately for him, it's not to be. Yeah, look, unfortunate. Bit of a slower start, but Obeng, I think, have realised that they can't horizontally take this, so they're going to have to play for verticality. And this is actually probably the best choice. The way you don't actually look like they have any presence on the 3rd and 2nd floors. Possibly 2nd, but 3rd is definitely clear. And they're going to be able to sort of dictate how they want to take this, how quickly they want to take this, due to the fact that there are no bodies from Dewey on the 2nd floor. 3rd floor, sorry. 2nd floor looking pretty good too, so Obeng, even with the lack of roamers from Dewey, have taken up to a minute to drone this forward. And that could cost them in the end, but still, you need to know they've dictated everything is clear. They now know that all 5 players from Dewey are on site. Oh boy. Right now, this fuse I'm excited by. Well, we see the pucks actually do some damage. The pings from the EE1D coming out, revealing that there is a heavy presence down on the 1st floor. Glad there, the window popped, but as much as it allows Avenue into the building, I think it may have deterred what could have been a possible kill onto Robust there. Not to be anymore. So Bart covering the brown stairs. Obeng, like, I respect what they're trying to do, but it just every single time they do something, it just seems like the timing of it is a bit off. Okay, it's definitely taken them a while to set themselves up here. We haven't actually seen any cluster charges come out for Envy just yet. We haven't actually really seen a lot from Obeng in terms of, you know, playing for kills. They're playing a lot for information. But yeah, a lot of it is coming down to timing. I mean, we've got the line scan to come out. I do believe the first of maybe the pucks to come through, but actually a drop into Freezer from NK, possibly an accident. Raven, however, there to capitalise the beat, giving Mammoth a range from the swing on round. He's not going to find any, but 40 seconds, Panda. And a 5 versus 4, Dewey yet to lose. I'd say that. Are going to lose a player, but Hennessy's there. So the fuse, still with 3 charges in hand, has dropped into Freezer, which is not what you would expect. Likely he's going to find the shot onto God mode, but Mammoth Man, they answer back. Unfortunately, now we will see both remaining attackers stuck into Freezer. Hennessy falls. Booze and Robust to try and clutch up, and Robust is coming in for the pinch, so Bart is down. Tail end of Envy is in a bit of danger, and a tap away. I mean, again, it just feels like the timing there was off. You get into Freezer. Why is there not fuse up above, providing that opening, deterring defenders from getting aggro on your position? It just... every step feels like a mistake.
The fuse pick was so lackluster there from Obeng. I mean, what a big brain idea. Yes, let's bring the cluster charges, clear the back of the site out towards kitchen that we're not touching. clear out drinks, clear out coffee, clear out ovens, and one of the fuse charges was used in total. 3 left in the pocket, dropping into the site, and yeah, nothing really came from those fuse charges at all that we could, feasibly see on stream, at least from our end of things. The fuse was ultimately just a gun pick, I think, at the end. It really did not do anything for Obeng that was rather notable on that execute. They had the cluster charges in pocket. I mean, they could have used that to clear kitchen out. They could have used that to clear coat checkout. They could have done an infinite number of things with the fuse charges, but instead they chose to do pretty much nothing, Panda. And at the end of the day, utility lost, and Deway, they're going to walk away with 2. I mean, it just looks better and better. 9 rounds, on for the 10. Unanswered here from Obeng, and I mean, Deway, they're just on a heat.
They really are. I mean, it's nine rounds in a row now. And only, 2 or 3 of those have actually felt close. Envy, not quite sure what the game plan was, having the X-Kairos launcher out and spawn. But maybe just getting themselves prepped for a bit of a smash grab play.
Maybe a rush, maybe something quicker off the heels. Could be the play, but I mean, they've made it to the roof. That's a good start. We haven't seen Dewey be too aggressive in terms of the spawn peaks. We also don't seem to have much utility on the roof to open up these hatches just yet. Sledge a little bit late to the party. He, however, has now made it, NK. But the first time we actually see Thatcher here from Sobar. An interesting addition. He hasn't had much impact in this map so far. Thatcher this is. So maybe his utility can be more beneficial. But I mean, right now, the way just holding on to the top floor, they're just waiting. Again, a minute wasted here by Obeng to only drone Piano, the Guy Lounge. And that's pretty much it.
Well, they are going to drop in above NK, looking to get aggressive up on the 3rd floor, but he doesn't seem to have a heck of a lot of support, which could come back to bite them if they're not careful. They've got Cigar Lounge control. They want to start getting that sledgehammer to work. And NK will just pop the walls into bathroom, and into back stock. Looking to clear on that utility as well. Who's might just be able to make a play here, which is a little concerning. I don't even think they've droned him out. That's a huge oversight. That was entirely by accident.
Yeah, it was. It paid off though. I mean, you take those, but speaking of accidents, glad a little bit of a misplay from him. Raven is going to capitalize on that, walking through the Aruna gate. That's the thinker to go. And I mean, yes, Raven might be the last line of defense on this top floor, but he's actually going to drop and not get punished at all. Dewey making away with 4 players in the end of the round. They still have some good control of Pillar as well to do some damage, but Panda, it's 50 seconds for Obeng to play with, and God Mode now taking down Bart. However, Mammoth dropping into the bottom of red to take down 2 players. Raven and the Pillar to go down. A triple for Mammoth. Huge God Mode to fall as well, and very quickly Robust is left in a 1 versus 3.
Robust opting to head all the way upstairs. Probably going to look to try and catch NK out. Spots one from long range, but can't do it. Obeng GG in the 10th round in this best of 3 will finally get one on the board.
I mean, I think congratulations is in order, Panda. Congratulations.
It's a round. It's a round. They've got more to go before we can start congratulating them.
Yeah, I mean that's a good start. You got to give them that. They broke the cycle. I mean, there's something notable there at least. But yeah, look, albeit 1 round that could have gone in the way of Dewey, if I'm being completely honest, had they not overextended a little bit there. And the fact that, I mean, Mammoth kind of did just go huge, let's be honest. But still, at the end of the day, a round is a round, and Obeng are going to take whatever they can get at this point. They are sort of being starved in terms of how many rounds they're allowed to have, this being the first in 10. But still, a good effort from them, a good adaptation. They changed up a little something, I reckon. It sort of gave some of that aggression back and played trades very well there on that last round. So Dewey are going to make some additions themselves, but I'd imagine it's nothing too sort of monstrous in terms of what they're changing up. They've switched the Malusi off for the Thorn as more of a deterrence, I suppose. But yeah, Dewey, they're just going to sort of brush that one off and get back to what they were doing.
Well, right now, one round might be the kickstart that Obeng needs. Like I said, congratulations. I don't think they're in order just yet. When they get to a half at 3-3, then I think we can start talking. But right now, Obeng, they're going to look to go for the same approach once again. Top down clear, they want to get in, they want to start opening up these floors, these walls, start really threatening. I mean, oh no, the aggressive patch play again. Do they know? Do they have any idea? They've missed it once again and completely misread the situation.
Yeah, rather unfortunate. Not going to be able to find him. He's actually going to pop Thorn as well and give some indication that there is a player towards the bottom of red. But I mean, at the moment, struggling to get the Claymore round down his teammates' ankles, but glad to open things up. Booze is the first to fall in a line of possibly many. The Nitro prep and train we see here, but whether or not it is going to be fruitful is the next question. I mean, a good start for Obeng, almost taking a second. Hennessy will take down NK and actually get away with his life.
Start here for Dawei in the 4th round. Mammoth, though, is hunting, and you can smell the blood. Unfortunately, so can Raven, who will fall after the fact. So it is a 1-for-1 trade once again, and this has been the majority of this map. They've lost some key operators, though, on the attack. That's a decent, chunky utility clear that will no longer be available to them in the free fire from Pixel. And Nitro for 2! God mode! Takes out a massive chunk of this lineup, and so Bart, lost and alone on the roof, can do nothing but watch.
Yeah, look, he does hear the player on red, possibly. The Claymore not doing anything?
I think it was because of its position on the stairs. He tagged the laser and then retreated, so...
Tanked it, yeah. I mean, unfortunate, albeit. Doesn't find the kill, God mode. He's going to get away with some of his health left, but I mean, look, top floor is still being held by Deway here. I would assume that Sobart is not long for this round. He has to deal with 3. He's going to spot 1. Yeah, he's not even going to get any. Robust is there. Deway, they're going to hop back right on the horse where they jumped off it and put another round on the board for themselves.
Big stuff. Deway bounced back after losing 1. Then what was a very convincing attack onto Reading and Fireplace as well. 3rd floor in play. I mean, the double down worked. Now we go to the 3rd floor, which is where we kicked everything off. And we'll have to see what Obeng can do in the face of this overwhelming aggression.
Yeah, Obeng, it is really struggle street, unfortunately, for Obeng at the moment. They found 1 round, Panda, in 11, and it is not the greatest of sights to be seeing if you're an Obeng GG fan, but albeit they are doing their best on Cafe at the moment. I mean, a lot of the rounds have been rather close. I mean, a 3 versus 3, a 3 versus 4 in favour of Obeng, even getting it down to 2v2s, 1v1s is definitely a lot closer than losing, you know, flawless rounds, 4v1s, etc., etc. So you do have to give them that respect. But yeah, the way even in deficits, even in tough situations, have been able to just completely shut the competition out. Positional advantage, I mean, just a whole lot of things culminating really together to sort of give them those advantages and playing off of Obeng's disadvantages. I mean, the way they're playing doesn't necessarily seem like they are ready to deal with the aggression. And that might be something to sort of take into consideration if you are Obeng, what you need to be switching up. Either way, the fuse is going to be brought back by NV here. Will we see 1 more cluster charge used to have 2 left over? Or do you think we see all of them this time?
Well, as long as he's not in freezer with the rest of his team dying, we should
True.
see some action. But, I mean, I'm not holding my breath.
No, not something advisable at least. Albeit, some good damage early on. Vooz looking a lot worse for wear than he was about 20 seconds ago, unfortunately. But now NK is as well. God mode. Walks down wide, almost walks away with that kill as well. But unfortunately, not going to be gifted with such a thing just yet, as the remainder of his team start to take the top floor control. But again, a minute wasted, Panda. This is the same pattern that we have seen for Obeng on their attacks pretty much for 2 maps in a row now. It takes them a solid minute and a half to get in and get some control of the map. I mean, they still have roamers from Deway to deal with here, and we are pretty much halfway through the round, and not too much has happened for them just yet.
Sabat on the buck. This is where he really stood out in his previous appearances for Deway. Sorry, for Obeng. He's a real maestro, master, sorry, of the buck play. Maestro's already in play, but he's on Hennessy. Robusta first of all in the round, looking for more and just skating away down red stairs. Mammoth man on the chase. The shots through the floor, unfortunately not going to connect for Obeng. Unfortunate, but not the end of the world. They are going to look for that nade into check, and must have been a very near done deal.
Yeah, definitely close. Unfortunately, not close enough. But minute left. Here come the cluster charges, one of which has been used for Envy. Whether or not he gets another one off in the time in play left is in the next question, albeit the way down a player. Make it an even game now as Booth takes down NK. 40 seconds left. They need to go for the execute. Sobart takes some damage, but Buck is ready to go. They still have one player inside of VIP, and on this cross, the drop into Freezer is going to be something quite scary for Obeng.
Envy's just not committing to these fuse charges. Why is he not above the site creating some noise? It's not even about finding kills. It's about the distraction game. He's already pushing down white. This is just absolutely bizarre stuff to me. I can't, for the life of me, figure out why this is happening. He's trying to jiggle around into VIP, and Hennessy, well, won't even get a chance to react. 3 versus 4, one on the chassis, 6 seconds. All they've got to do is delay. This is insane. There's no one on the plant. Get the plant down. Sabat's on the job. The swing in. Raven is looking for the kill, but somehow it comes together. Obeng, you can't be doing that.
I mean, yeah, Obeng, 2 seconds left. You're in sight. The bomb isn't going down. I mean, Panda, as much, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm quite bewildered as to what is going on. How they walk away with that round is beyond me. I mean, Deway, I guess they just got too aggressive at the end, or the positions just weren't quite there. Maybe they weren't expecting Obeng players to be in certain spots, etc., etc. But I mean, yeah, not really as smooth as we would have thought here for them on Cafe. The way this is, I mean, after a 7-0 in Oregon, their play style has definitely taken a little bit of a hit going on to Cafe, albeit this might be a map that Obeng are more comfortable with. It definitely looks like that it's one that they practice a lot more. However, again, yeah, the fuse pick, arguably they should be bringing literally anyone else at that point, because they're just not using the utility at all. I mean, yeah, very weird. But it worked. Fine.
We'll take it. Boo's just calculating, doing the math in his head, make sure that the rotate angle is at the right height. Getting to the final round of the half, but this might just be a 3-3.
Yeah, it's possible. As much as it was unthought of in map 1, it's definitely possible now, Blue Panda, I think. But can Obeng do it is the real question. I mean, they have pings on the runouts. They have some drone information, which is a lot better than what we've seen for their previous entries into the building. However, whether or not it takes them a minute to get in is going to be the big deciding factor in that. No fuse this time for Envy, back onto the Habana. But I mean, yeah, Deway, I'd imagine they'll probably clean things up here for this last round, tighten things back to what they were on Oregon, play for the meticulous defense that we know that they can do, and look to put this 4th round on the board for 4-2 split. Albeit, Obeng, they're looking good to at least attempt to make it to 3-3, but whether or not they can pull that off is the big question.
Yeah, look, anything's possible after this last 2 rounds. And I have absolute faith that we could see this go the way of Obeng again. The EMP out. I would imagine that is to try and open or enable the opening of the cigar wall. Not that there is any breach denial whatsoever on the side of Dewey. So interesting that an EMP charge was already used in that way. Made towards Fixel. Is it going to be deep enough? Looks like it just misses out there. Courtesy of the Wemai.
Good utility drawing here from Dewey. The run out though from Bakery, a little bit of a bait to try and get the repels off, and it did exactly just that. I don't actually think that Godmode actually committed to the run out there at all, but the bulletproof here. It's going to be cleared out pretty quickly by NK. Knows that there was a player by Pixel and actually gets quite aggressive and will win the fight against Foos at the top of Pixel. Uses the Golden Six to clear the Arena Gate, sorry. I mean, yeah, this is looking pretty good for Obeng. They're putting aggression into their toolkit and sort of using it to pick apart Deway on their rotates, and it's doing really well. God Mode at least has something to say about it. So does Raven with 50 seconds left. Panda, things were looking good, but now Deway swing it back in their favour.
Raven holding the angle, watches Envy walk through the door, watches Sobat walk through the door and says, good night, Chief. It is not going to be a 3-3 half, I even can say about it. Mammoth, bewildered, lost alone with 30 seconds remaining on top of Red, is being encroached upon aggressively in this position. It's like a hail of bullets just roaming around. Nitro tossed in God Mode. Gonna find the final. Absolutely threading the needle on that one.
That was a nice throw. That was a very nice throw. Albeit, yeah, Deway 4-2 half, not flawless, but definitely better than nothing. And Obeng, they're going to now have their chance on defense. But I mean, Deway, based on how they like to play a very aggressive style, I think attack is probably going to be more their bread and butter here on Cafe. Definitely seems like their favourite.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Brodo. It's looking scary for Obeng. As much as we'd love to see this go a bit longer, I think this might be the downward spiral for Obeng GG.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, look, it could be. At the same time, I would love to agree and sort of say, like, yeah, look, there's hope and all of that. At the moment, it's, even if there was, it's not very tangible. Like, I mean, we saw their performance on Oregon, and so far we've seen their performance on Cafe. And I mean, it is the simple things that are sort of costing them at the end of the day. I mean, we saw just there, not checking corners. Jaeger was able to pick up 2 on the entry. I mean, the same sort of thing inside of, they didn't clear Pixel properly, and there was a lack of drones, and simple things for Obeng, really. Obviously, things are a little bit easier now than on the defense, but for Deway, attack is where they tend to thrive, it seems, and they're going to get to have their 6 rounds now. We might not even see 6 Panda, but Deway are definitely looking to make this one as quick as they can.
Well, acceleration is going to be key here. Deway need to hit their marks in this round. 30 seconds gone. They start to open up the hatches. They want to get themselves into the building and progressing towards the site. So hopefully they can start that up in the near future. Drone game has to be key. You're looking for info. You're wanting to transition that into positional advantage. But, I mean, in saying that, Obeng have proven they can frag in a pinch, which could make things harder than it looks.
Yeah, Obeng have definitely caused some damage, you know, when it comes down to the crunch time, and given that they can have the opportunity to get said kills, it could be quite scary for Deway. However, Robust open things up on NK. It's going to be a good kill to find. There is a trade directly back. Mammoth will find 1, however, in the process loses pretty much all of his HP, so he's a walking leg, possibly, but the run out and the Claymore are there from Hennessy. Self-coverage at its finest with the 2 Claymores change. Yeah, Deway find themselves the lead and ultimately just clearing some utility. Obeng, yeah, not looking too healthy. Ooh, a little bit better now, but yeah, not great.
Not the end of the world. 3 versus 3, and there's just a single nitro cell to deny that plant from below. Interesting choice over the wall, just trying to free up the drone there. Just saying, Raven is sitting in the back line saying, "Yo, can you give me a hand here? I just wanna go look for some more info." Pixel being flushed out as well. They're all focused around this position between Cigar Lounge and Top Red. God Mode obviously understands that there might be a problem with that position being held. That could have been fun. Banking a nade off the back of a teammate's head, but it looks like that nade is going to be dealt with. No chance at it clearing the shield. 40 seconds left. I mean, oh, the wall bang. It's stolen by Raven in the end, but that could have been dirty.
Could have been quite filthy, but Yeah, unfortunately it wasn't. Albeit, we see these angles opened up by the Zofia that could actually turn around and bite Dewey here. Not in a nice way on the entry into the site. Godmode will be opening up that wall from Cigar Lounge into the freezer, and it is going to be a direct contestation through the site. They have one player on the skylight playing for the cross, and NV is going to miss those shots, and Booze is there to take down Sobat. Bomb now going down at Trash and Nitro for NV to play with. Going to have to go for the swing here around. He's actually going to get the down on the Raven, not the confirmation. However, onto the Thermite and Godmode with the headshot. Straight off the back of the plant. The way this is their playground, and attack is where they thrive.
The way it works. Well, they take the first round of the half, 5-2. The scoreline product, 2 more, and they close it out in a clean 2-0 fashion. No chance at a decider.
No, not much chance, but... Oh, Panda. It's getting desperate. It really is for Obeng. They got to do something here, because if they don't, Dewey, I mean, yes, Obeng have already done more than they did on Oregon here, but yeah, Dewey are just sort of setting themselves up to continue on the stomping streak that they're on, unless Obeng can find the brakes and put them on, because it's not looking great for them at all. It is slowly sort of just falling apart, but they're going to try upstairs again. They want to give it one more go. 1 shield instead of 2 available here for them. NK on the alibi. But yeah, I mean, Panda, they've made a couple of changes. T-Bird being bought here from Stobart. Other than that, not really too much. And impacts as well. No Nitro denial and no smoke, Panda, at all for this setup.
Interestingly, yeah, that's that could potentially be a pretty significant oversight on this third floor defense. I mean, you've got next to nothing to deny from below in case a plant should go down, which is what you'd expect to see. Nothing in a pinch to deny a plant whatsoever. So even if realistically it's a way to take the side, they win the round.
Yeah, logistically speaking, yeah. 100%. I'm like, yeah, nothing to stop any type of aggression, really, or slow anything down. I mean, yes, they have them elusive, but other than that, that is, as you said, it is more of a sort of nuisance than it is anything else. But I mean, look at the way this side is set up. A is currently completely clear, Blue Panda, and I believe Dewey might have actually spotted that out themselves. They've got a lot of players downstairs, but no one in the cocktails bar side of things, it seems. This might be something Dewey acts on, however. Doesn't look like they're too keen to just jump on in. That might mean that someone has rotated on round, but I mean, yeah, look. At the start of the round, that could have been big for the jump in. I don't think Dewey wanted to commit to it, unfortunately, for our viewing pleasure. But, yeah, Obeng leaving places open for the way to get in is not a good way to start off round 8.
Yeah, you can see the minor panic on Envy as he's tucked in a cocktail, knowing full well that he might be in a gunfight in a moment's notice. There is just so much weakness in this setup that we're seeing. You know, Obeng might be forced into an unwilling position. Hennessy, it must have been a self-concussion, I would have to imagine. There's nothing else that could have concussed him in the round, but it's NK. To find Raven first, no more finger here in round 8.
Yeah, I mean, losing Raven, not the greatest start. Obviously, one of your bigger fraggers. To sort of go down early on is not great, especially with NK finding Booze and now dropping off as well. The run out from Glad somehow dodging the Claymore. Unfortunate, but with Robust and Godmode finding 1 or 2 versus 3 is doable. With Robust going down, Godmode's going to have to find a 4K here to make the best of this round. Default to be cleared, 40 seconds to play with Fragmite. Got to live up to his secondary use here, which is shooting the enemies as well as opening up the walls. 30 seconds, Panda, who's walking in. He needs to find the first. Not going to get any. Stobart is there. Obeng, hold on for one more.
Yeah, unfortunately, just the tail end spotted a God mode, and it was enough to distract him as he got in the gunfight with Glad, and well, it is just an unfortunate downward spiral that allows Obeng to bag their 3rd round. Great stuff from them to hold on as much as they are.
Yeah, great from them. I mean, awesome. Awesome sportsmanship for them to just sort of keep going and giving it their best every round, sort of in and out of what we're seeing, but even still, 2 rounds separate them from catching up to Dewey, and I mean, Dewey is kitchen now for them, which, you know, shouldn't be too hard, but at the same time, anything can really happen here. I mean, we saw Dewey play success on this map 7-5, so we could be seeing something similar here. But yeah, I mean, other than that, Panda, it is just... It is going to be back to basics, I think, for the remainder of these rounds for Obeng if they really want to lock it out and take it to OT. However, I don't think Dewey let that happen.
Now, I mean, there's still 2 more rounds to get, and then 3 to guarantee overtime, which, especially going down to kitchen, I think we're going to get a showcase of how the site really should be played. Once again, no nitros, especially on a first floor site. That, I mean, that's bewildering.
I'm not understanding why Obeng are bringing such a lack of denial. Like, where there's no smoke, there's no nitros, there's a lot of impacts, but arguably impacts not going to do too much, especially losing 2 early on. So Bart to fall, I believe that was your main lobby coat check player taken down, and now look at how free it is towards coat check. Obeng, no players towards VIP, no players towards Whiskey. Dewey are allowed to now ultimately walk into coat check, play for the bottom of red, and that's exactly what they're doing. Hennessy already deep inside of Harry Potter. So much control right now for the attack. Dewey, if they lose this round, I would be very surprised.
Well, the drone from Hennessy reveals, but unfortunately the kill goes away of Booze and the Envy. Oh, that's bad timing. That is bad timing indeed. The nade falls, but at least Hennessy's there to find another frag, so they may lose 1, but not completely freely. NK just roaming around up and train right now to try and do some damage. Mammoth again, narrowly missing the opportunity. He's been engrossed upon as they all drop it. NK drops the hatchet to freeze a robust falls. Unfortunately, when you're forced to reload in those situations, of course the opening is there. In God mode, not going to drop the mantle of Fragmite just yet.
Living up to it. He's really carrying the torch at the Fragmite mains there, but yeah, look. Dewey match point. They look to close it out here at a possible 7-3, depending on what Obeng can do with this next round. Kitchen, service, and finally, Panda, we're seeing the addition of a smoke to the roster. NK is bringing out the Toxic Babes. We've got the Cade, we've got the Mute for the double denial. Whether or not we have more than 1 nitro or any nitro at all is going to be a big question, but having the smoke, I think Obeng are going to have an infinitely easier time holding on to this bomb fight. We do have 1 nitro in play for the Bart, so a good amount of denial this time for Obeng, which I think has definitely been hurting them because Dewey have just been able to walk around pretty much freely without anything really slowing them down at all, especially with Raven pretty much playing that Finker religiously. Obviously, when boosted, walking through the Toxic Babes does double damage. So not having that smoke and sort of letting that Finker go through has been a big issue, I think, probably for Obeng. Maybe not one that they realise as much, but definitely something to take into consideration.
Okay, a bit of a fat finger on the play, but gets the shield down regardless. And Obeng, they have 3 rounds they need, and unfortunately they cannot afford to drop a single one along the way. Dewey primed and ready to close this out. Not as quick as the first map, but still quick enough anyway.
Anyway, Panda, it is shaping up to be a Dewey game, provided they can keep up the level of play we've seen from them so far. Bottom white, VIP, Whiskey Bar, again, completely uncontested, minus the player inside of coat. They have 1 on the roam here for Obeng. But other than that, bottom white, Whiskey, pretty much largely uncontested. I mean, it's again, so much real estate is just being given to Dewey at this point. I mean, they don't even need to touch this guy upstairs, and even if they do run into him, Booze is more than capable of taking him out, which indeed he did. Rode past a nade would be perfect here. I think he knows. Doesn't quite want to go for the shot, unfortunately. But I mean, yeah, good way to start the round for the way. They find the opening pick, the roam are gone, and so much control for them. I mean, Obeng are just pretty much giving it to them.
Hennessy Pushing through, wants to find an opening. Knows that there is likely presence over towards coach. Check, player in the main hallway. The wall bang could have been there, but not to be robust as well, being aggressed on from Bakery to swing out, ADSing at the wrong possible time. But Obeng, I mean, they seem to have taken a different tack in here in what could be the final match or round of this match and gone on the front foot, gone aggressive.
Was that the smoke outside?
Yes, it was.
I mean, yeah.
Wait, what? What? Booze? You had the floor open, bro.
Look, it's efficient with Banner, all right. Trust me. I don't know. Bruce just wanting to get it done. Mammoth before the Hennessy, and yeah, very quickly Deway is still deciding to pick apart what is left of Obeng. Only 3 players left, 2 of which are on site, 1 inside a coach check. I think the boost to come, and so Bart, I don't imagine long for this world. Raven to go down early on the opener, so Bart falls. The trade is there as well for Booze. Now, NK alive through the wall. Booze is there. Deway, it is a GG 7-3. I mean, yeah, very well done.
14-3 by the end of it. Dewey, they booked themselves that spot alongside Invictus Gaming in the next round of play. Unfortunately, Obeng GG will fall to the lower bracket, as have, well, unfortunately, our first losers of the day as well, being Trinitas. This is kind of more of what we expected from match 1, but it was Dewey to dish out the punishment.
Yeah, I mean, Dewey sort of taking the role there, but I mean, look, it happened at the end of the day. Madness and Trinitas was a great game. This one was as well. I mean, it does highlight the level that Dewey are on. They're sort of ready to play Siege. Yes, Cafe might have been a little bit of a hiccup, so that could be something that we see sort of implemented by IG, whether or not they do sort of take any notice as to that was what happened. But still, at the end of the day, really well done by them. I mean, as you said, 14-3 is a pretty insane showing in terms of the round count across 2 maps, and the way they closed it out there on Cafe after the couple of mistakes they made after the split. I mean, very well done. The adaptation was there. They changed everything they needed to, and ultimately just, again, surgically pulled it apart, closed it out before it got out of hand. And yeah, we didn't get to see Club, but 2 mappers are always appreciated. And I mean, look, GG to both teams. But yeah, Dewey coming out on top. They're getting ready for their game later on.
And well, for right now, we are going to be throwing it to a break. When we come back, we'll jump into the upper bracket semi-finals and see how things play out there. We'll see you back very, very soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students. perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella! Father would be ashamed of you.
Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adult's table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。お！こ
こに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
You got me up like all night, and I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? Let's go. Baby, feel the beat, just let go. No, I don't know much, but I know there's something that I can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it?
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand, it feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Opposites attract. Automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit. I'm addicted to you. My sex magnet. I'm like a maniac. Opposites attract. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract.
I've been dreaming, I've been looking for you when I'm sleeping. I've been calling out your name. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Wanna spend the day and night with ya. Oh yes I do. Na, 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 I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 you say. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Na, 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 I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 you say. Na, 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 you say. Dream with ya, come with ya. Dream with ya, I'll come with ya. Dream with ya, come with ya. Dream with ya, I remember on the first. I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime. I get the feeling of I learned to fly. I'ma never stay here in this town. Freedom, 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 freedom. All night, yeah, you got me up like all night. And I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work. All night, there's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? Let's go. Baby, feel the beat, just let go. No, I don't know much, but I know there's something that I can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work. All night, there's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it?
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand, it feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. Baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause you're the only one that makes sense to me. When opposites attract.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play.
Did we ever grieve or cry? No.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？ フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて。
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Hello and welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. We're 2 best of 3s down and 2 more to go. So we're halfway through, Proto. We're jumping into match 3, that being the upper bracket semi-final. Roosters taking on Madness Esports. And, well, we get a bit of a change up in the map pool. We are seeing some that, I mean, look, they're staples of the SEA scene, but ones we're less familiar with.
Yeah, Border Cafe Chalet, the maps for this best of 3. Definitely an interesting pick for Border Chalet. Obviously, Cafe being more of the majority sort of rules pick. Everyone sort of is comfortable going to that. But Border is a map that we have seen a lot in SEA recently. And it's a map that a lot of the teams in SEA seem pretty comfortable on. It's a map that allows a lot of aggression for both sides, defense and attack. Obviously, there is elements of old Border in there due to the fact that it was reworked and it has come back in its reworked state. There are obviously new strategies, new this, new that, new everything. So it's going to be an interesting way to kick things off tonight. Going into this, though, Blue Panda, the 2 teams, Roosters and Madness. If I had to pick, Roosters probably going to be the favourites for this one, given their track record. Last week, pretty much flawless. Previous week to that, when they versed Deway, it was an 8-7 on Oregon, but a 7-2 on Cafe. So one decisive, one not so decisive. But at the same time, I definitely think these off-pick maps, such as Border and Chalet, are definitely going to be interesting to see how they play out.
Yeah, Border's an interesting one, given that, again, it's a bit of a horizontal spread, but there's also a huge amount of verticality to the map, so you're going to be wanting to play around those nitro cells and put the explosives to great use right now. Roosters will be starting off on the attack, though. Madness on the defense, and we see 2 very interesting bands. One, because, well, I mean, it's Flores. It's what you'd expect, but the other one, Osa, less conventional, but also something that has worked phenomenally. This is a key pick that got Madness into, Operations League this season.
I mean, we've already talked about the relevance of Osa tonight, and I actually think we already talked about the relevance of Osa on Border tonight, actually, funnily enough. But yeah, really powerful operator on this map. Good to see that she's taken out pretty early in the ban phase. But yeah, Mirror to follow. I'd imagine Valkyrie will probably be the last here for Madness if they sort of don't want to lose their minds. But no, Cade actually to go. So Valkyrie is going to make it through the ban phase, interestingly enough, on Border, which is quite a scary prospect, but at the same time, Yeah, I mean, Osa gone. It's going to be big, especially with Roosters starting on attack. We've seen them use her before, but again, we already talked about her prominence, so she had to go.
Well, on the attack, you're seeing some of the usual suspects come into play, given that Thatcher is in the pool. Why not bring in the thinker there for Hoban as well? And Sophia for 8. There's a lot of damage that can be done, whereas right now on the side of Madness, they're going to be looking to stick with some staples of their own, kicking things off with their defensive half. I mean, is it going to be that much of a shake-up? I suppose it's still new enough in the pool that it's anyone's guess how it should really be playing out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's going to come down to how both sides tend to sort of take things. I mean, for Madness, we've already seen their defense has been pretty insane in terms of aggression, pretty insane in terms of how they get things done. But on the side of Roosters, we've seen similar play. I mean, we've got players like Hoven, like Rix, like Tolji, who can do that fragging sort of role, and we've seen them do it plenty of times beforehand. However, the Valkyrie being up, Ysera bringing that operator out to start, that's going to be a huge problem for the attackers. However, read into Hermosa is going to be bringing the IQ, so there at least is a direct counter for that information being provided, but at the same time, the fact that it is on the board could also cause issues just for the fact that it is there. But the IQ scanner in play is going to make things slightly easier. But yeah, Roosters starting things off on the attack, going to open up the tension really early, and they're going to look to make their way in pretty early on.
Tricky Dicky on the job. Richard Nixon himself on the thermite. Having that wall open through into the tension could be big. It allows him to take so much ground and cross towards the site horizontally. But it's a tentative business that we're seeing Roosters undertake. They aren't heavy committing to any one particular part of the map. They want information before they do make a push. And right now, with these angles that they've set up for themselves, hoping to push on into the building, they know that there is heavy presence up here towards archives and office.
Yeah, there's 3 on the top floor for Madness. One of the Valkyrie cameras off screen being taken down there by Hermosa. So already starting to clear out that information utility that Madness have brought in their defensive setup here. Roosters actually making some good way toward Office and Fountain, which has already been fallen off from Madness. They've pushed back deep into Armory, and with actually Shibanath finding the first kill, 8 to go down. That is going to be a huge kill for Madness to take early. Hermosa shooting the extremity on the wall here with the Valkyrie camera. But, I mean, yeah, losing his no figure early on is not a great start, and actually did no damage back. Shibanath walks away with full HP as well. So, I mean, not looking great here for Roosters.
Of course, it's not ideal losing out on 8. I mean, it's utility to clear, but I would hesitate to say it's the end of the world. It doesn't help they lose the Thinker as well. But I mean, this is a Tier 1 Apex South team as well. Formerly Trinitas, they still hold that spot, now playing under Roosters GG. Unfortunately, their season is done for the moment, but I mean, they're still some capable players in their own right. They're looking to push on through. They want to win this stage, and they're a team that could do it.
No questions. They definitely have the ability to do so. Rix will spot the play in the hallway there. Unfortunately, not quite spotting out the head. That's a head, Rix. Come on. Unfortunate. Joe's going to walk away with his head, even after sticking it out for so long. Unfortunately, the shot not landing for Rix on the thermite. The smokes to come out. This is going to be an attempted plant here. However, Roku still alive with the toxic babes. He's going to go for the denial, but this is an interesting plant spot. Rix is actually going to be able to start getting that off. Most for the cover. The Nitro to come out across from the right by the service stack. We'll be able to down Rix for 2. Tolji for 1. Very quickly, things look a lot better for the Roosters, but Shibanath is there. 10 seconds. Tolji to play with. Has to drop and find both. It's going to hit down. Sees the player by Serverax, but with the pistols, Shibanaths for Madness. They're going to walk away with round 1, but Roosters so close to pulling it back.
It's in the name. He's just nuts, and he hits his shots when he's needed the most. And of course, well, Madness will draw first of blood here on Border. They're looking sharp. I mean, this is a map that they played incredibly well to qualify for the main event of Season 5 of the Ops League. Trinitas, they didn't have to qualify. Roosters now, of course. So this could be some new territory for them.
Yeah, new territory indeed. I mean, Madness already sort of getting us going with a really strong start. Their roam as well was just sort of insane on the top floor. I mean, the trades that were there back and forth, I mean, the first pick was in their favour pretty much, but after that they were able to sort of just lock Roosters into one sort of area, and you do have to give it to the Roosters. They did manage to almost get the bomb down there. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough of that wall open, I would imagine, to sort of cover as much as was possibly required in that plant spot. However, that plant spot's actually kind of insane in the back of the workshop there, but albeit bomb didn't go down, and as close as they were, it was not close enough. Shibanuts with a 4K to put the first round on the board for his team, and Roosters now trailing, but it's not the end of the world. It's early days here on Border, and given how close they were in the first round, I definitely think we might be in for a long first map here, Panda, if they can keep that level of gameplay up, because, I mean, Roosters should be the team that walked away with this, given how their performance has been, APAC team, etc., etc. I mean, Madness, they've already given us a good showing round one. You do have to sort of look at that as well.
Yeah, Hovenhurst right now just jiggling around the south balcony looking for info. But I question how detrimental is this Valkyrie going to be? There is so much information available to Madness to be able to play up. They've got the Nitro Cell duo of Joe and Ysera again, especially on a map that is so vertically inclined with so many soft floors. Well-placed Nitro Cell can absolutely cripple an attack.
Definitely can be the undoing of even the most thought-out plan, but, I mean, with the most on the IQ, hopefully things can be cleared out quickly in terms of Valkyrie cameras. But saying that, Invade will be there. Take down Hoven on the opener. Told you, almost losing his head as well. Top main, the first of a couple Nitros to come out. Unfortunately, not connecting their full defense. 8 trying to be the connecting player here, but from Concrete, Shibanut swings on round for his 5th. It's going to be good. No refrag in sight for Roosters at all. They have some deadbeat so close to finding him through the wall, but their shots not connecting. They know that he's still in there. The nades are coming out here from Tolji as well, but swing around. Shibanut, he's not stopping. He's good for 3. Hermosa flanking on round. He's not even going to get 1, and Madness with a flawless round. I mean, Roosters, what's going on?
Shibanut is insane. I hesitate to call this the fact, you know, Border being that defender-sided, but I think it's just Madness's aggressive style of play on the defense is catching Roosters unaware. That's big.
%. I mean, big is pretty much the only word you'd use to describe it. I mean, the fact that Shibanuts was able to swing round on a soft wall the way he just did and kill 3 people, 4 people. I mean, it is just, it shouldn't be allowed. I mean, I don't know what happened there for Roosters on those initial engagements, but there just seems to be a lack of information from the attacking side right now being relayed to the entry frags. I mean, we saw Hoven go down early. We then saw 8 go down early on the crossfire from main. I mean, there was no information on that player at top metal other than he almost killed Tolji, and that was it. There was no call for the holes. There was no call for the crossfire. And other than that, Roosters kind of just walked into that setup blindly. It definitely seemed like that anyway. But, I mean, yeah, Madness, really well done coming in from their first game tonight. And they're definitely looking to make the most of their defensive half here on Border, especially when, very similarly, this is a team that likes those more off map picks. I mean, Chalet, a 7-2 for them. Theme, a 7-1 for them. So Border, I could maybe even imagine and say that we could be seeing a very similar score.
Highly likely, but, I mean, so far, Roosters, they've been stymied somewhat. Not quite sure what to make of this aggression, but that drone is magnificent from Hoven. Just free information onto Ysera's position. They're setting themselves up. They know that this player's off site and they can go for the smash grab. If they play the cards right and they hit the site just right, it could be a done deal in moments.
Yeah, provided the information works wonders. Hoven on the knock. Ysera gets away with his life. The suppressor, unfortunately, just not dishing enough damage there onto the Malusi. You know, no suppressor there. He might have got that kill, but unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to do too much with that in the situation it was dealt. We'll spot the player inside of the small box. So Ape has the information, but it doesn't mean anything. Shibanuts is still the gift that keeps on giving for Madness. He finds another one onto the head of Amos. The IQ down now as well. Can anyone stop Shibanuts here from Madness? I mean, Roosters, you need to be trying to lock this player down, because without locking Shibanuts down, I mean, the rounds for them are just slowly dwindling away.
8-0 so far. Well, there's still a bit rounds to play. This we got through for 8, but the tension is going to be good for the moment. He gets himself clear into the building. You can see multiple bodies of Madness looking to hold on down. Hoven falls to Joe and his UMP-45. Shibanut's finally taken out of the equation and denied, but Roku's there. Older 5.56 goes hard, but so does the LMGE. It doesn't matter. Madness for 3 in a row against an Apex South team.
Wow. That is pretty much the only word that I have to describe this is wow. Madness's performance right now. Low-key kind of insane, Panda. I mean, if you're Roosters, you got to seriously be considering what's going on here, because, yeah, Apex South team, it's not looking great. It's not looking great at all. Given coming into this matchup, they were the favourites, arguably, undeniably the favourites. I mean, Madness really putting on a good show right now.
They are at that. Roosters, you got to wonder how much prep they've done into this map. Obviously, they let it through, so there should be some knowledge or inkling of what to do. But, I mean, right now, this is just proving to be an insanely defender-sided affair.
It really is. I mean, and if we sort of look into the remainder of the map pool for this altercation here, obviously we haven't seen a cafe from Madness, but the cafe we saw from Roosters versus Deway was a 7-2. So if that is any indication of what we're going to be seeing, you never know. But cafe definitely a map that Roosters seem more comfortable on. And then Chalet, very similarly, I do believe we saw, however, I cannot seem to find it, so that's my bad. But, I mean, yeah, going into this map pool, it's going to be interesting. I mean, Madness had the 7-2 tonight already on Chalet against Trinitas, so they're warmed up on Chalet. But Border, I think, is the only unknown ground for both of these teams that we're sort of getting into here on this first map of 3. But I guess it's going to be how Border goes, and then, you know, how do the rest of the maps go, because they are maps that both teams seem to be somewhat comfortable on.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen a huge amount shown from Roosters this year. They played Chalet, they take down Fury, but Fury have had a rather lackluster season so far. They do take down Wildcard as well, so they've had a couple of showings of Chalet. Border is an unknown quantity in Tology. We're going to get aggressive, has to jump into security for more safety, ironically enough. Found a bit of damage on Shibanuts early.
Yeah, definitely a little bit. However, Shibanuts still yet to be really put down before having an impact. And Valkyrie being back in the round is going to be big here for the defense. But speaking of big, Shibanuts goes down. Joe is there for at least a frag back in their favor, so a 4v4. All the same, losing Shibanuts is going to be big for the defense, but a big loss for the defense. But they still have Joe, who, let's be honest, and Ysera, who ended up pulling their weight in Oregon. But yeah, Joe is definitely going to town now, starting to do some work. Told you good to take down Invade. Ysera will go down as well. Ping's being given. Rix knows that there's one close by. Roku also to be... Sorry, Roku the last alive, as Tolji finds 2. And very quickly, Roosters are looking good to take their first here. Oven losing a lot of HP to that smoke. Panda, a minute left. One smoke to play with from the hatch. Tolji's there for 3. Roosters, they're going to find round number 4.
They stem the tide. Finally, it's not quite the start we expected from them, but look, they get themselves in a position to get around. They can keep bringing it back. 2 more and it's an even half, which is well and truly doable.
Well and truly. I mean, to start off with, 3-1 is a pretty good lead for Madness. However, Roosters, now they've got a little bit of momentum behind them. Could look to equalise here, and don't get me wrong, it's definitely doable for them, as we know. Very capable roster, very capable players, and it may have just been an adjustment period to what they're used to playing. You never know. It could be, they wanted to play more strategic siege. They realised they can't do that against the hyper-aggression, especially from players like Shibanuts, like Joe, who are just sort of giving them these early fights. But, I mean, Madness right now have definitely put themselves on the board for a good amount of rounds, but Roosters finding that one and giving themselves a little bit of a momentum boost here could be the difference between a 3-3, a 4-2, or even a 5-1 half. But I'd imagine, if I had to guess, it's probably going to end up being a 4-2 in favour of Madness, just because they got those rounds early on and they have sort of the mental boost, I would say, at the moment. Don't get me wrong, Roosters can definitely make it a 3-3 if they sort of put the work in now, but given that Envid is going for a spawn pick here, Madness's confidence definitely is sort of speaking levels for itself right now.
Confidence is key, and Madness, I think, their approach is just keep matching that aggression they've been bringing all half. Take the fights to Roosters, push them, catch them off guard if possible, and unfortunately, Envid is the first to be caught off guard. Hermosa with the G8 goes big, but Shibanuts with the MX4 Storm goes even harder. 8 and Ricks out of the equation. 10 and 2 for him right now.
In 4 rounds, by the way, Canada, this being the 5th, he's found 10 frags with only 2 deaths. Kind of insane when you take that into consideration, albeit. He's going to take his 2 kills, and he's going to disappear back downstairs. The Valkyrie camera being spotted out here by Hermosa as well. But the top floor now forfeit by Madness. We're going to fall back to secondary positions to play inside of the site with the remaining utility on the board for them. Obviously, a couple of Nitro available for Joe here. Possibly waiting for that pre-play. We will see it come out, but unfortunately just a little bit too far. Just not going to connect onto the IQ. 1 minute and 40 seconds left of play, Panda. This could be good for Roosters, but Madness have the advantage.
Yeah, the fact that Hoban's still alive in the round is ideal. There's some options when it comes to hard breach. Hermosa just looking a wee bit onto the camera, finally gets it down in the air. No Nitros to worry about. Just for free place potential, so there is maybe some threat. But honestly, the biggest threat for Roosters right now has to be Shibanuts and that MX4 Storm.
100%, it definitely does. It's something that has already proven to be a damage dealer. Shibanuts can be an absolute weapon when he's required to be with whatever gun you give him. It's just the MX4 Storm happens to be the one that he can do damage with on religiously. Or with the same, the vertical here is going to be sort of used to attempt to flush any of the players out from Madness. One will be found out, Hermosa, to take down Shibanut. So that is the MX4 Storm silenced, but Panda 40 seconds. The execute to come onto the site. They're going to go for the back teller's plan.
Hoban, primed and ready, waiting for the call. And there we go, selling the charge out, looking to open that wall. They want to get in. He's going to jump on the drones for a bit of security. But Tology, what a headshot on the Roku, who's just tucked into that teller's window position. Now, Ysera and Joe, the iconic duo that they are, to hold on. Long angle here from the workshop. Maybe Roosters have an idea, but that's Hoban down with 10 seconds remaining. That is hugely catastrophic. Tology as well to fall. 7 seconds. Hermosa has to make a big move to try and capitalize on the play. Swinging into the showers. He's got to find the kill and the plant. He just missed out by milliseconds.
What a shame. What a shame. He found the down as well, and unfortunately, I mean, even if he had gone for the plant there, I do believe that the mute would have been able, Joe would have been able to just come up and clean things up. But, look, albeit well done, a good attempt from the Roosters. But yeah, Madness, I think they're going to sort of walk away with this 4-2 as predicted. I mean, Roosters, they still have to win this round, obviously. It could be the 5-1 Panda. However, I highly doubt we see that. I could be wrong completely and utterly, but given the Roosters have been getting closer and closer and closer to locking down these attack rounds. Given that this is the last round, all of that is going to culminate into their execute here. I mean, the last time we saw this bomb site, it was a pretty big closeout for Madness. Roosters didn't really make a dent into the site. They tried to take it horizontally with no vertical pressure, or at least the vertical pressure that they did have was very short-lived. But at the same time, Roosters, they just sort of keep making very small mistakes that cost them either lots of picks or just lots of control. I mean, at the start of that round, Shibanats found 2, uncontested. Nothing really to come from that in terms of what Roosters were bringing to the table. And I mean, yeah, it's all just sort of collapsing from one opening pick, and at the same time, you do have to sort of then think, well, what's going wrong for Roosters? But 4-2 is going to be the hope here for them. Interesting there from 8. A little bit of a misclick, but still.
Possible though, it's definitely that much. EMP now from Hermosa trying to fire the openings. Yes, the thermos will pop by Bricks there as well. There is a lot of setup that needs to be done and approach this site. The best they can hope for in this final round of the half is that 4-2, despite how close they came in the previous. I mean, Roosters are looking a little bit shaky.
Yeah, we might be getting to him a little bit. You could definitely understand why, given what's at stake here for them. But the run out, unadvised from Envy, will be taken down by 8. Relatively clean and collected there from him. Obviously the Thatcher as well now to clear the triple wall. And Office is going to be the next point of contact here for Roosters. They want to try and clear this top floor out pretty much completely this time. We've got 4 players currently dedicated to doing just that. Obviously Rick's on his lonesome towards the bottom of the square, passport entrance. Going to be doing his own droning, dedicating what is safe and relaying this to his team, who are already making their way into upstairs to clear things out. 2 of the roamers are left from Madness, and Joe make it 1 less as he goes down on the head angles, and very quickly things look really good for Roosters here, unless Shibanuts can go huge on the top floor.
8 finds Joe as well, so they are starting to chip away at the numbers. Roku feels himself backed into a corner in customs right now with an older 5.56. We've seen him do some damage with it when they back him into that corner though, so hopefully for Madness Esports he can lock it down and capitalise with the bullet hose. Ysera on the hunt from bottom main, trying to find that information there with Roku. Tolji tag, but everything so far is working for the Roosters.
Oh, that is unfortunate. I don't think 8 spotted the rotate there from Ysera, albeit Roosters look like they're shaping up to go for the customs plant here. They've got the wall. They obviously have the backside and detention open. Shibanuts can't quite win the fight through the floor. Tolji to win that one out. Roku to go down as well to Hermosa. 30 seconds. Ysera in a 1 versus 5. The bomb now going down. Rix is going to be the one to be planting the castle, locking the rotate out. Nate is there with a flawless round for Roosters to answer back onto Madness. A 4-2 half panda is not the end of the world, but definitely doable.
Doable indeed. Roosters onto their defense. They've now got their work cut out for them a little bit here. They need to go big, and if they want the chance at winning this map, well, it's going to have to be another phenomenal defensive play from them. But Madness, they go onto the attack. They don't have the O's this time. I don't think it's going to be the biggest of deficits, knowing full well that there are multiple members on this Madness roster that can pick up the mantle of the Monty. Oh, so the Blitz. Not that we really want to see it, given how it played out in the first matchup, but yeah, Monty could do some damage here.
Yeah, I mean, arguably the Blitz in the first game across both of the teams that used him. I mean, Madness and Trinitas both tried to use the Blitz, and I don't think we ever saw one flash come from the shield. 1. And we saw Blitz, how many rounds would you say, Panda? 3, 4? I mean, yeah, Blitz definitely did not look like he was doing very much at all, and it's good that Madness haven't initially brought him out here on the border. Obviously, it's a different play style. Possibly being implemented here by them, but I mean the Monty, as we've already mentioned, could be a huge pick. He was very prominent back in old border, obviously when you sort of look to take into that backside bomb site in the armory sort of tellers area. plant the door with the old glass hold, which is still a very prominent now that they've changed a lot of that floor to concrete, so it makes it a lot safer to get that plant down. But no Monty this time. Madness are going to stick to more of the tried and trust, I think, with the soft breach and hard breach, and obviously the Thatcher. Shibanus almost losing his head early on here. But an interesting castle extension for Roosters.
Well, unfortunately, yeah, Shibanus is going to lose his head. Think off the board immediately in the round. With 2.5 minutes remaining, Madness are going to have to rely on their own wits to try and survive.
Yeah, I mean, losing one of your big fraggers in the first 40 seconds is definitely not great. Shibanus is not the frag you want to be losing that early, especially in the way that you lost him, where information could have kept him alive for an infinite amount of time longer. Albeit, Roosters, good pick to find early on. Hats off to Told You for finding that 8 and 4 himself, so definitely not slacking in the kills department. Albeit, rounds still in favour of Madness. Roosters with the opening pick. Possibly good to convert it if they can make it happen, but with Roku finding a pick on the Hermosa, things look a slight bit better. Sarah, clear that mute channel with that grenade and get things in as well, but with Rix taking down Envied as well, Roosters, they just keep trading these kills back and forth, playing for the advantage.
Joe primed and ready to push in from the parking lot alley. There's just so much tension in this round. And there's so much working for either team to push on through. Ysera just being baited out and the push in through break. Going to be denied for the moment as they are well and truly aware of his position. Roku to fall. Ysera and Joe to hold on once again. The run out Told You is just baiting around this corner. Swing him, come on, push out, get Ysera here, and that's what you... Hoping he takes his time, but he gets the job done in the end.
At least Joe's there to find Told You on the rotate back out of East. I mean, the nade to confirm as well. You always love to see that, but I mean, Joe right now, the best point of action is either going to be go for the clutch, which he may, but I was about to say, go and have 50 seconds, talk it out, what's going on, Madness. You were 4 up, then obviously lost a couple, and now on your first attacking round, things not looking too great. Roosters have obviously picked things up on the defense side, giving himself away with the last 20 seconds left. Castle barricade to block. He'll be able to break that one himself. But I mean, yeah, Panda, if you can find 3 kills in the next 20 seconds, I'll be completely bewildered. But the legitimacy of this claim is not one that I believe heavily in, as Hoven finishes things off, and Roosters are going to find their 3rd round.
Yeah, look, Joe, it's time that the team can spend talking, so at least you take that at the end. 4-3, still manageable for both teams. At the moment, Roosters can still push on and equalise in this round. Madness can keep that gap that one little bit step further away. But Bathroom Tellers up next. They'll be looking to make some big plays off the site. But again, this is such a volatile map.
It is, yeah. I mean, for a map that has pretty much recently just come out, it is still pretty fresh in terms of strategy. Obviously, people are still sort of dedicating what they want to do with how they want to play this map, how they want to set it up, what they want to be bringing, etc., etc., etc. It is very fresh off the back of things. So people are still really yet to find their groove. I think a lot of teams are yet to sort of find their groove on Border. Because it is really just it's a map that can have so many different styles of defense, which then implements so many different ways to attack, which makes things obviously a lot harder when you have to sort of learn every different way. But teams have their own sort of individual style. I mean, we saw from Madness super hyper aggression on their defense. We saw from Roosters a little bit of that same style of Siege. We saw 3 players over towards Break Room, over towards CC, and Madness just couldn't even deal with that. So it's really interesting to see how Border plays out. As you said, it's a volatile map, and it really is proving to be that volatile.
Yeah, we're not seeing that. It's not like Clubhouse where you go through steps 1 through 3, and then the CCTV walls open, and you get in position, you push into con, and then you take the punching onto the side. No, it's not like that at all. It's just you take what ground you're given, and you take the rest by force.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much just push comes to shove. when you're sort of contesting this map on the attack. You sort of have to lose a little to gain a little. It is kind of like that, I guess. You know, play for the trades. But with Hoven opening up onto Joe, Roosters, they're going to get one back and keep the score equal. I mean, a minute spent for a kill either way, but losing the Jackal as opposed to the Aruni is a huge loss, especially the way that you lost the Jackal. But yeah, I mean, they have CC control now. They're making their way out into the 90 hallway. Using the nade to get rid of the castle is an interesting choice here for Embiid, but hopefully that can still get it. Sarah loses a lot of HP on that run out, and that's going to force that player back down east. But, I mean, just look at the aggression here from the Roosters. It is just chip damage, chip damage, chip damage, a little poke here, a little poke there, and it is really doing absolute bits for them in the long term.
Shibanat's looking to pop this armory door, wants to get in and get aggressive, just going to charge. No, pops the door and goes to the frag grenade, trying to bait out the player that he thinks is in the corner, but oh my god, Hoven did not stand a chance.
No, did not stand a chance at all. The LMG meta really out here proving to be an issue. Told you though, on a huge flank, he's got all the way down Cat without being spotted. I don't think they know his position, no. The drone may have just spotted him, but the run out here, he will spot the head of one. Can't quite find it. Ape's going to get two, though, upstairs. It's going to be good to take down Shibanuts and Roku, and then disappear off into the small office. Reload the shotgun. He has diffuser control. 39 seconds, Panda. This could be huge for Roosters if Ape can find more here.
Indeed, does not know that there is a shotgun behind half wall and told you to take down your Sarah, and the shotgun will give away the game. Nitro wrecked and tossed onto the wall. Envy thought he'd not committed to it. There we go. Straight through, cleaned up, diffuser on the ground, and a big win there from Roosters.
And what a way to equalise as well. I mean, huge round from them. Pretty much just showing that this map does very heavily favour the defence side. Hoven, interestingly, teasing the Azami, albeit he's going to switch off to the Valkyrie. But yeah, I mean, the Monty now being picked out here. Joe teasing that one. Whether or not it is stuck, again, completely different question. We saw Madness tease a lot on Oregon. We saw them teased a lot, actually, in their first match, just completely anyway. They teased a lot of the shields. But Monty was not one that they bought very often as opposed to the Blitz. So whether or not that gets changed to the Blitz, big question. Albeit, I mean, yeah, it is Monty is definitely a good character to have, a good operator to bring rather on border, because he just, I'll just stop. It's fine. I'm not gonna storyline that anymore. Joe's back on Thatcher. Monty's gonna be benched once more. But yeah, I mean, would have been nice to see. Would have definitely given them that edge, I think, to deal with the Roosters' aggression, but they don't seem to be interested.
Get wrecked, nerd. That's all I have to say about that. Nah, look, they do it to us so much. It's the most infuriating thing. You're like, cool, this attack repick feature, you forget about it for a moment, you think we're back in the 6-pick meta, then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, so they're going to bring this, they're going to do this, and then all of a sudden 4 operators are completely different by the time the round starts. You look like an idiot. Unfortunately, that is just the cross we have to bear as casters. It is our job, and we do it well. Whether or not that's the bit that makes us look like an idiot or not, I can't say.
I mean, I don't know.
We're really good at that bit, trust.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we can do that without trying these days. It's getting that easy. Albeit, speaking of easy, the complete opposite of what this game currently is for both of these teams. They've equalised. And if anything, Panda, I would say that most likely this would be an OT game if I had to look. I mean, there is a possibility that it doesn't go to OT, obviously, but I mean, looking at how these rounds have sort of converged after the split, it could definitely be a 4-2-4-2 affair. Albeit, Habana will get that wall open inside of Pass 4. And obviously upstairs, Shibanuts is going to be trying to do his best as well, but the Nitro just narrowly missing the player. Opening up that triple wall, and Panda Roosters, I mean, they're sort of starting to fall back towards the secondary positions upstairs. They still have one in Tellers, but Madness making some good ground into C6.
There's still that one Nitro sell and play though. Ape could still look upset, just a little bit like he did in that last round. It seems that it's taken a bit for Roosters to get warmed up, but they are feeling themselves in this matchup. Getting far more comfortable than they were, obviously, on the attack. Oh, Nitro under the armory window there, wasted. Ysera return back, but you can see just a flurry of bodies. Roosters falling back to the bomb site in quick succession.
What a great call there as well, though. I mean, Roosters, I mean, look at that. Pretty much 2 minutes wasted upstairs, and not a single pick has been gotten. Madness really out here fragless. Hermosa as well before dropping off. He's going to take down Shibanuts as well. The star frag at 4 Madness this evening. Removed, and he's gone again without a refrag in trace, and 50 seconds left to play with Roosters. This has been a clinical masterclass. Roaming 101 on border. Take your picks, play for your information, disappear. And they have done exactly that. And with 40 seconds left, not only do they now have a shortage of drones on the attack side, but they have a shortage of information, and the Roosters have the man advantage.
Again, it's just this horrible continued loss of Finca early on in rounds. It's not early on the round, but it's still the first pick, and the last one you want to be losing that early. Or at least first. It's all numbers. I'm confused. I've lost myself. But 20 seconds remaining. The push has to come. Joe and Ysera over towards waiting. Know that there's someone waiting towards Shara as well. There's a dangerous proposition ahead of them, Hove. Massive kill on a Joe. Told you for one of his own. It's coming apart. They find kill onto Rex. But what more they can find is next to nothing. 2 seconds remaining. It's a consolation kill. Hermosa will fall after felling one of the Madness players. The Roosters, they want it on the clock.
Could have been kills, provided there was another 3 seconds left, albeit. Yeah, clock round. Definitely take those when given. Roosters. 3 rounds now in a row to take the lead. 5-4. 1 round separates them from match point and equalization again, but I mean, their defense so far has just been impeccable, yet to drop a single round on their half. I mean, the flawless site rotation back up to armory lockers now. It's going to be where they choose to play out their next round. Obviously, the castle strategy is going to be employed. Interestingly enough, that we don't see castle banned more often on border. He is probably one of the most pivotal operators on the defense side, and it's very interesting that we don't see him banned out as much as we maybe should, albeit favouring to go with that Cade and the Mirror, who, I mean, if I'm being honest, Mirror is pretty important on a map like this, but can definitely be forfeit when Castle provides so much control. I mean, there are a lot of these Castle barricades that we're actually seeing left untouched by the attack and the defense, which ultimately could be a lot of the reason that we've seen the attack of Madness struggle. I mean, a lot of this utility isn't being directly cleared in these early rounds.
Yeah, it just leaves them exposed to potentially being punished for it later on, but right now, Roosters getting the job done, having reclaimed it roundly. Taking it back for themselves, just where we expected them to be in the first place. 2 rounds for them, closes it out. 1 round from Madness equalizes. 2 rounds from Madness takes us to overtime guaranteed. But I swear, Roosters will probably have something to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to keep defending like they have been, they've definitely got their 2 pence on the situation. They've got some good crossfires set up as well here. Obviously, East Control set up inside of CC to support from the stairs themselves, and Rick's at the top of metal, but it looks like it's going to be a vertical nade, or at least some type of vertical pressure here to try and clear these players out of their positions. However, the drone work needs to be done first for Madness. They're trying to justify where to throw these grenades. They will be spotted now, however, so Envied will be known. And wow, what a shot from Ysera. Takes down Tolji. Good opening kill as well to find.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a problem. Old Tolji, 10-6 right now. Leading, well, second in the server overall for frags. Obviously behind Shibanuts, who's 12-7. But Shibanuts, he's fallen off a wee bit in the second half. He's not quite as sharp on the attack. Or just maybe Roosters have slowed things down on the defense for themselves and not willing to open themselves to that potential loss. Hermosa tagged heavy, in a bit of trouble. Nade for Rep is not going to bounce the right way to take him down, but he's been flushed out and killed by Ysera once again.
Oh, yes, Sarah for 3. Joe to fall as well. Hoven now in a 1 versus 5. Needs to make the rotate for himself to at least attempt to have some advantage, but the bomb going down from Roku. Crossfire is being held here by the rest of his team. Will take down Ysera, but Joe is there. Madness. They're going to equalize once more, 5-5. And Roosters, the lead they had, now gone. The question now being, who can retake it in the coming rounds?
Maximum regulation guaranteed. We're going to full 12. And, well, Roosters looking to bring something a little bit different. Hoven on the cap can, and this is a pick that has proven to be quite deadly on border.
Yeah, there's just so many doors, especially on the top floor, that, you know, you can't really pay attention to everything you're walking through. I know it's sort of ridiculous to say, but you really can't. You lose track of it when you are an attacker. And it is really hard to keep track of, but albeit, hopefully, well, at least you'd hope that Madness somewhat clued in to the utility being bought by Hoven, and hopefully they are not going to fall prey to it. But last time we saw Capcan bought in the OPL, he actually did get a couple of kills with those Capcan, with those EDDs. So whether or not Hoven can sort of reiterate those effects, we will come to find very shortly. But yeah, Roosters changing things up a little bit, which is good to see, especially due to the fact that that round didn't necessarily go greatly for them. But yeah, all the same, Madness, a great adaptation from them as well to sort of lead into the play and sort of retake that round as their own.
Oh boy, this is where things start to get a bit funky. A lot of pressure on both teams now to close out these final 2 rounds. And Roosters, oh, they're going for something cheeky with the Prismas. Told you as well, forced out of that angle on the east balcony. Needs to play it a little bit safer for the moment. Utility is completely set up and ready to go, though.
Yeah, he's got all the support in the world from his own utility here. However, obviously the teammate crossfires are going to be possibly pushed out depending on how this push goes from downstairs and the nades, whether or not they can connect. Envy will take a little bit of damage. However, the finger charge there to give him some health back, but the shots through the wall put him straight back down to where he was. So, you know, unfortunate there. Hoven will take a little bit of damage from, I believe, a grenade. I'm not too sure, from downstairs, but yeah. Madness down on health. They do have 2 adrenal surges left when Shivanuts can get the charges up for those, so it's not the end of the world. But I mean, Roosters, they're just sort of waiting. They are chilling, waiting for the aggression of Madness to come, and it just isn't. They are slowing things down pretty much to the slowest that they can afford right now.
Thrown in, not going to spot Rex immediately, but he clears it out before he changes position, which could play into things later on. Just prone inside the shelves for the moment. Ape upstairs. I mean, you could see Roosters want to get a little bit aggressive. They want to get up in the faces of Madness, but they're just not being presented with that opportunity.
No, they're not. And we've seen a complete rotate now from Madness. They've sort of just moved straight down towards the bottom 4. They want to pinch the smoke out. They have 2 players dedicated to this, Envied as well as Shivanuts downstairs now. But we did hear just before the call was given to his teammate that he wanted to maybe open up the wall above, and there we go. There was the play from Tolji. Losing Rix in the process, but taking down Shivanuts is going to be huge, because that remaining adrenal surge and whatever nades he had on him are going to be taken to the grave. So Roosters now, 40 seconds left. Yes, they've lost Rix. The smoke denial is not there. However, now Madness need to make it back to the site and get ready for an execute in 30 seconds, which is a tall order.
We're hitting desperate times as well. That's where the EDDs become that much more potent. You got the nitro cells in play as well. And without Shivanuts, that presents a pretty troubling prospect. And Madness, they're going to force it. Joe finds the first. That's a Mosa down. But they want these EDDs to go big. Tolji falls as well. Envy picking up the mantle, hoping for 1, but he's traded back by Ysera. It's 8 to hold. Shotgun out. He's going to spot 1 crossing. He's going to get the down. The drop away. The nitro is not where you want it to land. He throws it. Is it going to be enough? That's the confirmation on the kill. Roku falls, but Envy now on the plant means... Oh no, player watching him on the right. The swing, and Ysera slams his head into the wall. Madness on that point.
If that nitro had gone any deeper, and he'd hit it when he dropped, instead of getting it stuck on the box. That would have been a Roosters round. Any day of the week, that would have been a Roosters round. That nitro would have killed both of those players. And that bomb would not have been planted. And even if it had been, it would have been a relatively easy kill on time. But yeah, Roosters, unfortunate for them. It was so good up until the end, and then they just lost so many bodies. I mean, the mechanical prowess from Madness there in those last few seconds, huge. Absolutely huge from them finding all those kills. The one thing of note, Capcan EDDs, not a single one went off that round that we at least know about. I mean, yeah, unfortunate for Roosters, relying a little bit, as you said, on getting those EDDs to sort of do the damage as they run into the site in those last few seconds. But yeah, they just weren't there. And unfortunately, for Roosters, that's going to cost them Madness. They're going to find themselves on match point here, and they could definitely close this out right now and send us on to the second. But I mean, yeah, anything goes at the moment, Panda.
Anything goes indeed. Oh boy, this final round is going to be chaos. I can just feel it. Right now, though, Roosters must be feeling the pinch. This is not the situation they imagined themselves to be in at the start of the play day. They had the first round bye, of course, much like Invictus. These two teams top the leaderboards in their respective groups. But right now, they are about to potentially drop their first map to Madness Esports.
Again, Panda, I think if we had to pick a potential for a 3-map, this is definitely going to be that matchup. Excuse me, just based on, you know, the fact that Madness have had such a good start to their evening, and are now sort of looking to continue that in the map number 1 of game 2. I mean, with Hogan finding a kill like that, things then become a little bit more difficult. But Roosters looking to maybe hold on, send it to OT and change the scoreline a little bit here, albeit losing Shibana again, the Finker being the first dead in, what's that, the 4th round in a row, Panda, is just not something that you really want to see from Madness. It is a shame that Shibana keeps finding himself in this situation on cameras.
Yeah, it's truly unfortunate at the end of the day. Sarah trying to prep the team to get themselves in above the bomb site, establish some of those long angles to be able to contest, but Roosters with the player advantage. I'm going to be doing what they can to fight that every single step of the way. The drones, though, have to be clinical. Madness, if they want a chance at winning this, they need to find every bit of info they can.
Yeah, this is where drones are going to be such a big thing here for Madness. They're going to have to play their information game pretty much impeccably for the last minute and 30 seconds here, because if not, Roosters are going to capitalize on this misinformation and deal a lot of damage in the coming moments. But I mean, we're already starting to see the drop off from the main floor, a little bit of damage onto Envid, but not enough to completely put him out of the fight just yet. Ysera to go down as well off screen, yet to be finished. I believe 8 possibly the one doing that damage, albeit Tolji taking a lot of damage now as well. But resible position here for Ysera, unless he is being baited through the floor, which I don't think he... No, he wasn't, my bad. But Hoven there to take down Joe as well. It's just all falling apart here for Madness in this final round on the regulation time. Roosters, unless they fumble this astronomically, we're going to be going to OT, I reckon.
Highly likely. It's looking like it on this Madness, yeah. Unless they just all seem to line up for them, all eat the same frag grenade. Envid is still looking for it, just popping the floors below him. Ysera rotating around. They're going to have to try and force some sort of play for most in a bit of danger. They can line up the shots, and most will fall, but so does Oroku. It'll be a trade 1-for-1, and it's Hoven's 3rd of the round before he falls. 3 versus 2 is doable, but with 7 seconds less, so Ysera loses his head, and unfortunately there's next to no time. They don't even have to take the gunfight. 8 does it anyway and finds the kill. Pivots, hits the nutty shot with the SMG-11. Into detention, and well, yeah, we're going to OT.
Oh, and Roosters start on defense too in overtime. That is kind of huge for them, given that they have done so well on defense. I mean, yes, Madness brought it back, but I mean, Roosters, it was a 4-2-4-2 split, Panda. I did sort of allude to that in the start, but all the same, you'll have to see when it comes true. Now, OT Roosters starting on the defense is definitely an interesting prospect here for Madness now, because this is the site that they have lost, I believe, 3 times on their attack. So, Roosters definitely looking good to put themselves 7-6 here if they can continue with the same level of this bomb site that they have in the previous 2 iterations of it. Madness, obviously, sort of struggling, it seems, to clear this bomb site out. I mean, Shibanats has been dying pretty much religiously every round on the Finker, which isn't great, losing those health boosts that early, especially him being one of your primary fraggers. Probably the primary fragger for your roster being on the Finker. But yeah, I mean, the utility he takes with him to the grave every round is also a huge loss for the team, and has cost them in multiple occasions. I mean, we saw the down in that round, we could have seen the res, we could have seen nades, etc., etc. I mean, just having him alive as well to shoot is a huge bit of utility for Madness. But again, going down early on, it's not what you want to see, unfortunately. Roosters capitalized on this, and they've managed to take it to OT, Panda. I mean, given how they've been on this bomb site in the previous 3 iterations of it, do we think that we're going to see them walk away with the lead here, or do we think that maybe something different is afoot?
Well, look, I would hope that we get to see something weird and wonderful. We always love to see it and see. I think we're going to see Roosters look to play this as basically as possible. They don't want to risk losing, and well, Proto Shibanats has a target on his back.
And a big neon sign above his head. Shoot here, guys. And indeed they are. I mean, you got to sort of commend Roosters there for consistently taking down the Finker. I don't even know if they're trying to do that, but I mean, they're getting it done. 8 will be able to take down Envy as well. The sledge to go and the drop from Hoven. I mean, it is just surgical at this point for Roosters on these sort of frag and drops. They found 2 kills. They're already back to the bomb site to sort of play it across on the inside of the site. They only have 1 player upstairs still playing inside of the cutout. He's going to be sort of getting naded here. Joe could find it. The ADS is there. The wall opened up as well. It's not looking too good at clearing this player out. He's got the Z pings, the nade to come from deep, but again, the ADS is just there, and so much of what Roosters have planned, all the utility that is there is just keeping them alive, and they can back off and live to fight another day.
I mean, there's so little presence on the side itself, it would almost make more sense to go straight for it, but they're so determined to clear out these players upstairs. The office is going to be a given away game. That Banshee did trigger, and the audio cue should be there. Roku in trouble getting shot at, but from above, Joe finds Rix at the top of the main stairs. One of the 2 players on the site itself removed. Tology, though, answers back in real kind. Hits him with the UMP-45, takes Roku down, leaves it in the 2 versus 2. The OGs, formerly of the Invictus roster.
Nice to see the use of the breaching charge there. Ystera will take down 8. So this is very doable, provided provided Ystera can find some more. He can't. Joe's drop down the hatch. Will find the first. Needs to find 2 more, but Tolji is there. Roosters getting it to OT. They force us into this double regulation, but now they take the lead 7-6. This could be over, Panda, if Roosters can make this attack work. Because if they don't, it's going to be max OT, but then they have defense to crutch on, so they do have that coming if they can get it there, but at the end of the day, they could close it out here.
Yeah, indeed. Bathroom Teller's defense for Madness Esports. This could be kind of scary. This is a bit rough. This is not at all the position they expect it to be, and if they lose out here, they go down the map and have to go into our second at a disadvantage, and that can be draining, especially having all 3 maps.
Well, that as well, going into Cafe being one of Roosters' better maps on top of that. So I mean, yeah, look, from possibly losing Border, say they do, going into a map that Roosters are infinitely more comfortable on as opposed to the one that you have just played, especially being on the losing end. It's not the best turn of events here for for Madness, but For Roosters, they definitely made it work. They have pulled it back from the brink, and they've sort of sent it all the way here. But even if they do make it to max OT, they are going to get the defense, which is typically where they seem to be more comfortable on this map so far. So we'll see if it comes to that. But Madness right now, they've got the defense, and the bomb site that they picked, Bathroom Tellers, is definitely one that the Roosters struggled with on their attack. So can they make the adaptation to take this round and ultimately the first map to send us on to map number 2?
Well, Envid kicks things off with a kill on Homos. I mean, the wild thing is, Proto, Shiba Nuts at one point was 8-1. He is now 12-10. So, since I think round 3, he has gone
round 3, 10 kills,
and 9 to this point.
Yeah, not great. Unfortunately, not amazing for Shiba Nuts. However, the Fink are not first dead this time, which is good. Roosters may be learning a little bit from their mistakes. Sorry, from the mistakes of Madness, rather. But albeit, main breach opened upstairs to try and contest into Armory. Obviously, the shield's going to be there to sort of slow things down. Rick's on the supporting middle connector window, so close to finding the head of Roku, but not peeking around hard enough to the left, and unfortunately, for the attacker who's going to get away. But Roosters, I mean, they're taking their time here. Half round left. They've got some upstairs control. Envy to go down as well now, I believe, on the flank from somewhere, albeit they have one player on the top floor to get rid of who might actually be rotating down middle as we speak. Yeah, top floor now forfeit. So half the round, one frag either way. But the Nitro from Joe to take down Hoven, and a lot of damage dealt to Tolji as well. That is the Valkyrie of Ysera coming into play. The Z pings are obviously all there. Tolji will find one, but Panda, those Nitros have done big damage.
3 vs 3, I mean, yeah, big damage, but Tolji still has 2 nano boosts in play, so he should be back at full health in just a moment. 15-8 for him so far. Massive numbers. And they've got 3 of their better fraggers on the cards still remaining. Back for both of them, 2 very strong fraggers plus an extra in Rix and Roku respectively, and explosions galore going out, hitting the final 48. Drone game has to be nigh impeccable if Roosters want to close it out before going to a final round of overtime. 8 looking for angles, just playing above, being that nuisance, being that distraction. Rex wants to make the call, wants to drop into showers, smokes to cover the angles, but the rotation should be there. The wall is popped, but they get themselves in, and they can go for the plant attempt right now. What coverage is there, though? Roku finds Tolji. Rex, he's pulled off the plant. That might be a bit of a mistake right now, and Abe's covering as much as he possibly can. The swing in from Teller should be coming in just a moment. The smokes will dissipate, and the plant is going to be secured. Rex tucked in by the diffuser right now. They have a bit of a crossfire set up, but you're there from above. The transfer is going to be almost good. Roku's still alive, eh? You didn't get the kill. And we are going to full overtime here on Border.
He thought he'd got the down as well. It's such a shame for Abe, because if he had got the down on Roku, Joe wasn't even making the advance. I'm not too sure what the plan was there from Roosters. The bomb went down. The hatch above them was open. There's 3 players left. Of course, one's going to be going for the flank. There was no drone on the hatch to play for that flank. And if so, the flank drones that were there on Metal and East, which should have been there on Metal and East at a level of this play, were not called on. It seems anyway. But, I mean, yeah, unfortunate. The fact that he got the kill of the player on the hatch and then almost the down as well on the player in sight would have been kind of insane. Imagine if that was how Roosters closed it out. But, you know, unfortunately, it's not how the cookie crumbled in the end. And Madness, as you said, they are there. It's max OT. There are no more second chances now, Panda. Our second full overtime game for the evening. Funnily enough, Madness actually in the other full overtime game for the evening. So, you know, it is what it is. But Roosters on the defense, the side that they have proven to win the majority of the time, or at least the side that they are more comfortable on, Madness, going to be busting out. Sorry, Roosters are going to be busting out a completely new strategy that we haven't seen from them yet on this one side, with a bit of an interesting castle extension into square. So the question now being, how are Madness going to deal with this? It is a completely different strategy, one that we have not seen yet. And the adaptation is going to have to be on the fly of Max OT on the side that you have traditionally lost the first pick on so far throughout the majority of this game. I mean, Shibanut's, fingers crossed he isn't the first to go, but if history repeats itself, Panda, it could happen.
Unfortunate is what it is. But, I mean, so far Shibanut's is going to be on the drone, so he doesn't want to get fragged out that early in the round this time. You can see he's playing it a little bit safer. I think that's because Madness identifying that the nano boost is such a key part of their setup on the attack. There's a lot that they need to clear out, unfortunately.
Yeah, there is a lot. Very utility-heavy setup from the Roosters here, obviously pairing the Mute the Castle, the Smoke Lamai, everything really available for them to sort of deny a large amount of different utility that the Madness boys could be bringing, albeit they made some good leeway in the passport. Bottom square is going to be a focus of their attack here. They want to at least maybe shut down some of the rotates and cut off the bottom metal support from the Romans upstairs. But, I mean, Roosters yet to lose a frag. Top East is still in control of the defense, and Madness are actually yet to really pressure it that hard. So we could see that to become a huge issue for the attack, provided that a flank might come out. But I mean, all the same, they still have two players on the top floor, Panda, as well as the extension sort of horizontally for them. So Roosters have some good positions here to slow Madness down. They're yet to find a pick either way. So, I mean, it could really come down to anything. Shibanut is actually getting to use the Adrenal Surges this round.
That's because he hasn't met anyone. Well, you cursed it, Proto.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
It's a very real, ever-present danger. That's why you don't mess with us, guys. You don't mess with casters, because it will do that in your officials, and you see what happens. Joe, as well, the fall, so does Ysera. They've absolutely pumped it through Hoven and Ape in the dying moments of the map. So none of that. Not risking the drop. It's going to be 5-on-1. Make that 4-on-1, and Hoven says, nah, we're done. Roosters will take border.
Oh, I mean, yeah, look, I reckon if it had come down to Roosters attacking and Madness defending, it definitely would have been a Madness game. I think what we have seen is pretty much the pinnacle of 50-50 gameplay, and that really being just trading defense halves. It was 4-2 both ways, and then pretty much in OT was the same thing. It was just back and forth on the defense. Both of those teams were sort of struggling to find a real leg up at any given time. I mean, we saw the 2-round lead pretty much once just before the split, and then that was pretty much it. Other than that, it was 1 round either way, back and forth, and it was very repetitive in terms of that back and forth gameplay. But again, a map like Border, fresh into the map pool, teams are not necessarily comfortable on it. We definitely saw that defense was the preferred side there for both teams, but at the end of the day, Roosters got defense at the end. They were able to close things out. It was a pretty strong closeout as well, though. I mean, only losing 1 player in that final round was pretty big from them. But it went to maximum OT. Probably nothing notable. However, it does sort of show that both teams are relatively on par in terms of their border skill, at least. So Cafe really is going to be the big decider here. Can Roosters keep it up and sort of take the lead and sort of, you know, put something a little bit more tenuous on the board, or are Madness going to come back, take us to map number 3, and are we going to see Chalet? But, I mean, other than that, great first map.
Yeah, it leaves us with a lot of questions, but we're not going to waste any time. Let's throw it to a break. When we come back, we jump onto Cafe Dostoevsky and see just how this whole series plays out. We'll see you soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、 でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて。
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Coming back in from the break, of course, we saw map 1 go the full distance, full 15 rounds on Border with Rooster. GG just taking it at the end. We now head to Cafe, which is, I mean, it's Madness's pick. The fact that Rooster's map pick of Border went so deep could be a little bit concerning. Now we go to Cafe, which they've already won today. Do you reckon we're going to see Chalet Proto?
If I'm being completely honest, given the scores that we've seen so far, Chalet is definitely possible. Obviously, I don't think Roosters are going to be looking to stick around for much longer, given the scores that are currently happening. But I mean, we have seen Cafe once today in the Obeng Deway game. So whether or not it is going to be as sort of one way as it was in that sort of setup, obviously 7-3 to Deway versus Obeng is definitely a big score. But whether or not Roosters can do that against Madness is going to be a different question completely. Obviously, we have just seen an 8-7 from Border, so full regulation time. Compared to a 7X is definitely something to take into consideration for a team. But I mean, look, Cafe is going to be an interesting one, Banner.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential for that aggressive style of defense that we know both teams like a lot. They are going to be looking to get aggressive sport picks. Hopefully Shibanuts doesn't struggle as much as he did on Border, though.
Yeah, he definitely had a little bit of a rough game on Border. I mean, there was something going on, something in the water pre-game, unfortunately, kept leading to him sort of getting fragged out relatively quickly on the Finker. So maybe we see him take a step back from Finker this game. Maybe we see the playstyle switch up a little bit for him. But I would imagine things will stay relatively the same. Thatcher and Flores to go here for Cafe is nothing new, albeit Valkyrie to go. Good to see her gone due to the fact that she had a pretty big impact on Border. We saw her a lot of rounds. I'd imagine Mira will be the final ban here, or Cade, but no, Mira is going to be the one to go. So pretty much the standard map ban we saw for a couple of our matches tonight, and not really surprised by those picks, given that this could be, the last map of this series. But at the same time, you do have to sort of keep true to the current meta ban and sort of play for that, because if not, things will get a little bit difficult. But told you already, teasing that Montaigne.
We've been here before, Ryder. Don't fall through me.
I know. I want it to happen. It's just, I just keep getting teased. It's not fair. Come on, guys. I'm begging at this point. Please play Monty. Come on.
Even the fuse, like, utilized properly would be intriguing. Yeah, Tology, straight onto the Nomad. I think we are going to see, you know, about as vanilla a game of Siege as we've seen so far this tournament. Hoven picking up the Jackal over the Ashe, which I, again, would argue is probably more in line with what you'd be playing in a vanilla game than the Ashe itself. And Tology, no, not the Nomad. Sledge, okay, so we're seeing a couple of different changes.
Sledge for Hamota. So double soft breach, one hard breach, the Jackal and the Zofia. Buck may be bringing secondary breaching charges. I don't know if we can check that in prep phase. We will have to wait until the counter counts down. So 6 more seconds, we'll find out whether or not he's bringing those secondary hard breaches. But no, we're actually going to see another switch. So yeah, 4 operators switched off, and we have got the Monty for Hoven. Let's go, baby. I'm very happy. Sorry, had to be excited a little bit for that one. But Maverick, the only hard breacher being bought, is an interesting choice on Cafe. But at the same time, it's kitchen, so you don't really need too much. Especially if you bring the Monty, they're going to be looking for horizontal as opposed to vertical. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we can see Monty have an impact here and maybe see him bought a few more times in this game.
Indeed. I mean, on a map like this, especially on this bomb site too, he's a pretty potent pick, being able to push in through Bakery. Obviously, that's assuming you get it open. You can set up with the denial, what have you. But this Ysera Echo could be a bit of a hindrance.
Yeah, the Echo is going to be a big issue. Obviously, with the changes, he doesn't de-shield Monty anymore. It sort of just stuns the shield to the side. So it's not as annoying as it was originally, but at the same time, we see 4 players poised and ready just outside Bakery here. The Zofia charge to come in. No one inside of Bakery means that Monty's going to be allowed to walk straight on through. Prep is free as well. Monty deep inside of the A site. No one actually close on ovens to directly contest. The main wall opened up, but Joe, a lovely shot. The SMG, the bomb going down, though. It doesn't matter. Rix is already planting inside the side on the chassis with the Monty. The post plane is going to be forced off. The Echo is around. The Monty is there. The down but not confirmation. Rix probably to confirm. Swinging with a pistol. Hoven for 2. Looking for a third. Not there. Shivanuts is good for the double. Swings on round. Rix is not going to win that fight. A huge triple to win it out, and Defenders madness somehow bring that back after giving so much control to the Roosters.
It's the bizarre thing is they had everything they needed to make that work. They had the push through prep. They had the Monty. It's just for some reason Monty was sitting in prep. If they'd relocated him to cover Rix, they could have executed the plant, and they might have been able to contest that round. But for some reason, Rex was left with his butt hanging out in the middle of the site, while Hoven was too busy trying to contest the double door. So a breakdown in communication, I would imagine, is probably what caused that to happen. Maybe this time around, I don't think we're going to see the Monty come back into play, but hopefully they can avoid that breakdown.
Yeah, look, maybe having one of the players with a rifle sort of contesting double window there as opposed to the Monty with the pistol might have been a better choice for Roosters there. Maybe even using the Monty to cover the plant. I mean, yeah, so many different things that could have been done there for Roosters to then play for that post-plant position with the Monty, but I mean, yeah, sure. Hoven played for the impact frags, didn't even get confirmed his second, but albeit, actually the only player on Roosters to get a kill was the Monty. So, I mean, yeah, look, come on guys, bring Monty more if he's going to be the only person getting kills. But yeah, look, Roosters, unfortunate, bit of a misplay from them, but only a minor setback, Panda, going into this next round. Obviously, it is going to be a middle floor bomb site, and they haven't seen top floor just yet. Which is interesting. From top down is usually the way things go on Cafe, but maybe from bottom up is how Madness wanted to play it. I mean, Roosters, given that they lost that first round, I'm assuming Madness are trying to sort of throw a spanner in the works here, but I mean, yeah, Roosters are going to have the work cut out for them, it seems.
Indeed. Oh boy. I get the eerie feeling this might go to a full 3 mapper as well. But right now, I mean, it's Madness is map pick. They obviously are feeling comfortable here. They want to pick up a couple of round wins if they possibly can. But at second floor, there is every possibility that, you know, Rooster do close this one.
Look, it's sort of shaping up a lot better. So far, attacking-wise, obviously, you know, the Monty's not the best of picks, especially being down and around count. We've got that player down inside of Engine, and Close to actually hitting him through the wall on the first spray there. Unfortunately, not quite connecting, given also that the site is in the middle floor. So taking top floor, things are going to be a little bit more difficult. However, weary of the Nitros, sort of making sure that they're not walking into any open angles here being played by Madness. And they've got the soft breach upstairs now to try and play to open up and force these players out. But they still have to deal with the cigar lounge, present cigar bar presence, and make something happen here. I mean, Madness, there's still 5 players strong and half the round gone. Not really much has been done by Roosters at all.
Joe, the first casualty, at least his little towers from the looks of things. A little bit of chip damage, nothing more. They're trying to push in, they're trying to get some ground. And the game thinks it's a 4 versus 5. A little bit of wishful thinking, I think, for the Roosters at the moment. They've got a hard job ahead of them to try and clear it out, and they will push into bathroom, have that avenue available to them at the very least. That toxic canister will hold the process for Mosa. Maybe looking for a cheeky nade. Player's going to have to bank it just right, but Ricks finding the first. Hoven banking a nade of his own will take Joe as well.
What a nade. What a nade from Hoven. That was sick. You'll have to see it there for Roosters. Good 2 kills. Make it 3 as 8 finds one on to Envied as well. Shibanut's almost going down on the vertical 2. In fact, will now Hermosa find it. This could be a flawless for Roosters to answer back for the first mistake. But Roku, if he has something to say about it, it's going to be at least looking to try and ruin that flawless stint with 1 frag. But on the bottom of White Stairs, the site above him to his right, the plant will be going down shortly. 15 seconds. Roosters are going to be looking to get this bomb down as quick as they can. Rick's opening up the wall. Actually yet to be planting. There we go. The bomb now going down. The nade bottom white. He's going to break the flawless streak with a lovely shot onto Hoven, but Hermosa is there. 2 H's from Roosters closing things out. Madness unfortunately can't find the second, but Roosters, they compensate and at least equalise.
Indeed they do. Look, Cafe can be a pretty rough prospect to, well, play from both sides of the coin. Yes, attack can be hard. Yes, defense can be hard. It's about which team can withstand the storm the greatest. But I mean, it's just, it is that dual-edged sword. For the attack, there's so many avenues into the building. For the defense, there's so many nooks and crannies to play around and so much verticality to contest. So, I mean, both teams seem to have a grasp on what's going on.
Yeah, they definitely do. They, as I said in Border, these teams are very, I would say, evenly matched. I mean, I know that Roosters sort of in pole position speaking, being an APAC South team, yada yada, definitely on paper should be the team that are arguably leading here. But, I mean, Madness coming into this, yes, they have lost a couple of games in OPL, but again, 2 Invictus, 2 teams that, you know, are absolute powerhouses in the OCE SEA region. And, you know, the fact that they're coming in to this tournament, upper bracket, and sort of taking it to Roosters, who are that APAC South team, is kind of an insane prospect to sort of wrap your head around. I mean, they are doing damage to a team that arguably should be sort of having a bit of a field day, if you will, at this sort of, you know what I mean? Like, attempting to say it in the nicest way possible. This should not be going, well, look at Border, 8-7. That should not have happened like that. And yet, here we are. Map number 2. Yes, Roosters won it, but at what cost?
I mean, on top of the fact that Madness have already played 3 maps.
That
and the second of their 3 maps was a incredibly close one. He gets there in the end. I think he was trying to bait it out, knowing that there might have been some sort of attempt at a cheeky nitro play, and yes, Sarah's is gone. So I think he baited it out quite cleanly.
Yeah, I think Abe was the target of that nitro, but I mean, all the same. Haven will spot out the player down below. I believe that's actually the smoke of Shibanuts, if I'm not mistaken. I may be wrong. Yeah, he's going to be able to rotate back towards Engine. So good to see that Hoven on the cameras as well is sort of supporting this play downstairs, and having the drone information for Roosters here is going to be a big part of their push. They'll be able to clear out a lot of this utility faster, which they have already done a pretty good job of. They've got a lot of the players out of Cigar Shop. They've cleared Piano pretty much of presence from players, and they're now sort of just holding these crosses, waiting to get Pixel dealt with, and then go from there. I mean, they have a pretty decent setup so far. Red is not open, unfortunately, due to the mute jammers that have become
kind of
much the meta.
I don't know how they've got that much open, but not been able to clear it.
they're ready to go now. Hogan with a freebie, and yeah, Ysera to go down. Oh, with Ysera, sorry, on the mute. Interesting. But yeah, either way. Good pick.
We're going to clear out a little bit more utility before they can push into Scar, though. Heading to the final minute. They've certainly left it to a very dire run towards the finish line here in the third round. This could get a bit chaotic, especially given that there is still utility on board. Ape heading below, wants to try and flank in from wide if he possibly can. Potentially even upset from below Cocktail. There is a lot of positions. Yeah, Tolji as well rotating around. There's just so much that could come out of this.
Shivanut takes a lot of damage. 30 seconds left for the execute. They have information. The Z pings are available. So close. Hermosa losing his head there. But, I mean, look, a 4 versus 5 is definitely very doable here for Madness, given that they have positional advantage, albeit Roosters setting themselves up for a double pinch, coming in from the new balcony as well. Top wide, that castle barricades, meaning Tolji's going to be able to repel right on in. He does have the ability to run between this sort of bench here. Will find the one, not the second. Roku there to take down Tolji. Hoven down, and actually very quickly Madness turned that around with a flurry of kills from the castle to make it around to their own. Roosters losing that one out on the execute. And I mean, yeah, again, positional advantage just coming into effect.
Big stuff there. Madness, I mean, again, like I said, I'm eerily concerned that this one is going to go to a full 3 map. And you've got to feel that the players and team, you've got to feel for not any of the ones that are playing currently. I think it's Invictus, given that they've got 2 Australians in their roster, and it must be closing in on midnight over there.
Yeah, it's 11:50 currently, AEST. So, you know, we love it. You love to see it. We're out here battling. But I mean, yeah, look, it's as late as it is. I still think we're going to have a good game after this to come, no matter what the outcome. But yeah, look, I mean, Roosters, unfortunately for them, that round was not going great at the end there. Now, Lamonti not being brought 4 downstairs, which, I mean, fair enough. Didn't really do too much for them the last time. But I mean, Madness, yeah, look, as you said, this is definitely looking like it has the possibility to be a 3-mapper. But at the same time, Roosters, if they pick it up, they need to get a couple more rounds here on the attack, and then defense should pretty much be easy sailing for them. They're a defense-sided team. They definitely tend to perform better, it seems, on the defense. So whether or not that is something that is truthful for them as well on Cafe, we will see. But with Hoven finding one very quickly to be traded back out, I mean, you know, take those 1-for-1s. Not the end of the world.
Shiba Nuts for Hoven. Yeah, look. Jackal for a Malusi, that is 9 times out of 10 always going to favour. 9 times out of 10 always. Not quite. It's more often than not, it is going to favour Madness at the moment. The defense not having to worry about the Jackal scans. There's a huge reprieve from the oppressive nature of the Spanish operator. Whereas Banshees are already down. Shiba Nuts on the Malusi no longer has the Nitro cell that was removed almost a year ago now. So, I mean, yeah, he can just sit on the sidelines, play the cameras, and convey information.
Rest in peace, Malusi T5. Bring it back. I miss it. Albeit, yeah, jokes aside. I mean,
give everyone the T5. That's the play.
Yeah, exactly. That's honestly probably the play. Give everyone Finker's LMG. That's where we're going. But yeah, look, Roosters have got good control now. I mean, yes, losing the Jackal has definitely hurt them. Drawing out the Nitros is definitely a good thing to do, though, as well. Joe misusing that, unfortunately not finding a kill. Maybe it was used to make a rotate, we don't know, but whatever it was for, it did not find any frags or damage. So for Madness, unfortunately, that means that utility is not going to be doing too much for them in the near future. Tolji is going to be opening up some, I want to say vertical angles. Whether or not those breach charges are actually doing anything vertically, I guess we will never know. However, Ysera and I believe Joe held up inside a bakery. There is no presence from Roosters on that main double door, which means that pretty much anyone from Madness can hide out inside of the bakery, and there's not going to be any real contention from Roosters, it seems, unless they rotate a player over late, which arguably they probably want to be doing for this execute panda.
Ideally. But the fact, again, they've left themselves in, you know, such a significant deficit time-wise. Joe is, well, not helping that issue at the moment. They lose not just Hoven, but 8 before they can get under the side. Hermosa above. Rixon told you there alongside him. It looks like it could be that death drop straight into the freezer right now, which is not a positive prospect given that opening into VIP. Hermosa has to take out the player in VIP. Misses the opportunity, but Rix does get the cross over towards the bomb chassis and should be able to go for that plant. Told you there, trying to help out, and we'll get the kill on the Joe. The pop with that freezer wall, look at that. Rix is deep into the site. Does have some coverage right now, but it might be from the wrong angle. Roku sneaking his way up, wants to pinch in from behind, and Freezer puts the player in the chassis. He's going to get the down, but it's all come apart right now. One player remaining. Told you, where are you? You need to provide the denial, but no, they can't. And Envy will be gifted the defuse. Madness take the 4th, and unfortunately for Rooster, that is not going to help the mental.
Not enough vertical there. The bark did not open the top of the wall, so they couldn't get the angle onto the player back behind the bar. And yeah, I mean, Madness, what a defensive half from them so far. Yes, 3-1 up, but I mean, we saw the same scoreline on Border Panda. I mean, you know, if history is to repeat itself, it'll be a 4-2 on, you know, Madness's favour, and then it'll be a 4-2, and then it'll be OT. You know the drill. But I mean, yeah, look, it is definitely sort of getting into that rhythm of Madness find the early lead, Roosters adjust, and then from there on, Madness can't really find any sort of footing. They get evenly pegged out after they sort of find that middle ground. I think Roosters just need that time to sort of wake up a little bit and go, guys, this is what we need to do. We change things up and we go from there. But another thing I've noticed, Panda, is in this game, we have not seen one tactical timeout called for both teams. And it was a max OT map 1. You get one tactical timeout every map. We're yet to see one for map 2. We did not see one on map 1. Why do we think these players are not using this utility? It is so valuable, and it could be doing Roosters a world of good here. I mean, it could definitely be something that is useful. Maybe they want to hold on to it for a ladder round, but even still, I mean, Madness right now are looking so good on this defense that Roosters really need to be having that small conversation, I think.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like how long do you hold on to a certain pocket pick or a certain piece of utility, but they feel lost on Cafe, is the only way I can describe it. And well, Hoven's dead again. I don't know what it is about this series, but Thinkers are just...
Thinkers are not having fun. Oh, it's always Thinkers. Maybe that's just the university's way of saying, yeah, we're bored of this meta. And I don't really blame it. I think everyone's bored of the LMG meta, but either way, Thinker, LMG aside, has a lot of good utility, so yeah. Finding her every round is a great pick to find if you're Madness. Albeit Roosters, they are sort of in a bit of a bind now, especially with Envy finding one, almost a second. Rick's almost going down. I mean, look at this. He's still alive.
Oh
He's good
God.
for 4, Panda. He could be on for 5 with the flank up red step. All this round for Madness. What is going on in the Roosters camp? Nothing is coming to fruition for them. They're down 4-1 on Cafe. They need this round to even have a chance at going to OT.
One could make the mistake of assuming that they'd never played this map before. 4-1 defensive half so far, with the 5-1 looking like it's on the horizon. This is going to be a long one, Proto. That's all I can say for sure.
I literally did not even expect this, given that against Deway, a team we've already seen huge things from this evening, Roosters went 7-2 on Cafe, and I remember that game vividly. It was an absolute stomp. Roosters knew exactly what they were doing. It was clinical, it was clean, it was cut, it was polished, and everything was immaculate from them. Perfectly done, perfectly executed every round, back to back to back, a couple of mistakes, and then, you know, 7-2 victory. Come to tonight, Madness Esports, from an absolute heater, 7-2, 8-7, 7-1, a big 3-map against Trinitas, who have also lost to Dawei, by the way. They come into this map and are currently leading by 3 rounds. Could be 4 by the end of this, depending on how... Roosters, a team that has proven that they can play this map against a team that is pretty decent in OPL. are getting absolutely thwarted by Madness to some degree, and I don't know how. I mean, there are just a level of mistakes that are just befalling upon them every single round. I mean, whether it's an early pick, whether it's a misdrone, whether it's a wrongful use of utility, something is going wrong for Roosters, and I just think that maybe it is an internal issue. Like, maybe there's comms that aren't quite there. Maybe there's something else going on. But there is definitely something happening to them this evening that is just not something that maybe they've accounted for.
I am, at this point, I'm not even going to pretend to try and figure out what's going on. They look lost. They look like they haven't prepped themselves for this matchup or Madness Esports. Honestly, I try not to be too harsh on teams, especially given that I don't know what goes into their prep. But right now, they are failing to understand what it is they need to do round to round. If they can figure that out, we can see this turn around in the second half. But right now, Madness are the ones that are more clued in.
Yeah, 100% Madness have the number. They really do. I mean, this being Roosters map pick as well, it's interesting to see that this is how it's sort of turning out. But I mean, yeah, look, this is a top floor attack. We've seen some damage onto Envid, not too much, but still, we could see the execute come maybe here from Roosters. I mean, they're looking to sort of set themselves up. There's no one really directly contesting the walk-in from Cigar Shop, so I mean, that is a big point for them to maybe play around, albeit the Nitro below is still a prospect that they have to be wary of. They do still have that one player down inside of Engine Room, possibly with the Nitro in hand. They will get to reset the Iruni Gate as well, and I mean, look, just below, down to the left, they're waiting this vertical angle. If the Nitro was to come, it would get at least 2 kills in its given position, but I mean, yeah. They're just waiting, hoping to go down. Finger again, first to go. He's going to get the Adrenal Surge off before going down, but 40 seconds, Panda. Something pretty drastic has got to happen here for Roosters.
I mean, there's all these aggressive angles that the Madness have set up. It's absolutely fallen apart round to round. You look at not a single drone remaining in the final 30 seconds. Then it's got no information other than Gemini. Rix is going to have to push onto the site himself. Cheeky attempt at the plant in the corner, but there's little to no coverage. The best time for Sarah Falls, having pinched up from below. 8 will finally confirm the kill. The plant is going to be good, but it's a flurry of kills that go the way of Madness. And finally, in the 2 versus 3, Envy hitting some ripper shot, spots the feet, and 8 falls. He's going to kill Rix as well. It's a 5-1 defensive half to Madness. I'm speechless. I really am. I mean, Roosters set themselves up for the post plant from Skylight. What happens? No one goes Skylight. Both players proning on the floor, holding an angle top white. I mean, guys, what? Why are we planning for Skylight if the post plant's going to be played from inside a cocktail where you can't contest it? I mean, Panda, I genuinely have zero clue and zero idea on how to break this down. I mean, it is so bewildering. I mean, we are going to go to a third map, I think, if Madness keep this up. I mean, Roosters have their defense now, so whether or not they can 5-1 their half as well. I mean, well, they're going to have to either 5-1 their half to take us to OT, or 6-0 their half to take the game, because without doing such, it's either going to be a Madness win or an OT. So I mean, and I don't personally see Roosters doing a 6-0 right now. I really don't, given how the score is after the end of that first half. But I mean, Cafe is just not going in their favor at all. But I mean, Border was an 8-7. I mean, this is just defeat. This like Madness have just got their number in every aspect. You almost would say, if you're Roosters, just go next. Like,
yeah,
is it worth the mental effort of trying to push back? You need 4 rounds just to equalize. Like you said, 5 to get OT guaranteed on the board, and 6 straight to guarantee the win without going to overtime. So honestly, at this point, is it mentally worth hanging on to Cafe, and would it not just be better to go for the reset going to Shallow?
I 100% reckon that should be the point of call here for the Roosters. Like, you know, just play for the next game and sort of go from there. Don't let Madness build that momentum up off trying to sort of retake into the situation. And just play your own game. But I mean, look, Roosters losing that first pick. I don't really know what Tolji's doing in that instance. Just taken down really quickly there by Joe. Does lose a lot of HP, but I mean, look, a Wamai for 0 benefit back is just not a worth trade at all. There is no benefit to that, unfortunately, for Roosters, who have already had such a tough game on map number 2. But again, they might have called that. They might have just called the next, and they might just be sort of playing for, you know, maybe some eco frags. I say eco frags, you know, padding the stats and whatnot. But I mean, yeah, it's definitely shaping up to be rough here. It is already really rough.
Indeed it is. Madness looking to choke it out here. Only needing 2 rounds on their attack, which I mean is feasibly doable. Hermosa going to have something to say about it though. Brings it back to a 4 versus 4. Sarah relocating Joe. Takes out Tricky Dicky as well, unfortunately. No smoke in the remainder of the round, which could prove, I mean, detrimental isn't even quite an apt description of what it proposes to the team. 1 minute remaining. Nitro Cell towards Cigar is going to find Joe. Hey, somehow getting away with another miraculous Nitro Cell play. Thread Net Needle and Cigar and taking him out.
50 seconds, Panda. 3 versus 3 is doable for both sides. Roosters with the angles, Madness with the information. They still have so many drones to play with. Flashbangs, grenades, and the Yana replicator, obviously all good utility to have towards the end of a round. But it's going to be the first fight. Hermosa takes a lot of damage, but it's Ysera to open things up on the Hoven. 30 seconds to play with. 8 takes a lot of damage as well from Shiba Nuts, who actually is there to confirm. And now Hermosa 1 versus 3 for the Roosters is pretty much their only hope here if they want to take this map straight away. The swing on round is good for 1. He's going to get the second on the repel in. The Volt Up angle though, the flashbang to force him down, and what a play from Roku, but Madness, they're going to put themselves on match point. It was almost done by the Jaeger, but unfortunately that flashbang catching him on the rotate, it just was not enough of a solo effort there to keep Roosters in it. And match point for Madness.
Now, 6-1. My God, what a turnabout. 8-7 on border, just going the way of Roosters into a 7-1 potential victory here for Madness Esports. I mean, we did say it. We did say Madness is a team, given time, could be one of the super groups coming out of APAC. But the biggest concern has to be, I mean, this competition feeds into the Seas Championships, which then feeds into the APAC Promotions Relegations Tournament. Madness, I mean, could be one to watch.
Yeah, especially given that, you know, Roosters, the APAC South roster, formerly Trinitas. I mean, if this is what's going on now, yeah, Madness are definitely a team that you want to be keeping an eye on. But look, at the end of the day, it could also just be a you know, bad showing. Teams always have those one days where, you know, they're not feeling it, or something is going on outside of team life, or, you know, something along the lines of a bit of a hiccup in the way that a team is playing. And we could definitely be seeing that here a little bit for Roosters. That could definitely just be one of their moments, as you will maybe per se. But I mean, yeah, look, Madness, this is definitely sort of the golden rounds from them. This is sort of just a showing of this is what they can do against a team like Roosters. It is impeccable Rainbow Six so far in this second map. First map, definitely a little bit dicey, but I mean, so far, this has been a monumental showing from them in map number 2.
Concern if you are a Roosters fan currently. Not how you would have imagined it to play out. 25 rounds to equalise. The fact that they tried, they invested as much as they did that last round is, I mean, impressive. But also, I mean, could that have been better placed elsewhere? Obviously, the mental anguish and stress of having to commit to a round and then lose it the way they did. Chibnut's the first to fall. Hermosa will confirm that kill for himself, really stepping out in this in the last round for this Roosters roster. Might continue to do so. Honestly, there is every possibility. We still go to OT here.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. But like something to highlight as well is just even just the scores from the kills from Rooster. Like, you know, the top fragger is Hermosa right now with 6 and 6. So, you know, positive, just positive, neutral even, if you will, as opposed to 10, from Envid and 8 from Joe, and you know, we've got some pretty big numbers across the board. But Rix is there; he will take one with him. Joe's to find her most of those. With a low HP Jaeger taken down, the LMGE ripping open at least something, you'd hope, albeit a lot of frags left to find. Hoven's good to take down Joe, and very quickly, Roosters look to at least add another round on the board. But again, Panda, this could be where they make something of this and maybe take 5, because Tolji and Hoven are definitely looking to at least do something in these next couple of rounds.
They are indeed, and the shots are sharp and crisp and clean, but they still need 4 more to equalise. The prospects, honestly, a bit maddening, if we're being perfectly honest with ourselves. That is a long uphill battle, and this late in the day, and Madness having already played a full distance best of 3, this could be mentally draining.
I definitely know that it's taking its effect, Panda. We're in for a long one. It might be coffee time, but I mean, look, Cafe, I genuinely think is going to be over within the next round or 2. I mean, Madness, as you said, at what point do you sort of just call it and say, yep, let's just go to map 3, get it done with, see how we do on Chalet? I mean, given that Border was an 8-7, given that Cafe has been a 6-2 at the moment, could possibly be a 7-3, going into another map that arguably is a newer map, isn't necessarily a in-meta map, if you will, not a Club Villa Cafe Oregon. I reckon we see a little bit more fight from the Roosters going into the 3rd, but I mean, I genuinely, at this point, I think Madness are just too hot at the moment. They're just on an absolute heater, and they are looking to at least go an extended way as opposed to all the way. But I mean, they are putting in the yards right now. I mean, the amount of damage done just in terms of taking this second map from Roosters, it's just going to be so trashing for the mental. Especially going into the next game. So, I mean, I don't know.
It's the hard yards. It is going to have to be a deep cut if they want to bring this one back, of course. Madness, the last thing they wanted to drop this match, given the effort they've already invested into it. Drones, Gemini going in, hunting that info. And they clear out and confirm that Cigar Lounge is free real estate for the moment. They want to push on, take the top down control, and that's exactly what they're doing.
It's exactly what they need to be doing. It's just the defaults here. It really is. I mean, returning back to the basics, we say it a lot, and I don't know if we can really stress it any more than we already do, but it's going to have to be what they rely on here if they want to close it out right now. I mean, we said it at the start, they need to take that extra second to just sort of say, look, let's tighten things up, let's get it done. And, excuse me, it definitely looks like that they are sort of getting that mentality a little bit more chiseled into their sort of mindset as they slowly start to take more and more rounds away here. Yes, they let one slip just before, but I don't think it's going to be a recurring issue for them. Well, at least I hope it isn't a recurring issue for them, because at this point, yes, Roosters should probably just be looking to go next. But I mean, Panda, as much as it is going to be hard, borderline impossible, it's doable.
Yeah, it's never apt to count out teams in Southeast Asia. They are feisty. They will continue to bite and kick and scratch and claw up until the dying moment, until the GGs are in chat, and even then, if they had the opportunity, they'd push further still. 50 seconds remaining, the push to come, and all 10 players alive in the server.
Yeah, the 40-second meta is going to be rather interesting here, especially given that there is literally everyone alive. They're going to go for the burn on the Gone 6th. It is going to be an execute, but the nest, Toxic Babes from Smoke start to come out. He does have a lot to play with, 2 already drawn in the last 30 seconds. Some of the drops coming into the site. It is going to be Shivanuts leading the charge through the double door. However, through the single door into the site. However, the nade from Envy to take down the first 8 there from deep inside of Cafe to take down Shivanuts. Joe to fall as well to Hermosa off screen, and very quickly a 2 versus 4. They have 2 players upstairs contesting the 3rd floor from Brown. And Ysera just not opting to jump into the site. Roosters, they're going to walk away with the third. Not too sure what went wrong there for Madness, but something definitely happened in the dying seconds of that round. They didn't even want to drop into the site.
Yeah, Freezer is such a death box at the best of times, and, well, unfortunately, there is not much you can do in that situation other than just either feed or save KD, and Ysera played his cards.
Yeah, look. You got to keep KD where KD is given. Just like you have to preserve pretty much any hope of mental. But, I mean, yeah, look, Roosters, it's 2 in a row. It's definitely putting them on track for a couple. Maybe more. Maybe even OT, you never know, Panda. But, I mean, look, if they get OT here, we don't see a third map. So, there's that. Get the schedule back on track, as some would say. But, look, Madness, I hope that they can close it out for their sake. But at the same time, seeing the Roosters come back and go to OT would be pretty insane, given the game of Siege that we have seen from both of these teams so far retrospectively. I mean, it's been pretty insane efforts from both sides of the card, which you do have to commend, but yeah, look, Madness.
Like at this stage, if we were to call it here, Madness deserved the win, 100%.
100%.
Have not earned the victory here, regardless of the round count, just the way it's been played. It's just not the way it should work. But, I mean, there's still potentially, look, the maximum rounds that we could go to, there's still potentially 6 rounds to be played here. So that could very much change in the next couple of Roosters. I mean, the last couple of rounds on the defense have been pretty good. They've been pretty stunner. They've been hitting shots and absolutely demolishing Madness. If that could continue, yeah, I could see them earning this victory.
Oh, look, the Roosters have got their work cut out for them, but they've definitely made a good start to it. Their defenses have been pretty solid so far. But again, is there a defender-sided team? We've seen that from all of their previous games. We saw that from Border. We've seen that so far from Cafe as well. So whether or not they keep that trend up is a big question, given that Madness only need 1 to close it out and send us to a third here. But it's definitely interesting to see how both of these teams are playing now that this score is what we're sitting on. I mean, you know, there is so much at stake, but from inside of the closet, not droned out, 8 is going to find 1 onto Joe. A big fragger taken down. The trade is there. Joe missing that second shot. But, yeah, look, unfortunate at most for Madness to lose Joe. But, yeah, look, Roosters, they're going to love that kill. They're also loving it in the chat, but you're good to see the banter, Panda. It's good to see that it's lighthearted.
Yeah, I mean, these guys would know each other, of course. Having been playing on the same server, they're not unfamiliar with each other. And, well, Envy finding the kill onto Hermosi. He's going to make things that a little bit harder for Rooster. The peek onto Pixel. The DMR for Hovid as well. Chip it away at Envy's health pool availability. No Finker in the round means that this is where he will likely stay unless they can pick up the win. Shiva Nuts finds Tology. This might just be the beginning of the end, unless Hoban and Rix can go huge, unless Rix can go huge. And unfortunately, he cannot indeed. Madness, they close out map 2. We are going to the decider here, Brodo.
Look, I think it was time. It was very close to thank you next, and we will be going to Chalet. I mean, 7-3 on Cafe is definitely commendable, especially being that, you know, map 1 was that 8-7, and it was pretty concisive, that one. I mean, the first one was definitely very 50-50. We look at map number 2, it was genuinely a lot more assertive from Madness going into this. I mean, you said it, they're a power stack. They're looking to go forward through these upcoming leagues. And given that they're performing like this against a team who traditionally has won these maps in the past pretty consistently without any real issue. I mean, a 7-2 for Roosters last time they played Cafe was pretty insane. But then that begs the question, Madness, they've gone away. They've done their homework to such a degree that they completely flipped the scorecard in their favour, especially after map number 1 to push it to map 3. I mean, imagine if they had have won border, this would have been an open and shut book. But we're going to get the whole 9 yards. Panda Chalet is yet to come, and based on what I've seen so far, Madness honestly look really good to win it.
Well, we might just take a page out of the Roosters book. We're going to go next. When we come back after the break, we jump on into Chalet for the decider to see who makes it through into that bracket, further into the winners bracket, of course. We'll be back soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adult's table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ、話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Oh, we're back, Proto, and we are rapidly approaching the 8-hour mark of the broadcast. There's still one best of 3 to go, believe it or not. We head into the final map, Chalet, and honestly, I couldn't tell you where this one ends.
No, I don't think I can either, if I'm being honest. I thought I had some clue, but it doesn't appear to be that way, unfortunately, Blue Panda. We are rapidly approaching map number 3, and I don't really have any idea on what to say anymore. I mean, Madness showed up map number 2, 7-3, their favour. Cool. But Border was an 8-7 to Roosters, and I mean, given that it is one of those newer maps in sort of competitive, maybe Chalet is sort of one of the ones that Roosters can find their footing on again. But I mean, at worst, this will probably go to a max OT. But I mean, given that, it's not going to go anywhere further than that because this is the last map. It's not a best of 5, it's a best of 3. So if it does go max OT, so be it. I definitely think it does have the possibility to be like that, but hopefully one of these teams can sort of get their head straight and just sort of close things out in one direction and make it a prominent win. But we're going to have to find out. Chalet is yet to come. Here we are. Let's get right into it, Panda. Let's see what happens. We have the bands to start off. I'd imagine we'll probably see it as vanilla as it gets. Thatcher, Flores, Mira, Valk, if I had to guess. Flores to go. But yeah, I mean, what else are we thinking going into this, Panda, other than the whole who's going to win it?
Will we get to see another Monty is the other one.
True.
It's been something that we're waiting on. We got to see it once, and well, it did not work. There you go, Thatcher. It's I don't see anything other than the Valkyrie and the Mirror to come out.
Yeah, look, probably not. It's probably just going to be a stock standard band wave here. Valkyrie to go from Roosters. Starting on the attack, obviously you probably want to get rid of that Valkyrie. Mirror is available here if Madness want to leave her in. Obviously Cade would be the other band of notable sort of strength. But I mean, look, at the end of the day, Aruni
interesting
is the one to go, which is, yeah, very interesting, especially coming from Madness, given that is the final pick that they get to sort of go with on their banning side. And I mean, starting on the defense, you would imagine that they maybe would want to leave Aruni up, but maybe they know something about the way Roosters play Chalet that we don't. From my notes here, at least, we haven't seen Roosters actually play Chalet, or at least I haven't seen Roosters play Chalet in my notes. So, I mean, yeah, this could be a scrim knowledge type thing going on. It could be something that has been sort of discovered outside of competitive play. Albeit, Aruni is going to be taking the bench on this one.
I mean, there are a couple of sites where that does potentially throw a spanner in the works and present, some struggles, but Shibanatzi's back on his roaming smoke. We saw what damage he could do. In fact, we've just seen what damage he can do on every single operator he plays. But this time around, hopefully Roosters have done their homework.
Yeah, look, if the Roosters can sort of keep things up and appearances, then obviously they're going to have to do a lot here. I mean, obviously the bands now with the Aruni gone, it's an operator that we've seen them use a lot this evening. Given the fact that they tend to rely on their operator picks a lot, as well as obviously the raw fragging power of a couple of their players. I mean, obviously Hoven, Tolji, Hermosa even in the last game sort of was doing a lot of that. But, I mean, having the operators, having the comfort for those players on those operators is a large part of what the Roosters rely on. So given that they've taken that Aruni off the board, might be a big issue, but I mean, albeit they're setting themselves up here, taking a lot of early control, and they've done really well getting into solo this early. I mean, there isn't much of a roam presence from Madness, but other than that, I mean, this is shaping up to be a pretty good early round here from Roosters.
Yeah, they're doing everything right so far, but I mean, they've done everything right previously, and that hasn't always counted. There's still a lot of work to do. Given that there's only 50 seconds left, you can kind of forgive them for that. But the information so far has been good. It's been clean. They're getting those advanced positions. Now it's about clearing these.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to sort of cutting these roamers off. I mean, they already have forced back Malusi, Ysera back towards the bomb site, or at least back to a secondary position here. Still get to clear top mezzanine as well as obviously the library position, but the library stairs position. But I mean, at the same time, Roosters are doing some good damage along the way. I mean, Enbead almost dying there. He's going to be able to vault away. The player in lobby could have found that return back to the site. Hoven, unfortunately, I believe on drone at the time. But I mean, either way, it's still a lot of damage dealt to Enbead. Now they're going to go to clear the top blue shield. Need to get rid of it. Indeed, they will aim to find it with the Sophia charge, but drawing two smokes out in the process leaves Shivanuts with only one.
Oh, they've taken some big damage already, and losing Enbead, who has been a stunner player for the team this early in the round, is not long for the world, that much we know. And the position's already going in the final six, but that has been the biggest problem for Roosters so far in this best of three. It's timing. They're not giving themselves the time to actually commit to the plant and get into the site. They've got 45 seconds left, so they're going to have to push in and make some big changes. If not, this could quickly dwindle and find itself becoming a madness round. Player spot, and that's a big kill. Hermosa is exactly what he's looking for in the round. Take out Shivan up to remove the smoke. Remove a significant threat, catches the back of Envy, who just propels himself into the air. 25, Roku with a nice little nitro shot to Hoven, but they're still concerned from above. Tolji finds the angle, answers back. Ysera, Prime towards the bottom of the library stairs, has an angle, an idea that 8 is there. 8 pre-fires him, and Joe, the last on the site. For some reason, it seems to be these two left in the round, looking for the angle, can't find it. Ysera is isolated, they know his position. And the plant will be good, he's locked in the basement. Hopefully, Roosters don't flop it.
The LMGE wins most gunfights. That unfortunately was not one of them, and from some, I believe, vertical inside of the site. Yes, Sarah takes a lot of damage, but yeah, look, good call here for Madness. Bit of a tactical timeout. At least it's what it looks like Ysera is doing. 20 seconds to sort of talk about things, but given that it is map number 3, Madness, with the momentum lead, they're going to take this time, slow things down, have a chat, and it's definitely something that they need to be doing based on obviously the outcome of these first couple of games. I mean, sort of just setting themselves up here mentally for what is going to come. I mean, Roosters on that attack looks super solid, so given that that is the case, I mean, 4 alive for post plant is definitely a pretty good position to find themselves in. But I mean, look, at the end of the day, round number 1 goes to Roosters. But again, we were already skepticizing this Blue Panda. It is a map that again is not a club, cafe, Oregon, villa. It is one of those newer maps, not the newest, but newer. So it's definitely something that it seems like the Roosters are enjoying a lot more than those standard styles of map. But at the same time, you know, Madness, they put a good dent in the attack. So early days for Chalet, but given the last 2 maps we've seen, I think anything is really on the table at this point.
Likely indeed. But, I mean, obviously, whoever loses this, you fall down into the first round of the lower bracket tomorrow. It is a best of 1 too, so single elimination can be a bit brutal in that format. You'd hate to see Madness put in all this work, get knocked out of the lower bracket, and then get eliminated there.
Yeah, it's not good to find yourself in that bracket early, especially given, you know, the effort that just all these teams go to. I mean, just the sheer amount of prep that goes into playing types of leagues is a huge thing, but Hermosa to take down Envy, not too sure what the play was there from the Malusi, whether or not it was a wallbang or anti-spawn peak, but either way, at least the Malusi gone, and ultimately another kill on the board for Hermosa. But I mean, yeah, Roosters, if they keep finding picks like this within the first 30 seconds, things are going to look great. Paired with the Jackal, I mean, they've got some good momentum behind them on this attack to sort of take things quickly. They have a really good sort of presence on the map already.
They do indeed. Ontology, 1 scan down. Looking to find what we can. Looking to set up some of those vert angles and bar wants to try and find, not necessarily just a scan, but just information, an idea, sort of some inkling of the presence that was there for Madness. But they're doing a good job of clearing it all out. They really are. It's quite impressive given the situation they find themselves in. You are Roosters. You won map 1 going full 15 rounds. You then lost handily Cafe. You're not coming to decide it, and all of a sudden we see that momentum shift once again. And Roosters, I mean, they're just doing everything right.
Jump scared Joe. Oh, look, I mean, guns so long. Yeah, look, he's not wrong. There are a couple of long guns in this game. It's a bit like a fully modded HK, if I'm honest. But, you know, 16 slots or 4 slots, it gets the job done at the end of the day for one of these teams. I mean, the vertical angle is there. Roku, a lot of damage dealt. None dealt back to Tolji, but the frag for Ysera is there. Hermosa to go down, some smokes coming out. The plant now following some deep sort of smokes and impacts will get the down. The res is there to Roku, but the diffuser is planted elsewhere. And it's going to have to be a retake onto the main breach. Panda, this is going to be difficult.
Indeed. But at least having a teammate is going to help the situation a little bit, especially when Shiba Nuts is hitting shots like that. He is a terrifying entity unto himself right now. They've done a good job of burning this clock. Shiba Nuts jiggling, knows where the diffuser is, but look at the positions. Rooster, I mean, what has happened? What has happened between maps 2 and 3 to find themselves in this position so commandingly? Shiba Nuts swings out, has no idea that he's about to get Assassin's Creed, but still wins the gunfight. There's no time, though. There's just no time. Even if he had such a diffuser, the round was over regardless. And Roosters will take the second, but I mean, it's just not an accurate representation of how much in control Roosters were that round.
No, it really isn't. I mean, we saw it, obviously, because we can see through walls. But, I mean, you know, looking at just the way they were playing that round, I mean, the entry picks they found with the Jackal, I mean, 2 kills and a 5v3 before even executing onto the site. They had, you know, from main stairs, told you, shooting through the smokes to try and deny. Obviously, he knew someone was going to be picking out to throw utility towards that main breach. And I mean, that was pretty much read perfectly. You know, denying with all the utility in the world is obviously doable for the defense, but not when they're dead. So obviously told you finding those kills, really well done. Thanks for coming, we take those. But, I mean, getting that bomb down and sort of leaving Roosters in that post plan, it just, they didn't even have anyone outside the main breach. They didn't need to. You know, the time was there, just the mental sort of games were there. Like, is there a guy at the breach? Do I need to worry about getting swung? Do I need, you know what I mean? There was so much for Roosters to play off there just mentally alone. The madness we're trying to deal with in that round, and they just ultimately couldn't at the end of it. It was really well done, really well executed, and at the end of the day, you have to give them that. But something of note, we haven't seen an office bomb site attempt yet, Panda, I don't think, if my mind is not lying to me, which sometimes it does. But
look, let's be honest, we're 8 hours into a broadcast. I wouldn't trust anything our minds to say right now.
Yeah. Guys, we're watching this broadcast. We don't know what we're talking about at this point. No, but yeah, I mean, it's an interesting... Hermosa, again, consistently getting these openers. Shiba Nuts to go down.
Yeah, I think we're seeing once again, like in Border, they identified the problem, and that was Shiba Nuts. I don't know if it's necessarily they know exactly which player is on which operator, but like you can kind of get a feeling of who is who. And so they want to shut down this problem player, especially knowing that Shiba Nuts is going to be in those slightly more aggressive positions. And Joe, that would have been a magnificent headshot. Too bad, Oster is in play.
Definitely would have, but I mean, yeah, look. Excuse me. Madness. Yeah, they're getting picked apart here, at least a little bit, in terms of this first attempt here, or first half rather, should I say, or chalet. I mean, completely different to what we were seeing on the first 2 maps. I mean, Border, yeah, look, a lot closer than it needed to be. Cafe, completely the opposite direction, and now Roosters, a 2-round lead. They have the kill on the board, looking good for the 3rd, and I mean, it is just a complete switch up from what we've seen previously. I mean, yeah, it's kind of insane if you take it into consideration.
Well, the plant is going down, chucked in by the chat, and they've cleared things out. Top canister's going to be good, but unfortunately it's just too deep, and Rex will be able to confirm that planting falls, but his job's done for the most part right now. It's now on the rest of Roosters to cover the angles, and well, 4 points. That was okay. That was an impressive flick, despite the fact he couldn't confirm the kill. Yeah, like he was full 180, almost on the kill. Hogan there to end it as well. Joe, glass is activated, but unfortunately the Ray-Ban's not going to keep him alive there.
Yeah, the swag goggles are not really able to stop 5.56 ammunition, but.
I know there was a certain caster at ANZ who wanted.
Just a certain caster.
He was down to see Warden, gain immunity to frag grenades as well, since he already had smoke and flashes. But I mean, that's not the real problem, is it?
Any throwable.
5.56 A1 could have been just as big a deal.
M995 even, back before the nerf, it could have been insane. But I mean, yeah, look, any Labs main would have loved to have condors like that, albeit it's not going to do much to save his head eyes there. And unfortunately, he's going to go down. I mean, look, yeah, Madness, they've not had a great defensive side here to Chalet, but again, Chalet tends to be an attacking sided map, and you know, at this point, Panda, I hate to say it, I really do, but what are the odds we see an absolutely banger half here from Roosters on attack? They switch over onto the defense and they do exactly what Madness have done here, and it's just a reverse back to OT. I mean, I hate speculating it, but it is something we genuinely have to consider due to the fact that it is just something that we have seen become a repetitive issue tonight across multitudes of our games. I mean, it happened on Oregon, it happened on Border. It's looking like there is a possibility that it could happen here depending on how these next couple of rounds go. I mean, Panda, it's not looking good.
I just try to live each round as it comes. If I think too far into the head, I might get, too many rounds ahead, I might get depressed. And right now, I mean, honestly, look, I think Roosters are doing everything right. They have, obviously, there's been some talk, whether it's support staff or what in the background, whether it was just, maybe Bricks or Hoban just having a word with the team. All of a sudden, the atmosphere has changed. They've taken some very convincing rounds. That's a bad day, but it is enough to... Bricks, buddy, I appreciate the support sentiments there, but you get too close.
Look at this from Roosters. I mean, it is just surgical. Yes, Envied isn't confirmed, but the BE1D is going to make it a hell of a lot harder for Madness to pick him back up. He will be taken up, and the Nitro even forced out there from Hermosa on the jumping, but it's nowhere near him, and he's going to walk away scot-free from that. I mean, Panda, it is kind of insane that Roosters have just made this switch. It is literally a on and off, it's like a light switch moment. I mean, first map, they won. Difficult win. Second map, they weren't there. They weren't playing. Third map, they are switched on. They're getting these frags. They're playing for the trades. I mean, look at this. Dedicated, the majority of the bar side is clear here. The utility dump to come out. The bolt on in. Rix is deep. He's going to get taken down, but Hermosa is there for the trade. They have their corners covered. They're rushing in towards the site. They have the crossfires. There's 5 players alive. Even got the res off, Panda. I mean, the amount that is happening right now for Roosters. I mean, look at this coverage. Main lobby is covered. The hatch is covered. Everything is covered, and it's a flawless round from them.
So, the only thing I can conclusively collate from the information that we've had from this match is that Roosters decided that they had a dinner or afternoon tea engagement. They got the younger brothers to come in and play for them, and the younger brothers did all right. They pick up water, they lose Cafe, and then the actual Roosters players get home just in time to jump on for Chalet.
Oh, look, I mean, look. APAC South team coming into this, absolute favourites. I mean, hands down, without a doubt, expecting them to walk away with no real issue here. A bit of a brush off, maybe a couple rounds lost. Here we are, map number 3. And they, as you said, they finally turned their monitors on and have started shooting back a little bit more. And Madness are definitely starting to hurt in terms of, the rounds that they are now losing. I mean, arguably, these are some of the most Rooster-sided rounds that we have seen across 3 maps. And it is starting to turn into a dominant display from them. I mean, it has been an absolute blender, really, for the Roosters, for Madness, rather. They have just been put in the deep end, and they are really struggling to swim here because the Roosters have just, they've woken up. They've come alive. They've remembered how to shoot. It's just, it is almost electric watching them sort of come back to form here a little bit for Chalet. Whether or not they continue with it is obviously a big question. We don't want to cast a curse them, knock on wood and all that, but for any superstitious people. But I mean, look, given what we've seen so far, Panda, it's definitely looking like a return to some form for the Roosters at least, and Madness are definitely getting caught in the crossfire of that.
Yeah. You're spot on there. You're spot on there, but the basement defense is one that has been a bit 50-50. literally a coin toss at the end of the day. Once it's been won by the Roosters, yet to be won by Madness. And we head down, we see some of those usual suspects in play, the Osa and the Thermite, as you would expect. The Maverick there as well to enable that breach. But I'm looking at the lineup, limited denial. There is a single Nitro cell that can contest and a single impact that can contest with the Osa and their shields.
Yeah, look, it's interesting that they have so little in terms of. I mean, we saw this on Cafe as well. They didn't bring a smoke. They didn't have nitros, and this time, yes, they do for Roku, but they just don't have the denial on the board to play with. I mean, it's just not there for them. Albeit, interestingly enough, Madness were actually the ones we saw play Chalet this evening. And they were the ones that actually bought out the Osa smoke plant with the glass, albeit it didn't go very well. So maybe we see a reiteration of that strategy, albeit it kind of looks like the Osa shields are already in use, sort of holding down the main flank and elsewhere at this point in time. But I mean, they're completely negating Madness's sort of top floor of hold here. They're not touching it at all. They've got the breach open, and they're looking to sort of just play for the plant here, Panda. They have the main breach crossed, covered, and I mean, Ysera is sort of locked down here. They don't really have too much to deny with.
Yeah. And that has to be a point. Because, I mean, what are the odds that we just see a complete 7-0 shutout here from the Roosters?
Yeah, I mean...
imagine
possible.
all that effort the Madness have put in. They almost take it in map 1, they take it cleanly in map 2, and then just absolute sweat down. It's not like we haven't already seen that today, so it wouldn't be crazy out of left field. But it'd still be a little concerning. Nitro Cell's still there, no impact now. So it is literally, if they get a good shield down and can get the plant off, it's literally on Roku to deny.
Yeah, and given the position of Cade towards the back of the side as opposed to the front, it's going to be slightly difficult here, but it's going to be the walk-in. Shield to go down. Legion is there. He doesn't have the impact to deny, but Hoven's actually the first to open things up with 2. Finds the Legion as well, actually, somehow, and now it's just the shield stopping that plant, but Roku's actually good for the first. We'll find the 1. Hoven goes down to a low HP. He's on for a triple. He's just running through the site. No one is yet to stop this man. And he could be good for the ace here, provided he can take out main, but Joe's going to fall. It's not going to be to the Maverick, but it's actually going to be Hoven for 4 there. Maverick, inside of the site, just completely dismantling.
I didn't get to see what happened to Hermosa there, but I just noticed it was a 4 versus 5 at the tail end.
Yeah, I don't even know where he went, but it didn't matter. Roosters 5-0.
I don't know. I don't even know if he was
had
still
enough.
alive when
It was power cut. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he was alive. He just disconnected. I didn't see him die, so...
Well,
there you go. Quick. That was a very quick power cut. I wish my power cuts lasted that long. Rural Australia for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Except that he's not in rural Australia.
Exactly. But all the same. He's back. Roosters, it's Panda. This could be the second 7-0 for tonight. Deway, the only other team to do it this evening. I mean, look, we joke, but I think it could be something we see in the very near future.
Oh dear. Well, look, the half is the final round of the set half. And where do we go? Of course, it is kitchen and dining. I mean, it cannot be understated how impactful this Osa pick has been.
Yeah. It's kind of insane.
Also, Joe is 0-5. They have well and truly shut Madness down this map.
Yeah, Joe and Ysera both have just been absolutely fed pretty much every round from the get-go, which, I mean, least to say is just, it's huge for Roosters. It's an absolute, switch up from how they were in the first 2 maps. So, I mean, as you said, this is the APAC South team that we were expecting going into this matchup, and here they are. They finally showed up and started playing.
Yeah, they're done messing around. It's I mean, look, they had a pretty all right run for stage 1 of Apex South. They picked up a couple of very convincing wins. All just fell short in others where they were expected to get absolutely demolished. But right now, this is where they stamp their mark on the competition in SEA. They want to make sure that they are one of those top 3 teams, top 2 ideally for them in Ops League Season 5.
Yeah, they want to be finishing at least on the podium, you know, top 3, but given the struggle they've had tonight against Madness, I mean, teams like, you know, Invictus, when they do end up going up against them, you know, just the higher end of the spectrum, are definitely going to have a great VOD from this evening to go through and sort of pick things apart. I mean, just the sheer amount of information provided mistake-wise for Roosters this evening is a huge insight onto their playstyle. But I mean, you know, they are still yet to sort of lose around on Chalet, which would indicate that Chalet is probably one of their better maps. But again, we sort of expected that going into this. Either way. And the execute, I think, is here on the way to come again very quickly. Because the top 4 presence has pretty much pushed all the way back to play for this plan.
They got themselves set up reasonably well. There's the Wemai Jaeger to deal with, and that hatch could be a problem as well. Envy kicks things off with a kill onto Hermosa, and that does give them pause for concern. But Hoven taking down Roku. A key play, dangerous around the window. Mouse 1 goes hard. And they will find the kill onto Shiba Nuts plus a bit of extra damage. Envy not done just yet. Hoven in the sight, finishes off Joe. They just punch it on through. Told you there as well. It is Ysera down in the base when he was trying to play the hatch angle, but the rest of his team completely slumped by Roosters, who have control of the site. The client going to be going down there as well. The angle found. They know he's in West Main. It's now a matter of hunting him down. He's in danger. He's got to relocate. Mouse 1 again. Going big. Nitro Cell out. It's going to be not good enough. As told you, chases him down with the PDW. A 6-0 hard.
The kills that Madness found there as well, like they looked really good to actually do something, and maybe not go down, you know, completely down horrendous at the 6-0. But I mean, yeah. On top of this, Roosters were like, you know what? You might have got a couple kills. We're gonna send like 4 more back in your direction and put the ball back in your park and see what you come up with, because it wasn't really much at the end of that round, Panda. I mean, Hoven just waltzed into the site from Narnia, for all we know. Picked up that kill, almost a second. But I mean, yeah, look, Roosters are playing checkers, and, you know, Madness aren't playing anything at all at the moment. They are yet to find a single round. It's very similar to what we saw from Deway versus Obeng. It is just a complete shutout. It only took them an extra map, but it is definitely more dominant. Now they have the defense as well. I'd imagine we see this closed out here in a 7-0, but at the end of the day, I say it, there is the possibility. You never know, though.
Don't you swear at me, boy. We're not having none of that. It is going to be Roosters. Look,
this is it. This is where it ends.
They get 2 rounds, and then they've got to close it out. That is it. Final warning. No do-overs, nothing.
We're going to change the script real quick.
Someone
get admins on the board. We've had a chat with the
script maker. He knows his place now. If he doesn't comply, he's not going home.
We've threatened to take his internet privileges if he doesn't sort the script out. And his wallet. Yes, we're going to do some mandatory wallet inspections. I mean, look, it's the danger you run going on the Frankston line, but at the same time, the danger for Madness is real right now. Saying that though, Ysera actually to take down Hoven, which is a pretty big pick to find, given that it is the Wamai, and given that Hoven's on a bit of a heater at the moment. At the same time, Envied almost losing his life. It's a bit of back and forth right now, Panda. It's nothing. Yeah. It's like, yeah, look. No.
Going to pre-fire, the mezzanine angle, and you realise that the castle has just completely denied you that opportunity. Unfortunate, but it's this intuition, this innovation that we're seeing out of Roosters that could make this job that much harder. And in fact, they've gone inside to enable the opening outside from Joe.
I mean, hey, he's getting that utility usage. You know, costing that, but cost of the utility. Gonna wait for the reload. Shit. I rate that. I rate that from Shibanats. Told you he's gonna get that drone all the same. But I mean, close, but no cigar. Yet to actually burn the shield at the top of blue. However, good utility come for it now. Envy with the nade follow on through. He's gonna actually opt for the vault in here to take that fight. He's gonna win it on low HP. Eight to go down. Still yet to drop off for Roosters. They have 3 players, 2 of which are upstairs to try and hold these angles for us a tad longer on these crossfires. But it's okay. Envy wants a couple more kills. He's going to take down Riggs. Told you to find Joe. Swings on round. Shibanuts is good for another. So down onto Envy. This could be huge for the alibi. If he can find at least one of these players, he has the Keratos. He's actually going to be able to rotate away. And he could actually win this round, provided he can get the reload off and find a couple kills before the end of this round. Man, 40 seconds to play. This could be done for Tolji.
I think he shot his opportunity there.
I was going to say, yeah, as I say that,
Missed
yeah.
it. He's got a lot. Yeah, he's
I rate it. I rate it.
He's going for the reinforcement. Look, you can do what you can. You just waste a bit of time. He's going to hit up to the campfire 100%. He's a bit cold. Wants to go and warm himself up, maybe. Yeah. Go
to the campfire. Get some heals.
Yeah.
Go get some heals. Unfortunately, it's not Fortnite, so campfires don't work like that. But yeah, look, 20 seconds. He's just having a look. You know, he's sightseeing. He's just enjoying himself. You know?
They're all
nice.
sprinted at him.
They're all going. Did he get one? Oh, I thought he got one there. But Ysera is there. They don't even need to defuse. Imagine if that was an alibi clone. You could walk him around and he was in the building. That would have been insane. Albeit that's not how alibi works. But you know, just imagine Panda. Have some fun with it. If you
throw it far enough, maybe it does.
Yeah,
I'm 100% sure that there is some sort of angle that you could work out on Chalet to get a Prisma up there.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Shout out Cairo for the clubhouse alibi every round of Ofert's defense. But yeah, look, it's good fun. You love to see it. I mean, yeah, look. He got to have that chat with his team, albeit the Roosters probably don't need it, as we can see in reflection of the scoreline. There is plenty of room for them to sort of make a couple of mistakes. I want them to. We would love it to end as soon as they can, due to the fact that, you know, longevity of their game this evening is probably doing more harm than good for anyone on their side. I mean, and Roosters are probably just looking to close things out here. I mean, Madness, at this point, it could just be a matter of fatigue as well, Panda. This is their 3rd best of 3 that has gone to 3 maps. They've played 6 maps tonight already. Which, you know, with one of which being max OT, 2 of which, sorry, being max OT, which, you know, is something to take into consideration when you look at the sort of how long this map's gone on as well.
Indeed. But pitch dining. I'll say it again, it could be the site where they close it out here. They could, of course, be very wrong, as it was in that last round. But I have faith that the Roosters will do us justice and close this out. Unfortunately, Hermosa's dead, so maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, good. Joe, I'm going to have to ask you to refrain from fragging out. I told you he's going to agree with me there as he finds that kill, and Oven's just going to keep on running. He's not stopping for anybody, not even the E1D. He's going to actually make it back to piano safe. And with Envy and Joe dead, make that Shibanuts as well. 8, what a shot through the stair balustrades. And with 8 finding a second, actually. Leaving things up to Ysera, this is definitely where they close it out, as long as the Roosters have the fortitude to not swing out and go for, you know, everyone sort of shoot at him play. They are going to get the res though, and he is going to take some damage initially, the self-flash as well. A minute and a half to play with Panda. I think this is where things close out, so we're just going to say, you know, well done to Madness, they tried. But yeah, Roosters, 7-1 comfortably. Maybe not. They did have to work for it, but I definitely think. Oh no!
I want to know
stop
what
it,
8
guys.
Nitro. I think he went outside. Yeah, they're all outside.
All outside. No.
Okay, not quite.
Okay,
But there
at
is
least one's
there was
inside.
one in trench outside.
Yeah.
They were just so convinced. 8 went for like a run-out Nitro play.
Yeah, look, it's a
might be
7-1.
in it,
I'm
you might
writing
be
it
in
in
it.
my book. No, I'm writing it in my book. It's a 7-1.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay, 8 was low. Okay, that was understandable. 8
The
was
1 health
low.
1v4.
Told you.
No,
Okay,
there we go.
it's Rex from the stairs. Roosters close it out 7-1. I mean, what a trajectory. 8-7, 7-3 to then madness, and then 7-1 to win it. Roosters
Yeah, look.
need to work on efficiency and punctuality, I think.
Yeah, it's a bit rough, if I'm being completely honest, Blue Panda. It came down to the wire there. I mean, Roosters really did just flip the switch and sort of go beast mode on that last map. It's, we were waiting for it. Map 1, didn't happen. Waiting for it for map 2, didn't happen. Map 3, we finally got to see the Roosters that we know, and definitely the one that we were expecting at the start of this game. But that is game number 3 done. We now look to game number 4 for the evening, and what it is shaping up to be.
Invictus versus Deway. I think we're going to do things a little bit quicker with that final match. When we come back after the break, we'll jump into our final best of 3 here in play day 1 of the Ops League Season 5 playoffs. We'll see you back very soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. spent years trying to reach her. But in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adult's table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand, it feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. Cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic, I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. What kind of sorcery, what spell you got me under? How we see eye to eye, and we ain't alike. I can't help but wonder, how could two so different be lovers? Yeah, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. Cause you're the only one that makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic, I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract, I wanna know every little thing about you. I wanna be the only pretty thing you cling to. I know keeping it to myself, it may seem selfish, but I can't help it. When opposites attract, it's automatic, I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract.
I've been dreaming, I've been looking for you when I'm sleeping. I've been calling out your name. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Wanna spend the day and night with ya. Oh yes I do. Na, 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 I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 you say, na, 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 you say, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I'll come with ya, dream with ya, take me with ya, I'll come with ya, I'll come with ya. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Na, 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 I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 you say, na, 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 you say, dream with ya, come with ya,
And the first.
I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime. Get the feeling of I learned to fly. I'ma never stay here in this town. Freedom, freedom, freedom. All night, yeah, you got me up like all night. And I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves out there.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, There was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。お！こ
こに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Well, Proto, it is it's getting closer to dawn than it is to dusk here in the Ops League Season 5 playoffs. We've seen 3 best of 3 so far. We now head to our final one of the day. It is Invictus taking on Dawei. And if you're me, you're hoping it's going to be Invictus closing it out in quick fashion. It's just got 3:35 in the morning. We are going to see some pretty standard maps. We are going Villa first, into Clubhouse, and potentially Skyscraper as a decider.
Yeah, look, the way that things have panned out in the past, obviously Invictus being the team that they are with the recent acquisition of Jigsaw and Nate, the OCE powerhouse, the SEA powerhouse, however you want to say. But I mean, yeah, look, Invictus, if they don't close it out in a 2-0 fashion, I would be genuinely surprised, given that Dewey, not necessarily going to be one of the hardest teams that they're going to come up against. Yes, they will be a decently matched team. I'm probably going to be spectacle around the 7-2, 7-3 max mark for Dewey. But, I mean, yeah, I would only really see them getting 3, 4, max 5 rounds in either of these maps. But, yeah, Invictus, I mean, look, they've already proven time and time again that they are an insane roster. So, especially with these standard maps, Villa, Club, Theme, I mean, it is really just Invictus's playground at this point. But they're going to ban Knock on Villa, which is interesting.
Interesting
given that we
Invictus.
we do see Dewey play the Knock a lot, though. So you do have to rate that ban.
But it's also kind of like a Jigsaw staple. Like, it is one of his go-to attacking operators.
Is. But it's the same for God Mode. And, God Mode gets as much done as Jig does. I mean, Jig probably gets a little bit more done, but, I mean, Knock is still something God Mode really likes. So, yeah, fair enough. I could understand it. Unfortunate for Jigsaw, but, Invictus, they're going to take Knock off the board. They're actually starting on attack on Villa, so they're going to be looking to get a good half on the board here. Obviously, there is more emphasis on attack in Villa. It is attacker-sided. We tend to see that. So, Invictus hopefully looking to keep that trend going for us here this evening. Jigsaw jumping on the Yana, obviously with the Knock being banned. Flores for Mentalist, Twitch for Speakeasy, Sledge for Hysterics, and Ace for Nate. Pretty standard lineup from what we've seen tonight already from Dewey. Everyone's sort of jumping back on their comfort picks. And, that's probably what they're going to need going into this, because Invictus is probably going to be this is the clash of the Titans. And by Titans, I mean Invictus and Dewey going to be trying to sort of keep up with that. The ADS, though, getting shot through the wall there for Dewey. I don't know if you saw that, Panda. Put the ADS down by the vault wall and then Robust shot it as he was making the rotate, which is actually unfortunate. But if that is any indication of how this is going to go, that's not a great start. But I mean, look, we'll see.
Speaks to the mental vicinity of where these guys
it does.
are at this late hour.
It does. It really does. I mean, for Nate and Jigsaw, it's about 1:30 in the morning. For the other guys, it's 12 a.m., 12:30 a.m. So, I mean, yeah, it's definitely late.
Oh dear. Well, right now Nate on the look, he's back on his basics. He's picking up the ace. We're not seeing sports mode, so it's not Iron Sights AK-12 just yet. But it's early. It's still early. Honestly, every match so far, but come the last map, he is running Iron Sights 556 XI.
Jeez. I rate that though. I really do. I rate that. But all the same, Invictus here. Damage dealt to Robust with an A through the floor. I mean, you'll love to see the utility being used here. Invictus making some good dents early on, albeit no kills yet for them, a minute gone. They have some decent control towards 90, yet to get the wall open, and obviously the players situated towards the main stairs. Jigsaw from below playing those frag grenade vertical angles. Unfortunately, with only one frag grenade left, he needs to be careful where he throws the next one due to the fact that there is only one more attempt for him to find a kill, but throwing that up into 90, it's not going to find too much. Hennessy actually to open things up. Speakeasy is the one to go down. And Hennessy pays dearly in terms of his health count.
Hit him with the lifeline. That could do it. Unfortunately, there's no Sophia in this round, so it won't matter. But, I mean, it's those inroads into the map that need to be made here by Invictus. And there we go. Nate finishes off Hennessy. Hysteric's taking a bit of punishment already. Mentalist committing those Roteros and Jigsaw is just on his nonsense. God mode lines up 2 though. The drone game, not the cleanest to kick off round 1 here on Aviator Games. If they'd set the drone just a little bit further right, they would have spotted God mode. They would have been able to deal with his positioning. But no, it has cost them, and it has cost them dearly.
Yeah, not the greatest start for Invictus, but I mean, look, unfortunately, sometimes them's the breaks. Obviously, round number 1. Invictus are yet to play this evening. Deway have had that first game. Sort of warm up. Raven will take down Nate, and unfortunately, Mentalist is left in a 1 versus 4. He is going to get 1, and unfortunately, not the confirmation as Robust is there for Frost away, closing things out. But I mean, yeah, look, Invictus, they haven't played at all tonight. The way have, so there's a little bit going on for them in that respect, but at the same time, look, whether or not it's going to amount to much for them in this game, I'm not too sure. But yeah, bit of a slow start for Invictus.
Yeah. I mean, they have been sitting here waiting, whereas already the way have played, so they're a little bit more warmed up in this situation. Not to mention Jigsaw and Nate, they're doing the late hours right now. So that could potentially work against them. Although in saying that, it's Invictus, so it shouldn't.
Oh, we say that. Based on what we've said for this whole evening, Panda, it has been pretty interesting. You know, it is pretty interesting how it has played out across a couple of these matches that arguably should have been a lot quicker than they were. But I mean, yeah, look, Invictus is, you know, historically, I almost said hysterically, funnily enough. But yeah, historically,
that's funny.
It's not. I'm tired. I'm really tired. I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone at home. But yeah, look, Dewey, I mean, it's finding the opening round's big for them. I mean, you know, great way to start off Villa, Invictus. They're obviously going to be looking to rectify that issue momentarily. The run out from Raven, big, but no one's there with open arms just yet.
There almost was an OTS in play. Speakeasy sticking with the glares at the moment. But Jigsaw, he's going to get aggressive as the pantry wants to get into the building nice and early. Potentially make a couple of nade plays from below. Heck, he might even just have to go straight up Astro. He's dealt with the cam, and that shot should have been picked up by Vooz. You'd hope it had been picked up by Vooz. If not, this could get very dangerous very quickly.
Yeah, it really could. I mean, I rate the class pick here from Speakeasy, I really do. However, the question now is can Invictus rectify their first round mistake, which was the lack of information? We already see Jigsaw down below, and I mean, this is the second time we've seen Jigsaw on this second floor, largely uncontested from anyone on the way. I mean, there's no roam presence here directly close by. Oh, wait, maybe there is. We do see one player through the wall there, possibly sort of right next to Jig where he might be. I'm not too sure if that was on the same floor as he is. But, I mean, even still, he's sort of just playing downstairs, all those nades, waiting for that information to come from his team to clear the wall, you know, clear a player out with those frag grenades. So it's good to see the utility usage is multi-dimensional here from Invictus, not just the whole, you know, walk around with the one thing. Yeah, there is though. Look at that player inside the laundry, Jig. He might get caught out here if they haven't drone this out. This could be a really big problem if Jig is fragged out by this laundry player.
He's made so much noise too in the process, and they are God mode is just a demon so far. Jigsaw will find Raven, who I believe was that player down in the laundry. If not, there's still potentially another threat. The power of the glaze. Speakeasy just executes. Unfortunate Vooz there. God mode on for his fourth of the round. Robust follows up with a kill on the Jigsaw. It's down to Hysterics and Nate to clutch up here. But again, two of the players most likely to do that.
Yeah, they are, but with that Nitro landing on the Hysterics, Robust to find that one. Nate's left in a 1v3 on the ace, and I mean, look, 30 seconds left. Nate could definitely get the job done, but given that the diffuser is not in his control and there's only 30 seconds left for him to play with, he has to fully rotate towards Astro, sort of completely switch up the push. The barbed wire going to be the first thing to give his position away, but he's going to opt to just go straight on through it. kind of has to force up Astro here with only 15 left in the round. He's going to pop the head of one. However, the two pushing around to the top of the stairs. He's not even going to get a chance to shoot back at the first PQ player. Robust is there to find that kill, and Deway, they find themselves their second round in a row, which is actually kind of scary. I said they were only going to get 2 or 3, but Panda, it seems to be panning out elsewhere.
I mean, that's not at all what we expected. We might be staring down a possibility where Invictus are forced into the lower bracket run here, which I definitely would not have called.
Yeah, no, I definitely would not have said anything along those lines either, you know, based on Invictus's performance across multiple tournaments since the acquisition of, you know, Jigsaw and Nate. But, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, as we've discovered this evening, Panda, anything and everything is possible in this lovely game, Rainbow Six Siege, that we all love. But yeah, I mean, Invictus, bit of a rough gig to kick things off. Thatcher being brought here by Speakeasy, Mentalist onto the Nomad. Hysterics bringing out that Dokkaebi again. Jig just sticking the Ana. He's pretty happy doing what he's doing. Nate as well, back just sort of on that ace. But yeah, I mean, the flex players for Invictus switching things up here. A lot of the rounds now, not much continuity.
Ravens, do it again.
But yeah, guys, I'll get him this time. He's actually going to take more damage than the first time. But
well, he didn't get anyone the first time. Nothing happened the first time.
No, he
the
didn't.
second time around,
Nothing,
he got bit.
I rate it though. It's ballsy against a team like Invictus, but I mean, I rate it.
Yeah, that adaptation ability. I mean, Invictus are a team that likely, well, more often than not, will only fall for something once. Raven finds Mentalist, but then will lose out to Jigsaw there to cover. Jaeger for a Nomad. Again, he's just going to favour Dewey just that little bit more, especially when you are playing triple nitro cells with Hennessy on the pulse.
Yeah, the pulse is the scary thing here. I mean, no IQ for Invictus is going to be a large sort of thing to take into consideration, given the fact that the pulse is in play. They are going to ace open that pantry single wall and possibly look to play for the plant here if they can afford to do so. But given, you know, having this pulse on the board, having these 3 nitros available, you know, the point of attack for Invictus is going to be relatively known before they even attempt to go for it. And speaking of nitros, the first one to come out of 3, Speakeasy and Jigsaw take a lot of damage. With Hysterics on the finger, they're going to be able to revive a little bit of that health. Oh no, there's a player upstairs again. Speakeasy, please tell me there's been some drone work. Jigsaw's going to go down off screen, Hennessy to fall, and I actually think that that's God mode sitting in the corner of Trophy. Indeed it is. Swings with the Vector. He's not going to find one, bolting over the Speaking. You can't quite find him, but Hysterics is there for Hennessy. Take down Vooz as well. He's actually, I believe, running through the side on the Finker. This is a 2v3. Dewey finally clean things up. Hysterics for a triple kill, and this is what Invictus needed to put them back in these next rounds.
Oh,
Nate, to finish things off. Invictus.
That was kind of clean. Gets the kill, transfers, cleans up all the utility as well. Look, he's on point now. The motor's started. It's no longer cold. They can start to get going.
They've woken up. They're here to play. Villa. Obviously, they were just warming up. You know, they're just stretching off, getting ready to play. And here we are. Round number 4, Panda. It's going to be Aviator Games. The return back to the first site that we saw. Obviously, one that was won pretty convincingly by Dawei. So we'll see if they can do it again. I mean, as you said, Invictus seemed to have woken up a little bit. Hysterics inside of the site, clicking on some heads. Jigsaw as well for a kill that round. Nate to finish things off. I mean, it's looking pretty good there. Hopefully, back into the swing of it. But yeah, Dewey, I mean, even still, that's the second time we've seen a player in a position like that, just lurking right next to someone from Invictus who doesn't seem to even have a clue that they're there. Now, both of those times the kill hasn't come out. Obviously, Jaeger on Raven didn't get the better of Jigsaw, and in that instance, God Mode did not get the better of Mentalist, or Speakeasy rather. But there was still the possibility that that player was going to get caught out in that fashion, which at the end of the day is not a good thing.
Yeah. As we are operating on what 60% power if we're lucky. But Invictus are coming into the sharp. They have yet to play an official today. In fact, it's been a wee while, about a week since they last played an official. And maybe that rust showing a little bit, given that APAC is done for them. But though they desperately want it, and Jigsaw with a kill on the Hennessy before he falls himself. That's big, given how Hennessy has been. He's been one of the more audacious players on this Dewey roster, looking to make those stunner plays out of nowhere. So that's a big pick to be taken.
Yeah, especially due to the fact that Hennessy has had an insane set of games this evening. In his matchup against Obeng, well, I mean, having him down early on is a really good start for Invictus. However, losing Jigsaw at the start, yes, the trade was there. They were playing for that information. Jigsaw got his kill. But that is essentially the job of an entry. You play for a frag, play for that information, use what utility you can before you die, and ultimately then die. That is the job. That's what Jigsaw signed up for. That's what Jigsaw is good at doing, is shooting people. So, you know, keeping him on that role is ultimately what Invictus wants to do. God Mode, though, somehow finds 2 kills out of nowhere, and Robust as well. Adds with 1 under 90, Raven to clean up. Deway are just picking Invictus apart at the seams. Panda, what is going on?
I'm going to go with the whole, Invictus got the younger brothers to play the first map, so they could go to dinner with the boys. No, I just don't know. It's like Invictus aren't barely even in the server. Like, I just don't know what it is. Like, I knew Dewey were going to come in and they were going to do their absolute darndest, but I did not expect them to be the ones dictating the pace of the matchup.
I mean, Invictus just have not caught a break. I mean, they are, you know, they're doing good early round sort of traction in terms of getting Jigsaw in, getting him into a position to cut off rotates, to cut off, you know, rotations all the way back through the site from Romans. He's got the ability to play those vertical nades. And in reality, what's happening is he's getting in, he's got no drone support, it seems, or at least it doesn't appear that he's getting much drone support from his teammates. After he's gotten into his position, and then he's either getting a frag and dying, or just straight up dying before actually getting really a lot done in the round. I mean, yes, he's got 3 kills. Yes, he actually currently has one of the top amounts of kills for Invictus, with Hysterics being the only other player with 3. But the fact that God Mode is 7-1 for Dewey, it just is kind of insane when you look at the matchup for these two. I mean, it is kind of insane that that's how this is played out. Hysterics takes a lot of damage as well. It is just really Dewey's game right now.
I think it has been since the match started. I did not. Okay, Hysterics, thank you. Finally takes God Mode off the board and removes a significant threat to this Invictus attack. But it's a single step on a journey that requires them to find 5 more.
Yeah, look, they're making do with what they've got at the moment. Given that they are down a couple of rounds, the best they can hope for in a half here is 3-3, and given that it is Invictus, I'd imagine that they're going to be able to do that. Mentalist wins his fight against Raven, putting down the air jab on main, so he's really fighting to do that. But at the end of the day, Invictus now lead. They've got the Thinker as well from Speakeasy to give them that boost back up to a small amount of notable health. Go for this execute. Jaeger will be spotted out. Jigsaw has the information. The swings are there. Can't quite find the headshot on the pixel, and Booze with a 1-tap puts Jig down, equalizing slowly the man count. However, still in favor for the defense. Mentalist unfortunately can't quite find the shot on the Robust. Marusi will be allowed to get back into the site, and Booze finds a second headshot. Speakeasy to fall now as well, and Invictus, they're just not having a good time at all in this matchup against Dewey. I mean, they are just fragging. Hysterics will finally shut Booze down, though, with 50 seconds left. It's a 2 versus 3. There is a flank coming out as well, though, Panda.
Spotted. Hysterics thankfully shuts that down, but Speakeasy could not have died at a worse time. Nate there as well. We'll find the close of it. Yeah, the fact that Speakeasy went down at that point, given that Hysterics and Mentalist were tagged so much, not being able to get the follow-up nano boost off either. Oh, it's just narrowly avoided disaster, and Hysterics steps up in a big way for the team.
Huge. Huge on the Ash as well. Love to see it. You really do. At the end of the day, though, Invictus are 1 round away from making it a 3-3 half. And I mean, let's be honest, Panda. Very rough start from Invictus. Not what we were expecting coming out of the gate from them on Villa, but they definitely cleaned things up a little bit. They're holding onto their flanks. They're sort of aware of the issue, I think, now, especially due to the fact that is the 3rd time we've seen Deway almost pull off a successful flank. Yes, as I mentioned, none of them have come to kills, but the fact that they have been allowed to get that close is sort of really big. Largely undroned as well. I know Hysterics kind of had an inkling that a play was coming from towards Redway, but I don't actually think we saw a red ping. I don't actually think there was an air jab available there from Mentalist on the stairs to deny that flank. So good thing that Hysterics did pick it up. He is going to go straight back onto the Ash, you know, to sort of continue with his fragging prowess right now. But I think that's the good thing that Invictus have going for them. They have that tandem fragging duo between Hysterics and Jigsaw that they can sort of bounce each other off. You know, one's not having a great game or one's off doing more utility-based work. The other can sort of take over the fragging for the round or, you know, the game in general, which I think is why Invictus is so strong. At the moment, unfortunately, they're not having the best of starts, but at the same time, they're definitely getting into the groove of things now after a couple of rounds.
Oh dear. Oh dear, dear, dear. I mean, yeah, it might be 2-3. It is a tenuous 2-3 if we're being honest with ourselves. Speakeasy shuts down God mode once again. And then maybe, just maybe, you could convince me that Invictus is starting to heat up. I mean, it is such an ANZ player thing, you know, taking, what, 4 to 5 rounds to actually get heated up into a match. And why am I not surprised that it has also affected Invictus? Jigsaw, he's dead, unfortunately, though. Robust has hit some magnificent Nitro sales this game.
Yeah. Even in the previous matchup this evening, he was doing the same thing, but all the same, I mean, punishing Jigsaw there a little bit. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to find the kill either onto Hennessy before being taken out. So, you know, damage dealt is damage dealt. And obviously, Hennessy is going to be flickering on the 20 line, roughly, about there. Which is going to make things, hopefully, for the rest of his teammates easier in terms of finishing him off. But a 4v4 is nothing to be shy of, especially if you are Deway going into this. It's doable. Positional advantage, we talked about it a lot this evening, Panda, and it has already proven to be quite a big thing for all of these C teams. You know, you can be a 2vx and you can still walk away with a round, but I mean, Invictus have the mechanical prowess to get the job done here. They have the ability to get this plant down as well. The Boyle Shield's spotted out. Obviously, the Jaeger giving his position away, but Hysterics knows he's there. He's fine. He can deal with that player and Booze to go down. Obviously, the bomb now being planted as the wall is opened up, and Panda, a 4v3 in the post plant. Claymore for Nate. It's all going well now for Invictus.
I think Nate is just going to have to suck it up from the ground. Robust, rotating through. Might even decide to try and confirm the kill. Wants to find an angle. He's spotted. So they now know where Robust is, and the pickup to come through. Nate, of course, was going to die. He wasn't the healthiest of individuals. Robust, he's got 25 seconds to make it all happen, but the white screen is going to prove that it is a rather tough task. Clears up the Selmwood charge, frees up some audio for himself, and just tucked it on the corner, head spotted. It's just the LMG game. Mentalist finds the kill on Invictus, will go 3-3.5.
Look, as you said, it's a very OCE thing to sort of wait for that warm-up period, I guess we'll call it, Panda, in this instance. And it definitely did sort of show a little bit there for Invictus. But, I mean, we talked about, you know, the fragging potential for their whole roster. I mean, Nate, insane fragger. Jigsaw is an insane fragger. Mentalist as well as Hysterics. I mean, Speakeasy even has the fragging moments as well. So you do have to give it to pretty much the entire roster of Invictus, but that's why people were dubbing them as the OCE Dream Team. I mean, you do sort of start to begin to understand why they got that name for a small amount of time, and even still do get referred to as that. But I mean, look at the roster so far. It's Derek 7-3, Nate picking it up 4-4 on the support side of things. Jig, yes, he might not have the most amount of kills, but the amount of ground that Jig has taken single-handedly, and the ability that has given the rest of Invictus to then take ground and then ultimately convert these rounds is, it is a very pivotal role that Jig is on, and he is doing it. Yes, he may not be getting kills, but that is not always the whole story when it comes to things. Support players don't end up with frags, but they make the rotates, they throw the smokes, they do the things that people don't want to necessarily do all the time. But again, that is where Invictus play their cards right. They have great support players. And again, they've had their 3 rounds. They've warmed up. Hopefully, we're going to see them here to play as well. Dawei, 3-3.
It has to be
they
said,
had a great start, but
it is Villa, which is one of the maps that does tend to land on the defensive line, or defensive side of the line rather. And to see a 3-3 half for Invictus with 2 players playing on can you tell it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning? It is 4 o'clock in the morning. It's just gone 4 o'clock in the morning. Can you tell? But yeah, with 2 players like Nate and Jigsaw playing on ping, they still take the half 3-3 on the attacker side of it. Now going to the favoured side, I think they're in comfortable territory.
100%. Definitely comfortable here. I mean,
more comfortable than I am.
Yeah. They looked good after the first 3 rounds. I mean, here they are. For the next 3, Asterix takes a lot of damage. However, not enough to count him out just yet. Obviously, health is sort of important in a game where 1 headshot will pretty much kill anyone. But albeit, half the round has been spent here by Deway downstairs, and 3 frag grenades now used to try and find a kill, and yet to find anything at all with what they have been sort of throwing around downstairs. But I mean, the positions from Invictus, they just keep moving around, and Raven always giving his position away on Astro.
You bump into someone on the stairs after a night of partying with the lads. Oh, sorry, bro. Yeah, that was
I'm so sorry.
Jim.
Please excuse
it's
me.
Not a real person.
Oh man, no, it's getting late.
Right now, God mode is trying to find his way into the building, but it's Speakeasy and Nate to get on the job and shut that down tonight from happening. Robust from below wants to push in. More utility just burning away, and he's going to be forced off pushing up main stairs. It is at the cost of a significant portion of Mentalist denial, but since they've found 2 already, make that a 3rd as Jigsaw chimes in with his iconic Malusi. And well, okay, Mentalist, of course he does.
Yeah, look, Raven may have stumbled past the man on the stairs out the side of the nightclub, but he's managed to stumble his way into Statue, a little bit closer to the bomb site, albeit 2 rooms of buffering away from walking into AVG, albeit Invictus are looking good too. Well, I was going to say take a flawless round, but Mentalist throws that out the window. Jig coming around on the Malusi, he wants a kill. He's not actually going to get it, unfortunately. Third now by Raven, with 2. Could be on for a 3rd here, but with only 15 seconds. It's not looking promising. The pre-fires are there, unfortunately. As I say that, he is going to get the 3rd. Hysterics go down. Invictus
We've been here before, no!
Can he get the 5th? Oh my gosh, Nate, thank you for hiding. Invictus throwing bodies at Raven there, and you should not be doing that.
It's happened already.
But, yeah, I mean, they win, but it was a clencher. It was definitely a clencher.
Oh, dear.
It's getting late.
You can't be doing that to us after midnight. Come on, Invictus. None of that. Oh dear.
Panda. It's getting hectic. I think it's getting desperate. I mean, hey, Nate was AFK pretty much during that whole fight. So, hats off to Nate, being the responsible adult of the group. And sort of just letting everyone else have their fun. But I mean, look, there was only like 8 seconds left. He wasn't going to get into the fight. He wasn't going to plant the bomb. He wasn't going to get. Well, I mean, he got 4, but he wasn't going to get any more. So you know, for Invictus, I get it. Cool, having fun. You know, we do a little bit of tomfoolery, but at the end of the day, they've now taken the lead. First round on their defense goes in their favor. I would have said it was pretty convincing as well, had they not thrown 4 bodies at Raven. But I mean, yeah, still around to round, taking the lead is a big thing for them as well. It's obviously going to put their mentals back in high spirits. Hopefully they can find themselves on 5 here soon. But the Amara from Raven, it's actually quick into 90 here. They're going to walk all the way down. They have an interesting extension. The bottom 4, but Raven largely uncontested. He's just going to walk pretty much all the way into the site. He's going to find Hysterics as well, and you know, Spicky's going to answer back. But oh my god, that's not good.
Like your mum at 2 o'clock in the morning when you have mates over, she Speakeasy turns to her and says, "Oh, you done of that? Get out of here!"
Go to bed.
Raven any more chance of getting involved or a bust as well. And that has to have been a shotgun shot to the chest. So much damage. He's going to pop himself his second nano boost of the round to try and keep himself healthy, and there's still so much work for Deway to do.
And still so much that Invictus have at their disposal. I mean, they've still got 3 toxic canisters, 2 nitros, obviously Jigsaw is utility in himself. So, I mean, there's that. But at the same time, it is going to be interesting to see how the rest of this round pans out. Invictus losing that Wamai early on is going to be rather painful, unfortunately, in terms of losing those magnet disc generation. But at the same time, Dawei, in their own retrospective, have lost Raven, who has been one of their big fraggers across pretty much all of their maps this evening. Yes, Robust and God Mode have sort of picked things up for themselves as well, but I mean, Jigsaw, unfortunately, is going to go down to booze. A lovely headshot from him, and Bathroom Control now forfeit, as well as Astro, in fact. But Invictus, they still have Nate, Speakeasy, and Mentalist on the job. 2 toxic canisters, 1 nitro left on Mentalist, and an insane amount of raw mechanical skills. So, I mean, can they pull it off? I would say so. But again, Dewey, they have been playing pretty methodically, given the positions they find themselves in. So, maybe they can
hunting will open Nate. Oh, buddy. Yeah, you could not have spoon-fed that any easier to him. Luckily, that is the one player on this roster without a Nitro Cell, so Mentalist and Speakeasy, who also aren't playing against Ping. Oh my god, Mentalist! That was not okay. God Mode, do you need a hug? Because it certainly looks like it, unfortunately. This is doable with the toxic canisters in play. Robust is tagged. Speakeasy gets in on the site. The Astro and Bathroom push is going to be there. The jiggle out shut down, and Dewey will take the A.
Really well done. Good adaptation from Dewey, changing things up a little bit in terms of getting aggressive early round. I think they caught Invictus in a pretty volatile spot there. They could have been into the site. They could have been a lot worse for Invictus than it was, albeit they still lost the round. But you know, if Raven had have managed to find both of those kills there, that was pretty much full site control there for Dewey. You know, didn't pan out that way. Invictus held on for a little bit longer than that, but at the end of the day, could have been what we saw pan. It's going to be kitchen now for Invictus. They're not going to go back up to trophy. They're just going to sort of let that one slide for the time being. We do see Thatcher Ace being brought here. Obviously, he is available. Why not bring him? Thinker as well for Robust, Sophia, and the Sledge. So it's going to be, I'd imagine, a pretty heavy vertical push here for Dewey. Invictus, though, they've got some good utility to deal with that. 2 nitros, obviously the bulletproofs as well being employed by Mentalist and Jig. I'd imagine are going to be used to relay that information to play for those nitro cells. But I mean, even in saying that, the Vigil being bought purely by itself sort of highlights the roam game that Invictus are going to try and bring out this round to maybe put a stump sort of in the minds of Dewey. There you go.
Kicking things off. Hennessy removed. Sophia. One of the LMGs no longer going to be in play, and of course, you know, Speakeasy with the MP5K going to be doing the damage there necessary. It's only 30 seconds of the round. It shouldn't be as detrimental. You know, it wasn't the thinker, unfortunately, for Invictus, fortunately for Dewey. the robust still can have an impact in the round.
Fortunately, you can't res with the nano boost from Full Dead. DBNO, yeah, sure, but
No,
Full
it's
Dead,
going to
no.
be the next operator. It's fine.
Yeah, true. The Sage res.
No, we're gonna offer like respawn trucks around the map.
Yeah, you got to pick up your teammate's card, take it to the respawn beacon. Anyway, imagine that. I don't want to.
We have it.
Invictus.
It's called TDM.
It's called deathmatch. Yeah. But yeah, Invictus, they're looking really good actually after fighting Hennessy. They're set up pretty well inside of the site. Obviously, the wall opened up is going to be a bit of an issue, but given the fact that the wall is open to pantry, they still hold a lot of control in terms of the top floor, as well as the roam that they were bringing. I mean, not too much control on the top side for Deway at all, it seems.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what's more surprising. Invictus are currently sitting at 4-4. Or that the way pushing them as hard as they are. Well, Booze
Okay.
and take Speakeasy out like that, like it wasn't a thing that is needed to be worried about. Booze on the vert. This is where the threat starts to come in.
Invictus, they're going to attempt to retake, it seems, from top red. They've got a player already inside of Trophy. They also have a player inside a statue as well, so they've got a bit of a crossfire set up onto this main wall. Rue's sort of expecting something, but he's going to walk right on through. He's actually going to win that fight. Hysterics to go down. Jigs will take down Robust. However, the swing out from the side, Nate, so close to finding that kill, but Mentalist is there for the trade, at least in terms of the damage back and forth. So now God Mode and Raven in the last two alive for the execute. It's 30 seconds, Panda. They're going to go for the Vault on in here, it seems.
Might just do smash, grab, play. But Jigsaw on the job with the helping out. The ANZ duo for Invictus bags themselves the fifth. Unfortunately, with history tending to repeat itself, I get the feeling we might take this one to full regulation.
Full regulation being OT or full regulation being...
Full regulation being 12.
Oh, okay. I was going to say...
Minimum.
I don't know. Invictus seem to be fired up. I don't think we're going to see an OT, but... Okay, all right. I'm just double checking, Panda. It's getting late. You know, I gotta ask these questions sometimes. But yeah, the
how
SU
about
duo.
let's speed this process up. The next server we're gonna fire up is the TDM one. We're going to Favela. Let's make it happen,
guys. We're going to Emerald Plains TDM, and whoever gets to 75 first wins. Give Jigsaw Malusi. Put Jigsaw on land. That's a scary prospect, actually, but.
It's only a matter of time.
It is only a matter of time, I reckon, for this Invictus roster, but either way. Speculation, Panda. Speculation.
PSA?
PSA, exactly, as some lawyers would like to say. Albeit, Invictus lead now, again, after equalising 5-4. They're going to go back to AVG here, a site that they were looking pretty comfortable on. But yeah, it's definitely shaping out that Invictus have definitely started to feel themselves a little bit more. Yes, Deway are finding a lot of insane openers. I mean, Vooz, a couple of the kills he has been getting are just insane. I mean, Raven, God Mode, and Robust, you know, 8, 8, and 7, with Vooz on 6 very close behind, being on a pretty hard support role. I mean, God Mode arguably the hard support of the team, top rank. But I mean, Deway, again, have just been such a roster throughout these last couple of play days that we've watched from them, that just, they know how to hit hard. And I mean, Invictus, they've made a couple of mistakes. I mean, look at this. Hennessy is just walking up Astro towards where this hold is. Trade, though. Jigsaw to take down Robust. It's the Thinker technically dead first. On a technicality.
You'll have to see it. Hysterics, though. That one's not going to be a trade. Hennessy absolutely removed from the round. The host is still in play, though. Could provide some opportunities, and with Raven finding the kill on Speakeasy. We're in a 3 versus 3 heading into this, you know, the second minute of play. This is brutal.
Yeah, I mean, Jigsaw kicking it off with the trade was kind of an insane way to start things off, especially taking down the Thinker. But I mean, you know, it happens. It happens to the best of us. I mean, Hysterics, Nate, and Mentalist are going to be the three people to get the job done if anyone was to get the job done. Albeit, Smoke still being alive is a big part of, obviously, the strategy. Having Hysterics on the Thorn as well, those blooms late round are going to be a big thing for Deway to have to worry about. They do have the Osa available. That shield is going to be being brought in, and they are going to be looking to take the 90 control with it to pretty much face check the shield. Shield v shield. But Hysterics to find Vooz now to make things a little bit easier for Invictus here. Smoke to come out towards 90 with an impact opening up that bar wall, albeit Panda.
Boy.
I don't think that was supposed to happen for Raven. It's a shame, and yeah, Hysterics is there to capitalize.
God mode. Just trying to figure out what the game plan is. Oh dear. Yeah, that hatch can be a real nuisance sometimes. We'll throw the Selma to clear out the shield. Gonna pop the wall as well, close the left onto the game. Gonna try and use it to cover his tracks. He also pops that Malusi Banshee. Player watching from study. Big damage there. Dealt as a player in Vault and an Aviator as well. Hysterics. No, sorry, it was Nate with the magnet, tossing it in. Godmode actually has the opportunity to potentially go for a plant here, but I think that would be a foolish option. Not much time. He's going to have to go for the pre-fires, but not a, yeah. After that last time, not a single member of Invictus is game enough to compete him.
Don't even blame him at that point. I mean, losing 4 to Raven in that 1v5 was pretty scary. But yeah, given that, you know, they've made that mistake once. I mean, it was sort of like what Madness was doing, wasn't it, Panda? You know, they made those mistakes, and then in the next couple of games we saw from them, they definitely tightened things up. Stopped sort of throwing those bodies away in those situations. But I mean, Invictus 6-4 now, match point for them. They are looking to obviously close things out here. I'd imagine Trophy Statue is going to be possibly the final bomb site we see here for Villa from Invictus, which will then send us on to map number 2, Club. However, there is still hope for Deway. 2 rounds is all that separates them from, well, OT here, which is obviously what they're going to want to shoot for if they want to keep this going any longer to have the chance to win this first map. But I mean, Invictus, they found their stride. Hysterics is getting his kills. Jigsaw has sort of come to the game, and you know, the rest of it's all just falling into place for them. They're bringing the pulse out this round. Only 1 Nitro to sort of go with that utility, but at the same time, it's Nate. So, you know, you can't really say too much. Nate's going to get the job done anyway. You already know he is. And Invictus, yeah, I mean, look, took them a while, but they're definitely here to play now.
Yeah. The warm-up is done. Well, we are rapidly approaching the 10-hour mark of this broadcast. Invictus, hopefully they can do us the mercy of closing this all out soon, given that there is, what, about 11 hours till the next start of the play day. That's always fun to think about. But right now, Dewey, they're trying to find some
prospect.
We don't talk about it. Dewey looking for their opportunity to take us stone.
As much as that would be great for Dewey to have their opportunity, I don't know how that's going to sit. I don't know how that'll sit in the long term. But Invictus, they've done all this work to get it back in their favour to make it match point. It'd be rude of them to not close it out here, given the work that they'd put in. I mean, the fact that the way they've done this much is, I sort of speculated that 3 or 4 was going to be what we saw, 5 at a max, and that is pretty much ultimately what we have seen, pretty much to a T. Obviously, if Invictus can close it out here. But yeah, I mean, look,
the Siege Gods are not that kind. I think we've learned that already.
They're not, no. So, I mean, we'll see, but I don't think they are. I don't think they're feeling it at the moment.
You ever wonder why the Tachanka statue is buried at the bottom of the stadium and you can only access it via drone? Yeah, there's a good reason. He is not a merciful god. He deserves to be locked up below the stadium. But Raven, this drone is just free info onto Nate right now, who is doing the pulse dance. The drone will be spotted. Now you can lose that information on him. But it's how they pair it. There is only the single nitro cell of Nate's as well as Jigsaw. The drive-by headshot. Flipping God mode on the ears.
The Ferrari peak there for Jig. Huge kill to find as well, taking down God Mode, but it's Robust. Find one on a Mentalist. Hysterics is there on the top floor, though, not giving it up just yet. Takes down Raven. Robust will find Speakeasy for his triple. 2 more, what separates him from an ace here, but will spot out one just by the wall. Whether or not he actually knows that that's the player he just saw, I'm not too sure, but Jig is good for that kill. Robust as well now to fall to Hysterics, but Hennessy's there for the refrag. Hysterics to fall. Jigsaw now, low HP in the clutch, 40 seconds to play with. Has to retrieve the diffuser. Pings are available for the defense, but Hennessy is just playing for the slow game here. He's going to walk in. They have the camera on his position. He's going to go for the plant. Jigsaw hears this. He's going to opt for the peek. Gives his position away. Does a lot of damage. Hennessy on the swing, and Jigsaw's there for Invictus. What a way to close it out. Jigsaw, you're insane. Getting the job done on the defense.
This is why he was the ANZ Rookie of the Year. This is why Invictus opted to pick him up. Jigsaw is just so good at the game. And to see him, I mean, this is still Jigsaw at a deficit. Playing on ping. Wait till he gets onto LAN with the rest of the team. Invictus at an international event could be a top contender. Honestly, they could be a 6 invitational winner at some point. But Proto, they finally get it done. 7-4 on Villa. Look, I'm not even... We'll talk about it when we come back from the break. On to map 2 when we come back. We'll get into it very, very soon. We'll see you then.
Break time. Break time.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Hello and welcome to the Ops League Power Hour here in Season 5. We are deep into this best of 3. Going into the second map though. Look, we're going back to basic. It's Clubhouse here. And late night siege is always the best kind of siege. Cause, Proto, I mean, we saw Villa 7-4. Invictus finally do get themselves into gear and close it out. Are we expecting maybe a bit more accelerated pacing here on Clubhouse?
Yeah, look, it's a map that they're probably a lot more comfortable with going forward. Obviously, this is one that teams have been playing for years. I mean, this is the staple of Comp Siege, Clubhouse Oregon. And I would be very surprised if Dewey sort of walked away with this, given that Invictus found their footing. They started picking the pace up. We went to a small break, but here we are. I mean, honestly, yeah, look, I don't see Invictus losing this, and I do not see it going to OT. So hopefully Invictus can keep my statements true, touch wood, all that good stuff to break the caster curse that we've seemed to have this evening. But we're going to jump in to Clubhouse and start things off, as always, with the band's Panda. I'd imagine we're probably going to just see Thoris Fletcher.
Thoris Fletcher. Yeah,
it's starting. Wow. Thatcher Flores to come out to start off.
My favourite operator duo of Thoris and Fletcher.
It's 2:30 a.m. Please understand that we've been here since 5 p.m. We're barring to go, though, so Torres or Fletcher, one of those two will be left up here for one of either team to play, but that's actually Invictus's band.
It could be a Nook, so we might see a complete pivot again. And no, it's going to be a Maverick, so
Torres, Fletcher are both up.
Neither of those two are going to be banned out, which I would imagine, like, why would you ban a, waste to ban? Yeah, okay, they are going to waste to ban on Cade. Given that Thatcher's in play. I mean, Thatcher's in play. They're a waste to deal with it. I suppose it's not lazy's not the word that I'm looking for, but I suppose it's the path of least resistance in terms of the operator bans. Final ban, it is going to be
Echo.
Oh god, what is going on? They ban out the Havana and the Echo together.
That is the least vanilla ban set that we have seen this evening. So, thank you, Invictus. Thank you for giving us some spice. But let's back that up with maybe a nice dinner as well, and see if you guys can kick it off on Clubhouse with a bang. We've got defense first for Invictus. They're going to be starting straight off downstairs. Church and Arsenal on their side of the defense. Jig jumping back on that patent pending Malusi, looking to do some damage on their own. But given that Mirror has made it through, we are going to be seeing Nate jump straight on it. It's not going to be dodged. It's not going to be beaten around. Nate is going to be bringing Mirror.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think, this is the case. There is no more wasting time. Just get it done. Get it done as quickly as you can. And, look, if we're being honest, if there is any waste of time, I think it's going to be more on the side of Deway than Invictus right now.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Deway are going to be the team that have all of, everything to prove here, given that Invictus, this will be a map that they have got down to a science. We see 4 changes coming in from Deway. Buck, Sledge, Finker, and Ayana all were non-original picks there. So the attacker 6 pick doing big things for Deway, but, Invictus, they're going for a little bit of a sub-SSG style. They do have that top floor extension. They do have the mute. They do have the Mozzie. They do not have the castle, maybe in place of the Iruni instead, who we have seen banned out tonight, just so you know, but all the same. Invictus doing their best, setting up still, could be caught out by Robust, but he's going to be blocked off now, so he's going to have to make sound if he wants to get in here, albeit the way they've made some good ground. Strip Club already theirs, and the kitchen hallway actually has a body dedicated Hennessy already deep. And well, he's going to catch that.
Perfect stuff from Nate. They do lose mental since he does get pinched in on, but Jigsaw's on the job. I mean, I was just waiting for that to happen, jiggle around one way, the other way. It was not either player able to catch the other than the Nitro comes in and disrupts the whole play. Jigsaw, he's magnificent on the fragging. He's looking for more, just tag and chip and damage galore. And this is the ramp up that we were waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much done. Invictus are just, they've had enough. They're playing their game now, and Dewey is sort of just stuck in the crosshair. They are sort of the buffer, if you will, between the two. Jigsaw, good for the double in that round, and could still be on for more here, depending on what Deway do. They still have a minute and a half to play with. Raven full health, Robust sort of just stuck out in the connector here, but Speakeasy puts Raven down with the SMG-12, and Invictus are going to dedicate some bodies here to try and clean up what's left of Robust. He is on low HP. He's going to have to go for the reload here, but the swing on round, he's not expecting Hysterics close, and Invictus are going to walk away with a very prominent round one.
Yeah, Mentalist unfortunately just got caught in a very dangerous game, a ring around the rosy. Luckily, Nate was there to support, so even though Mentalist dies, they still get a kill back, and a pretty big one at that, onto the surprise Finker. I don't know what it is about this game. Maybe it's because you're playing a Finker in a more aggressive position nowadays. It's your second entry, one would argue, but either way, we have seen a lot of very early Finker deaths.
We have seen some interesting things this evening, Panda. And look, I'm glad that that streak of interesting things may be over, depending on how Invictus choose to powerhouse through this. But, I mean, look, first round, if there's any indication, it's going to be a relatively good one for them here. Bit of a rough round from Dewey, kick things off. Osa was teased from Hennessy, but they're not opting to stick that just yet. They may revert back to it, given that 6 pick is available until 3 seconds left, but given that we haven't seen it switched already, I don't imagine we will see the Osa, unfortunately. There we go, locked in. It's going to be the Ace and the Sophia. Jigsaw not on Malusi. Hysterics instead on the Mirror instead of Nate. A couple of change rounds for Invictus, but I mean, nothing too hectic, nothing out of the ordinary.
Indeed. They want to get up and they want to start contesting, but there's not hard breach denial on the board for Invictus. It is not a priority of theirs. I think this is, expected. Not having to worry too much about the mute. They know that there is going to be a number of different positions open and contested. They're just going to rely on the utility that makes it harder to push on in and back themselves in the gunfight. So, confidence, which you respect.
A lot of damage there taken by Hysterics. The nade from Robust, though, threaded through the Needle Eye into the bomb site. Hysterics to fall on the Mirror. So Nitro taken to the grave as well, but albeit Speakeasy is there for two. God. Hennessy and Robust and back to the camera screen. He's hungry for more, but the remaining 3 players have all rotated over to Jacuzzi to get the main breach open. Thermite's going to be popping that one open momentarily. Exothermic going to give them an avenue into the site. Ace is already there straight away onto the Mirror to get rid of that utility, and it's going to draw a smoke from Invictus. But other than that, I mean, Dewey, yes, it's a 3v4, but Invictus have a lot of time and a lot of utility to deny for as long as they pretty much see fit. I mean, other than, Jig taking all that damage, but, plenty of time, Panda, left in play.
Another toxic canister. Yeah, it was toxic canister. God mode's going to be able to shoot it out, though. Interesting timing for Mentalist not to commit to it, but use the opportunity to go for the swing. Raven and Booze both here on the CCTV breach, and that will signal that there is positions there that Invictus can now lock down. Honestly, I think this might swing in the way of Invictus once again. They're just biding their time, though. They're not getting overconfident.
Good to see as well that they've made that change themselves after losing 4 bodies to that one player in the previous sort of attempt that we saw in that villa. But I mean, Invictus learning from their mistakes. I wouldn't expect anything less from a team of this caliber, especially on the fly. Being able to have that adaptation on the go is a big part of being as good as Invictus are. But they're going to spot out Jigsaw. There's 24 seconds left in play. 3 fires are there. Jig wants a couple of kills. He's trying to pad his stats. He's 2-0 right now. Wants a couple more. He's going to spot the head of Booze. Not enough damage, but there you go. Again, another trade. 1 tap for Jigsaw. It's the second time he's done that in this matchup so far. I mean, unfortunately, it means he is going to culminate 1 death, but yeah, here we go. Starting to chuck a couple of bodies over towards the gunfight. They're not going to throw any more in the way. Invictus, they're going to walk away with round number 2. And ultimately 1 step closer to closing this one out.
Indeed. Round through the cards. Well, I would imagine, yeah, this will be CCTV. I don't think we're going to see any stage shenanigans just yet. They're going to play it smart and play it linear. Bandit, though, and play for Speakeasy, and the new Bandit changes mean we could potentially see some Bandit tricking in play.
We definitely could. Bandit tricking would be quite fun. But I mean, again, big maybe. Whether or not Speakeasy chooses the Bandit trick or chooses to use his Bandit batteries elsewhere is a big question. Cade being removed is obviously a factor that has to be taken into account due to the fact that the Mute is probably the only character that could have denied the garage wall being opened up, but given that he is not in play for Invictus here, it's probably something that we aren't going to see. So whether or not Speakeasy chooses to use those Bandit batteries to deny the garage wall being opened, or as we've already alluded to, just tricking the main breach, is obviously the big question. But I mean, for Invictus, it'll probably be something along the lines of just hold the main breach for as long as you can, play for your sort of own life, and then disappear when it is required, and, you know, it works out for them. Speakeasy as well, obviously, with the MP7 in hand, could be quite dangerous.
You're good at that. Robust already coming in through bottom main, or through the kitchen hallway, rather. Not going to get in below the drone. Or camera. Both have cameras, but the camera, the default, not going to spot him as he just sneaks his way through. This isn't a nook, this is a finger. How has Robust gotten here?
Yeah, it's interesting that we haven't actually seen Nox played, given that she was banned. But I mean, yeah, look, Hysterics is there to take down the Capitao Raven. Gonna go. Speakeasy, however, is taken down by the friendly Goyo from below. And that means,
Robust.
yeah, good grenade. And I mean, well, Nate got one before he died there, which was actually kind of insane. But breach opened up here for Deway. Invictus. This could be the one round that we maybe see them drop Panda, unless they can make the best of the situation they find themselves in.
You caught me mid-yawn. You're a bad coach.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. What a terrible.
I'm so sorry.
No, look, it is what it is. It's late. It is very late. 4:43 in the AM. I can almost see the light outside. But right now, Jigsaw finds yet another depletion onto the way, and Hennessy might, yeah, okay, I was going to say he might just have to crawl his way onto the site, but Mentalist picks up the possession. No! Oh, Hysterics almost making a key mistake there. There is a minute in play, and Robust found both of them. Now Hysterics is going to have to wait and bide his time because he's now not got any backup.
Yeah, look, Invictus, this is the second time this has happened. It's not great. it's not what you want. No nades for Robust to work with. It does have 2 adrenal surges, and obviously it does have the information. It's going to be deep inside a garage. He's got the LMG as well. The plant's going to be quite hard to achieve here. However, he hasn't even gone to retrieve the diffuser. He's sort of just playing for the contact. But it's the trade in the same round. What a shot from the mirror. But the defenders are going to walk away with it. 2 one-tap trades in this game alone. Jigsaw and now Hysterics. Invictus. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. All right, you take those.
Gets one shot off, and it's all that's needed. That is huge.
Shouldn't have come down to that.
It should not. No,
those.
it really shouldn't have, but it did anyway.
Oh, Invictus, come on. It's having faith in your teammates, Panda, I think is what we chalk it up to.
Yeah, we'll call it that. Not that my 2 teammates died in the same spray from the LMG and now I have to clutch.
I can imagine the comms. Guys, what's going on? What's happened? How's this happened then?
Are you kidding me, Jigsaw?
You guys joking again, Jig? Come on, man. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, we apologise. for anyone who is hoping for a serious map 4. But it's the early hours of the AM. And you know what they say. It's late. It is late.
We're in the silly hours.
Yeah, we are. You got to give us some leeway. Albeit, though, Invictus not giving any leeway to Deway. 3-0 up Panda before the split. I mean, they're looking pretty decent to take this half convincingly, at least 5-1, 4-2 at the minimum, I would say, given the way that they're playing right now. But, I mean, we speculated this at the start. I mean, Invictus, given the team that they are, they're not messing around in map 2. They had enough after map 1. They want to get things done. And this was the site hold that we saw them do so well on in the previous iteration. But this might be a kitchen rush here. But no, Nate's there to welcome them.
Big damage. I mean, you've just lost Raven. You've also lost most of Boozer's health. Hennessy as well is just being heavily punished from Lounge. And I believe that is Jigsaw. To do it as well. Robust, like, I mean, oh boy.
Okay.
Boy!
Jig.
The punch hole at that.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Invictus are done fooling around. It is time to get it over with. I think Jig and Nate just want to go to bed.
I don't blame him. Jig 7-2. Nate doing Nate things. It's not looking great for Robust and Hennessy. They're going to hear Jig. Jig's good for 3 in the round. Hennessy will find 1, but Mentalist is there for the trade. And Invictus, they're going to walk away with round 4 almost unscathed. But, I mean, Jig, huge round from him. 3 kills, 2 through the punch hole and 1 on the swing from stock. I mean, Invictus, as you said, they've had enough. They're wanting to go to sleep. They've been waiting all night for all the other games to conclude to just play theirs. And here they are, looking to get theirs done. They're 2 pence in and go to bed. Get ready for the games tomorrow. And I mean, look, Panda, what a way to kick things off on Clubhouse defense. Yes, it's a defender-sided map, but I don't think we're going to see a waiver from the momentum that Invictus build up for themselves here going into the second half at all. They are going to keep this going, I hope, for the remainder of the game. And it definitely looks like they're setting themselves up for that type of pacing, at least, anyway.
Yeah, I don't think the pace down is going to come. Like, it is just, this is a non-stop train. Invictus are in the driver's seat, and unfortunately, they don't know what they're doing or where they're going. We're just going to ride that train the whole way through.
Yeah, they're on the way, which it's great to see. But I mean, if you're a Dewey fan, unfortunately, you know, not looking amazing given the current score. But I mean, at the same time, it's just it's so back and forth that, you know, one round, you know, Invictus are 5 people alive and they win the round flawlessly, or at least 4 when they're very close. And then you've got the, you know, the one situation where we keep finding them in a 1v5 and then we look away for 2 seconds and it's a 1v1 and it's like, oh, okay, cool. They still win it, but, you know, it's happening. It's something that we do have to acknowledge. But yeah, I mean, so far, Invictus are doing pretty well, given the circumstances.
The Nitro Cells and play again for defense, and we've seen how just detrimental those can be. Though we do see the adaptation and them bringing the mute this time, of course, not wanting to let those angles be opened up. Robust again, might just walk into the building through the main double, but he's the first to go down. Will Nano boost himself, only to present himself to Nate to kill instead. 1 minute gone, and 1 finger dead.
It's always Finker. Why is it always Finker? Oh, look. I mean, hats off to Nate, by the way. I mean, 3 of the opening kills, I believe, of this game so far have been to him, but this is going to be spicy, Panda. It's going to be a hatch drop into Logic with the sledgehammer. The hatch to go straight into Logic. No one there directly. Mentalist is good for the 2. Shotgun in hand. However, Sledge decided to stay outside, and Raven's going to go for a bungee jumping session with no cord attached. He's going to leave it up to Robust in a 1 versus 5. But Invictus have his number. They're going to find him on the way stairs. It is actually getting that late. I don't know why I even said Fnatic. I do apologize.
Wasn't at one point there rumours that Jigsaw was going to join Fnatic, so I can understand.
I think there was rumours that Jigsaw was going to join every team in APAC at one point. So, Jigsaw.Chiefs when. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I think that ship has sailed, unfortunately. I think he's got the better offer.
Yes, it has.
But I think, Raven, that one dude in every casual lobby who says, I reckon I can get the angle and then jumps off the roof.
Guys, I got it.
Yeah. Just trust, I can do this. I'm a gold. Oh no, sorry, I'm a champion Smurf.
That was like baiting your teammates 101. Guys, let's drop the hatch into logic. Breaks it. I'll stay on the roof and cover you. Guys. Oh.
What happened?
Where'd you go? What happened? But yeah, look. I mean, it's getting that way. I mean, Invictus to 5-0. They're looking good to take this half flawlessly. Ultimately, if I had to argue, probably the game flawlessly if I didn't know any better, or if I didn't know Invictus any better. But yeah, look, Deway, unfortunately, with a huge showing, and by huge I mean 4 rounds on Villa, I think Invictus had definitely had enough, stopped playing with their food, and are now sort of just dealing the final blow, I think, here to what's left of Clubhouse. I mean, yes, you do have to sort of take your hat off to Dawei. They've given it their every sort of, they've given it their all for this match, even in the situation they find themselves in. But Monty's been bought, which is something we've talked about a lot. But God mode, he's not going to be able to protect his teammates too much there, as Nate finds again the opener. 5th round for him, or 4th round at least, to find the opening kill.
Hennessy may not be playing the Thinker this time, but even still. Oh, God mode, he wants to tempt fate here. Wants to go for it. The thing is, he does have that Nitro cell. Robust finds a Nate Nitro there at his feet, and God mode is going to lose half his health all of a sudden. The ping's coming through. Yeah, look. God, no, God mode. Please don't, God mode. He steals the stims. He's in danger. He's not having a good time, and Hysterics is just going to get eaten by Jigsaw. Courtesy of the Vulcan jetpack, and there we go. God mode finally finished off, and Boo's nearly dying on the rappel. The chaos is ensuing, but it's a chaos that works for Invictus. They're just throwing everything bar the kitchen sink at Boo's right now.
If they could, they would as well. That's the best bit. It was just like, here, hold this, take this. He's 1 health. I mean, let's be honest, anyone from Invictus could just sort of blow on him at this point, and he's going to try and hit the prone shot here, but yeah, Mentalist, he's had enough. He's just waiting to run out of bullets. Jigsaw was there for the run out as well, and he's just tanking it. He's just tanking it. Invictus have definitely switched on the big boy pants. It's flawless on their defense. Match point now. Deway, unfortunately, you've had your stint, but Invictus are ready to depart. They're done. Knock for Jigsaw. It's a staple for him, apparently. God mode on the cab. I think this is just going to be a bit of a meme round for Deway. Unless it's, genuine picks. I mean, Cap can, Mozzie, yeah, I can see that. But a bar storage bomb site to go along with that doesn't really make me think that this is a legit pick.
Well, I think you're wrong there, Proto, because it is a big bar storage for a while now. Oh, true. It's bomb stage.
It's bomb stage. I'm so sorry.
Which, look, honestly, I do enjoy this site being played. Like, we have seen some very innovative setups for it. And I'm keen to see what teams will do in the future, given that they're still a bit hesitant to go to it. It's one of the few maps where there is genuinely 4 viable sites.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the other one, arguably, Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon's pretty good. I would also argue Chalet.
Yeah, Oregon's not bad.
If it's a right to... okay. You don't have to be that disrespectful. Just because it's late? Come on, Big Ben. I'm going to let you get away with that one.
No, Proto, we are beyond late. It is now early.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's early. Welcome to the morning shift, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Invictus... low-key, I reckon we maybe even see a rush. I feel like I'm being completely honest.
It looks like that's what they're gearing up for.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Oh my god, Booze.
Jigsaw, yeah.
Jigsaw is 100% about to be in. Yeah, he's just walking. He's like, yeah, cool. It's like he's here for a rental viewing. He's just like, yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, I think we could probably knock this wall down. Nade deep. is going to flush the player out, but Speakeasy's already on the plant, and Nate's going to find Raven, and we're not even a minute into the round, bro. The plant has gone down, Boost is dead, there is just God mode, and what is left of Head is you like.
Is
it
he
was almost
just
a
trying to
team
team kill
kill.
Mentalist? There was one anyway. Nate to
flicks
kill
on him and
Jigsaw.
says, no, thank you.
Can we count that in the overall kill count there for Nate taking Jigsaw down?
Say claim. Say claim. You got to claim it.
Oh, sorry, my bad. My pen has stopped working, and I don't know if that is just the indication that that's how the evening has gone.
15 minutes longer than my brain did, so we'll take that.
Yeah. Look, Jigsaw
12 and 3. God
Yeah.
mode 0 and 7, which is like the
Didn't
opposite of
expect.
everything that he's been doing so
Yeah.
far tonight. But there you have it. Our first 4 matches of the Ops League playoffs done. It will be Roosters and Invictus taking on each other in the upper bracket final. Unfortunately, Madness and Dewey fall into the lower bracket, where Madness will face off against Trinitas, I do believe. No, that can't be right. Surely there's some crossover. I don't know. That's for brains smarter than mine to comprehend. But right now, what I know for sure is Invictus they close it out quickly and mercifully.
Thank you, Invictus. We're eternally grateful for your mercy at the end of the evening. I mean, look, not really much else expected from them. I'm not going to delve too much into it. It was a 7-0. There's not really much to read other than Invictus are insane, and they definitely deserve to be where they currently are in terms of the standings. So hats off to them. Map 1 a little bit shaky, but again, OCE, mixed C's teams, they are, take a little while to get into the swing of things. Deway obviously playing a game already. But, once Invictus got fired up into it, it was an open and shut book. It was as easy as 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. And here we are, Panda, in the closing moments of tonight. I mean, well done to all the teams tonight. It's been an absolute banger night of Siege. I've genuinely enjoyed it.
Locally, it's about to hit 1 a.m. So I think we call it there. That is just done for day 1 of the playoffs, of course. Where did I work it out? If we kick off the next day, or today, tomorrow, wherever you are, whatever you want to call it, 11 hours from now is when we kick off. Yeah, 11 hours away, and we'll be back. So we'll see you soon. Make sure you're back for Playday 2, and we'll see just how this bracket develops. We'll see you then.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Sophia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella! Father would be ashamed of you.
Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな風に見できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。ヒロ。